It's exciting, I guess, to go out. Keep going.
Check. 1, 2, 3.
Radio check. 1, 2, 3. Radio check.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3 of the San Diego Crew Classic here on Crown Point Shores in San Diego's Mission Bay. We have all the racing for you today, all boat classes and plenty of finals to bring the excitement for a day on the water. You're here to enjoy the sun, the racing, and the experience. We'll be getting started momentarily, so please enjoy yourselves and get settled in. We'll start our morning with the national anthem, so please rise.
We 100%. Yeah. We tried, and then I was like, "Oh, we gotta go back." I was like, "It's fine." Sure. Like, yeah. I think
Lining up at the line now, we have race number 84, our men's masters B8, the President's Trophy, 36 to 42. In lane 1, Club Nautico. In lane 2, Los Angeles. And it looks like we have a clean start. Both crews are off. Always fun to see a duel on the course, especially to start the day. 2 8 sitting side by side. I've said this before, but when you have two eights sitting side by side in a race, you don't have all lanes across. Those crews have nothing to do but focus on each other, which can make for some really interesting racing. Gives them the ability to keep eyes on exactly the prize, which is that boat right next to them and nothing more.
Oh, this beautiful overhead shot by the drone. What a way to start the morning here with a duel side by side. Club Nautico is a club based essentially in Puerto Rico, and the athletes are mostly Brown alum. So they have raced with each other in college or throughout the years where they come together at different events across the country. And San Diego, they are a perpetual competitor here at San Diego, and obviously doing quite well. They're out in lane one. They have a one length advantage right now over Los Angeles Rowing Club. Los Angeles Rowing Club, a smaller club in Marina del Rey, that is a masters only club, and they have really showed their competitive levels here this weekend at the Crew Classic and doing a great job here in the men's masters B8. This is for ages 36 through 42.
In lane one, that Club Nautico starting to take a lead, opening up water between the two eights right now. Seeing this overhead perspective, it's a really great opportunity to take a look at how the puddles are moving away from those oars. Not often do you get to see that from an overhead perspective. And what that tells you is how much distance they are getting per stroke as they're able to put those oars in, send that boat off, give it that momentum to fly, and then put those oars back in the water so you can check where the puddles land every single stroke. Definitely makes for a great perspective to understand how much distance per stroke these crews are getting. And as I say that, Club Nautico opening up even more water between them and Los Angeles.
And just a little history here on Club Nautico. They actually have it is more of a fishing club. It is a real club in San Juan, Puerto Rico. So not just one of the, what we would call a Rolodex crew, where you have different athletes from across the country that just come together for these events. It is actually a real club in San Juan. But best known for its fishing tournament. It is an international fishing tournament of renown. And at one point, Club Nautico did have a rowing program way back in its very first inception in the 40s, and then it kind of faded away, but then was rekindled in 2017. So they have been racing throughout the country since that time, and of course, the premier rowing club in Puerto Rico.
Right now, I'm clocking Club Nautico at a 32. Having that lead, that gives them the opportunity, gives them a little bit of a comfort zone to be able to sit there and lower their rate. No need for them to be taking off since they can see their competition. They know that they've got the race held at this moment in time. We'll see if Los Angeles has some kind of a response up their sleeve and if they've got the ability to take it up and perhaps give a challenge. But at this moment in time, Club Nautico sitting with the comfortable lead, able to bring that rate down to a 32. No need to push much harder than that. Whereas yesterday, a lot of that racing, if you were following along, we were seeing 36s across the board almost throughout the day. So that 32 gives you a pretty good indication of how comfortable Club Nautico is feeling right now.
Oh yeah, this is a great feeling right now with all that open water, and it is glass right now. This early in the morning here on the bay, what an amazing way to start our day. But for Club Nautico to be able to look down the course, and again, this is a handicapped event, and so we'll see how that shakes out. We'll have the raw time, and then we'll have the handicap time. So when you look at the results, that's where we'll find out how these crews shake out.
They were next to me in the first heat, and they were pointing this way when everybody went on the start line this way, and I was like, thank God they were in this lane and not this lane because they were becoming right. Just really glad that they ended up put it straight. There's like a picture of it's ours to look at. Oh, that? Oh, that was all.
We see Club Nautico now moving into the white tents, those white peaks of all the team tents there along the beach. That means that they are moving into their final 500. So if you look down to the beach there, you will get a good perspective of our first two crews making their way down the course for the day. Club Nautico sitting in the lead with Los Angeles Open Water behind them. Club Nautico still looking nice and long and comfortable. Los Angeles has taken that rate up to try and close a little bit of water, but I don't think it's going to be enough in order to make a dent in that lead that Club Nautico's got to take the win in this race.
I'm going to correct myself, Shane. You know, Masters racing for me is sometimes difficult to follow with all of the different permutations, but this race is already handicapped. They're in their own age category, so no need to handicap further. So again, this is ages 36 through 42. That's that average age for the men's Masters B8. And here we go. This is Club Nautico crossing the line first. It will be theirs to take home that President's Trophy. And now crossing second, it will be Los Angeles Rowing Club.
And with that race down, that is our first race of the day to kick off day 3 of the 2024 San Diego Crew Classic. That means that we have an amazing day of racing ahead of us. You should be excited to catch all of the finals that are coming your way. This is perhaps one of the more exciting days to be at because we've gone through plenty of heats yesterday. We've whittled down our finals. Means today is going to be some serious racing because all the trophies are on the line today.
Trophies on the line, a little bit of pride, mostly fun. You know, I mean, we got to get out there and have some fun while we're in the process of pushing ourselves. And for a lot of these Masters rowers, that's what it has to be about, right? Because they've got careers, they've got families. They are traveling in some instances internationally to come out here to the Crew Classic to test themselves. And you know what an amazing experience to be able to do that here. And you know, again, look at this water. This is just about as good as it gets. Coming up, this is the Women's Masters B8. This is the Fred and Patricia Rickon Memorial Cup. For the Masters B, that's ages 36 through 42. And let's go ahead and give you your lane assignments. In lane 1, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 2, Endeavor. Lane 3, Boulder. Lane 4, Zlack. Lane 5, USD Alumni. And Lane 6, Lake Washington.
Here's that overhead cam, getting a chance to see a perspective from the drones, which is giving us what I think is perhaps the best view that you can get of rowing here. It clearly shows us where these boats are sitting in the race. It gives you a really unique perspective of how the race is going, how these boats are settling in as they move through their start. Right now, it's looking like lane 2, Endeavor sitting up in the lead, followed by Texas Rowing Center and USD Alumni in that third place position currently. USD Alumni looking like they're making a bit of a push here to move past Texas Rowing Center. Looks like we may have just had a clash here between lanes 3 and 4, Boulder and Zlack. It looks like Boulder made a move over into Zlack's lane. Those two boats having some overlap. Boulder now had to take a stop in their lane to make their way back over. That's
Yeah,
given the opportunity for Zlack to move ahead.
a little bit of a power 10 there, maybe a little adrenaline rush to get that crew back on track. So the referees are right there to make sure that everyone is rowing safely. And it does look like at this point we're back in our lanes and rowing cleanly.
And that can happen pretty easily in a start. As you come out of the gates, you can be applying so much power through the oars that for a coxswain to try and control what's happening, if you have some overpowering happening on one side versus another, it can be easy to twist and torque that boat, which as soon as you create any kind of an angle off of the bow of that boat, it's going to be up to the coxswain to have to figure out how to realign the point of that boat to make sure that they are heading on the right course.
And that's why catch timing technique is so important. Got to make sure that, you know, if your crew is on task, that it helps that boat to steer much straighter.
As we cut away, it looked like we had Endeavor as well having some steering issues, making their way across some lanes. But once we get back to an overhead view, we may have a better perspective on where these crews are. Right now, the best I can tell, we've got USD challenging for that first place position against what I believe might be Endeavor.
Yeah, so Endeavor has actually come over a little bit into lane 3, so they're going to be a little bit closer. And they might be coming down in a lane that they didn't start in. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Endeavor is still just barely holding on to that lead over USD alums in lane 5. All right, great side-by-side racing here between Endeavor and USD alums. So, with the college program, and actually, Shane, you might be able to speak to this as a USD alum. How does that get organized between the alumni? Do you guys row with each other regularly? And what kind of an organization would that take to get these crews out on the water?
Oh man, trying to get together alumni boats is definitely like trying to herd cats at times. So many people have lives, they have family, they have work obligations, and while rowing is important to many of us, it's not necessarily the end all be all for everything that we do. And so when it comes to alumni crews, one of the best things that you can do is just keep communication open to make sure that these athletes are training in the time that they do have. And often it's not unheard of for a crew to come together the day of the race and have their first row together. So that does happen sometimes, and if you're lucky, you get a few races under or a few rows under your belt before you show up on race day.
All right, and in terms of placement, we're going to go back to Endeavor and USD out there in front, but with a good push here by Texas Rowing Center out in lane 1. So calling them in that third place position. But also with Zlack in the mix and Lake Washington. Boulder dropping just a little bit back. So you can see Boulder there in that bright red boat. They're a little bit off the back. But in terms of placement, right now, I'm going to give the call to the USD alum boat to have that lead.
Yeah, Adrian, I think you're right on that. As I look at these boats, it definitely looks like USD's got the lead there, maybe about a half length up at this point. It's a little tough to tell from where we are, but I definitely think they have the lead now up on Endeavor, who has moved over into lane 3 from their original starting position in lane 2. It appears as if they've taken Boulder's lane. Boulder now sitting off the back, and we have Texas Rowing Center still sitting over there in lane 1, but that's the discrepancy there as to why you now see Endeavor closer to University of San Diego alums.
Yeah, but then look at this race here for third between Texas and Zlack. So Texas Rowing Center, a very strong master's program in the Austin area, traditionally sending crews here to the Crew Classic in a variety of age groups. So they are doing a great job here in lane 1. They have overtaken Zlack for that third place position by about 6 seats.
And as you say that, we are looking at this race now between what I believe is Endeavor and USD alums, and it is tight right now. Endeavor look like they're making a move, dropping that hammer as they come into that final 250. I think we're going to see a real dead heat here for this finish line. USD alums and Endeavor picking it up. Both two teams trying to cling to any semblance of hope that they've got to push a bow ball ahead, and they're just exchanging blows right now, back and forth as they come to the finish line. This is going to be one heck of a finish between these two teams.
That's right. And they did not have the advantage of racing in heats. So, no previous knowledge as to how the other crew is racing. So, this is a final only. This is the first time that these guys have raced each other. And I believe it will come all the way down to the line. Great way to start the morning here. Endeavor and USD alums across the far shore. Endeavor closest to us against the shoreline. Take a look out there. I do think that Endeavor is going to hold on to that lead by about 3 seats over the alums. Texas Rowing Center here coming in third with Zlack in fourth, Lake Washington in fifth, and Boulder Community Rowing in sixth.
And Adrian, we're going to see how that has to play out in the finishings with Endeavor having moved over a lane from their original assigned lane, and if that's going to have an impact on their finishing here. Endeavor having moved over from what was originally lane 2 into lane 3. Not exactly sure how that's going to impact standings. Do you have any idea how that's going to play out?
That's really up to the refs, and oftentimes, if there was any interference, there could be, but I'll leave that to the officials.
From ergometers to exercise classes, Active&Fit Now provides a flexible and affordable fitness program that sets up members like you for perfect workouts. Sprint to the Active&Fit Now booth to learn more and register to win a Garmin Fenix 6X Pro Solar Edition smartwatch. Camp Land on the Bay has a full marina and complete range of boat and water sport rentals for use on Mission Bay. As in rowing, the time-honored values of teamwork and good sportsmanship are instilled in the young campers who participate in the sports, games, and activities offered year-round at the park. Camp Land on the Bay is proud to sponsor the Women's Masters F Trophy at the 2024 San Diego Crew Classic.
All right, so we'll go ahead and get your lane set for a race that is already underway in the Women's Masters E8. This is the Kearney Johnson Cup for ages 55 through 59. In lane 1, Endeavor. Lane 2, Long Beach. Lane 3, CRI from Boston. And lane 4, Los Gatos.
All right, we are now live and caught up with this Women's Masters E8, the Kearney Johnston Cup race, 55 to 59. Our 4-crew race heading down the course. You just saw that beautiful view of our first bridge, the first Ingram Bridge. That's on Ingram Street, which brings you from Mission Beach on over to Crown Point in the Pacific Beach area. We have a pretty commanding lead right now set by Endeavor, who have already taken well off of the front in this race. Long Beach has settled into that 4th place position. CRI in lane 3 sitting in that 2nd place position now, with Los Gatos in 3rd place out in that 4th position. Now as they settle in here, it looks like Endeavor controlling that race strongly from the front, with the other crews kind of battling, perhaps having an opportunity to shift for the 2, 3, 4 position right now. But Endeavor setting the tone, making sure they've got plenty of space to be able to watch this race and see how the other crews are responding. But with a lead like that, might be tough for anybody else to make a move on them.
Yeah, and that Endeavor crew, just a little bit about them as a team. They basically practice virtually, sometimes in person at different camps, but it is an invitation only team. So based on skill, based on ability to continue to train, they are a group of friends and competitors that have national team experience, college experience, and definitely those connections in the rowing world that have kept them together. And they continually will meet for different camps in different parts of the country. Coached by Lindsay Dare-Shoop, Cassandra Cunningham is also one of their coaches. So they really have, it's what we have referred to as that Rolodex crew, but it is by invite only. So kind of an elite group there. And they're definitely showing their mettle as they progress down the race course well in front of the rest of the competitors. In that second place position continues to be CRI, Community Rowing out of Boston, a very big boathouse with masters, juniors, elite level athletes training. So really quite a force there in the Boston area and nationally throughout with both masters and juniors racing. Just behind CRI in the third place position is going to be Los Gatos. Los Gatos rowing on Lexington Reservoir in the Santa Cruz Mountains, just a little ways from where I live. A beautiful spot. And they've got plenty of water this year with all the rain that we've been getting. And Los Gatos hosting a very large juniors program as well as a very successful men's and women's masters program. In the fourth place position, we'll move over to lane 2. That is Long Beach. Long Beach, of course, rowing at the Olympic site and upcoming Olympic site with a shortened course for the 2028 Olympics. But Long Beach with a storied history at the masters level and a lot of expertise there in their boats.
Adrian, I can't say that I have rowed all over the world. I've rowed at a few places around, but I can say that of the 3 crews that have home water in this race, I've rowed on every single one of those bodies of water that you just mentioned. So that's a neat little fact that nobody needed to know about me, but is fun to bring to this event and all of those beautiful locations to row. All of these crews clearly have done their work to get and earn their way to this point.
That's right. Lexington Reservoir being shared with Santa Clara University. And so that's most likely where, you've got some racing going on there when they have enough water.
It is something else to be on a body of water that may be low at the time. We've definitely run races that were not quite 2,000 meters because the water may not have been there at the time. But we see our crews now making their way to those pitch tents. That tells you that they're hitting the beach and they're starting to hit their stride into this final 250. Endeavor still well off the front. Plenty of open water here. Positions have not changed since we last called them. Endeavor in 1, CRI 2, Los Gatos 3, Long Beach 4th position in that lane 2 spot. So these crews coming down. Endeavor looking strong as ever. Good clean catches, putting those blades in, sending off. Clearly, their technique is doing the job for them with as much open as they have right now. They see that finish line. They control that race. Not much that they need to do right now, just to get across that finish line, and that trophy is going to be theirs.
Quick little shout out there for the coach of Endeavor Rowing, Leslie Anderson Wright. She is a Canadian Olympian and coxswain. She has 8 Olympics under her belt. So talk about expertise. I don't know how you can top that. And definitely in the world of rowing, you can't. That is actually a record for the most number of Olympics. And here we go. Endeavor crossing the line, looking beautiful and strong. Behind them, CRI. About a length and a half ahead of Los Gatos. And then Long Beach in 4th.
All 4 of our boats now across the line. That concludes our Women's Masters E8, the Kearney Johnston Cup, 55 to 59. Going to be lining up next here will be the Men's Masters E8, the Stewards Cup, 55 to 59.
Concept 2's Erg Data app lets you set up workouts, including the Concept 2 workout of the day, right from the app. You can customize your display, connect your Apple Watch, and more. Download Erg Data today. The original Broken Yoke Cafe started in 1979 in Pacific Beach and has since become a Southern California favorite for breakfast, brunch, and lunch. Broken Yoke Cafe is more than just a place to eat. It's a gathering spot for friends, families, and communities. Our cafes are designed to be comfortable and inviting, providing a relaxed atmosphere where conversation flows and memories are made. We are proud to be part of your mornings, whether it's a casual weekday breakfast or a leisurely weekend brunch. Life begins after breakfast at Broken Yoke Cafe.
All right, our men's Masters E8, the Stewards Cup 55-59 is now off and running. In lane 1, Ex Nemo. Lane 2, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 3, Long Beach. Our three crews underway here. Ex Nemo and Texas Rowing Center both pushing off the front away from Long Beach. This looks like the two of them are going to be fighting each other early on. We'll see if either crew has a little bit of a move to take as they pass that first 250 to give themselves a leg up before they hit that main island there. Often where crews start to settle in, so there's a lot of jockeying that can happen in that first 250 to 500 meters. Crews take it as an opportunity to try and push ahead, get a bit of a lead before they settle in. And that settle moment when they hit the island there, that's the real opportunity to start sending some rhythm into the boat. And that's often why you see once they hit the island, things can change significantly there, or crews will open up a significant amount of water. And it's because that's the moment where they've come off of the start, they've settled, and they start to fall into the body of the piece. And that body of the piece is where the teams really put their signature on the race. And so you see what kind of power a team actually has. Now we're catching up live with that race. They're finishing past that island now. Looks like these two crews still in contact with each other. Ex Nemo and Texas Rowing Center battling it out. Ex Nemo still in that lead position. Texas Rowing Center not willing to let go. That means that when they hit the beach here, there is a real opportunity to see some racing as they come to the finish. If you are here for either crew, I would make your way to the beach at this point because we may have a race on our hands. Long Beach off the back now, hanging out in their own race there. This three-boat race means that Long Beach is there off the back, but we do know that Ex Nemo and Texas Rowing Center are in it against each other for that first place position.
Just a little bit here about the Stewards Cup. That's what these guys are racing for right now in the men's Masters E8. The Stewards Cup is basically a dedication to the Crew Classic stewards. They are the most loyal and dedicated volunteers and advocates for this race. This trophy commemorates the many individuals who have devoted their time and talents to the Crew Classic as stewards. The Stewards program was launched in 1993, continues to be a means of great support for the legacy of the Crew Classic. So this trophy honors them and all of their hard work. So definitely something to be honored to receive. And again, Ex Nemo, that club of Harvard alums. So a very dedicated alumni group. They have also a team dedicated to the lightweight Harvard rowing team. This would be, I guess, the heavyweights, I guess we could call them. And obviously a strong alumni group capturing all different age categories. And here they are in the E8, which is for ages 55 through 59. Ex Nemo continuing to hold on to that lead. Now looks to be maybe a little bit of open water over Texas Rowing Center.
If Texas Rowing Center wants to make a move, now's going to be the time. There's no room left for them to wait on this, but as it stands, it looks like Ex Nemo is really putting on the screws right now to Texas Rowing Center. They want to make sure that they lock this thing up with no questions asked. Right now, they are moving away. Texas Rowing Center not looking like they've got a response to what Ex Nemo's putting down right now. As they come into the finish line, we are going to see that finish happening right now. Take a look out to the water. Those boats are coming through well inside the last 250. Ex-Nemo holding that lead. They can see what Texas Rowing Center is doing right now. That gives them control at this moment in time with so few strokes left.
Great racing here side by side between Ex-Nemo and Texas Rowing Center. Texas taking a little bit of that lead away from Ex-Nemo as they come to the finish. Great sprint here put on by TRC, but here we go. Ex-Nemo across the line. TRC maybe 2 seats of open water back in second, and then Long Beach to wrap up this race in third. And here we go with Long Beach across the line. And again, all these athletes, the ages 55 through 59, that puts them at racing in college in the 80s.
That was good quick math, Adrian. I definitely would not have been able to do that. Lining up now in our next race, we've got the Women's Masters C8, the Margi Fetter Graham Trophy, 43 to 49 in lane 1, Endeavor, lane 2, Pacific, lane 3, Long Beach, lane 4, Bayak, lane 5, Lake Union, lane 6, Lake Merritt. We had alignment. These crews are off. We've got ourselves a 6-boat final right now. That means we're bound to see some good racing here. Give these crews a chance to sort themselves out, and then we'll come back to you once they have done that, and we have a little bit of a view and perspective on where the crews are sitting.
All right, and with the Women's Masters C8, this is the Margi Fetter Graham Trophy. It's for ages 43 through 49. And Margi Fetter, she was the daughter of the Crew Classic Platinum Stewards, Jane and Thompson Fetter. This trophy is awarded to the winner of the Women's Masters C8. Rowing was very important to Margi as a young person, and this trophy honors her commitment to and love for the sport, and definitely carried through by these Masters athletes as they come to test themselves against the best in the nation. Endeavor right now holding on to about a boat length lead over the rest of the field. Behind them, still quite a bit of overlap between the rest of the crews, but I'm going to give that second place position to lane 5. That's Lake Union. Lake Union has about a half a boat length up over lane 6, Lake Merritt. Behind them in fourth, it's going to be really tight right now between Bayak and Long Beach. Those two crews just neck and neck. And then Pacific in 6, just a little bit off the back there in lane 2.
And it's always interesting to see racing happening between lanes that are so far separated. So seeing a race between lane 1 and lane 5, that's Endeavor and Lake Union, can be an interesting way to race because those coxswains have to do a lot of work making sure that they're relaying what is happening across lanes, because to the athletes, their heads are not on a swivel that they're able to look that many lanes across. Often you're trying to keep your head in the boat. You may have a peek over occasionally, but it can be tough to tell what is happening, what another boat is doing. And so a coxswain's job when it comes to a race like this is to make sure that they're relaying that information in a calm, collected manner in a way that the athletes want to hear it and can hear it. And you have to give it in the right dose, Adrian. It's the amount of information that you give and the way you disseminate it to make sure that it does right by your crew, motivates them, and gets them to move rather than just giving them information that may be potentially disheartening when they're still trying to be raced.
Exactly. You've got to balance out motivation with reality sometimes. So the coxswain really doing a nice job there in that Bayak boat. Maybe as we cross over the 1,000-meter line, taking a little bit of a bump up there as Bayak moves ahead now of Long Beach. So Bayak moving themselves into what looks like to be a fourth place position. Endeavor still holding on to that lead, followed by Lake Union and Lake Merritt out there in lanes 5 and 6, fairly close to each other, but slight advantage to Lake Union for that second place position. But we'll keep an eye on that. Lake Merritt, they row on Lake Merritt in downtown Oakland, surrounded by the office buildings and general busy hubbub of downtown Oakland, and a true community club. They host mostly just masters and recreational rowing, but have in the past had also a junior program. But Lake Merritt, the very strong masters crew, doing a nice job here right next to Lake Union.
And Lake Merritt has been making a strong push on the outside here, sneaking by Lake Union. I think once we get a perspective, I may be corrected on that, but I think we're going to see Lake Merritt out ahead of Lake Union and maybe even giving Endeavor a challenge. A little tough to tell based off of the camera angles we've had, and there it is. We see Lake Merritt has nudged ahead of Lake Union. Endeavor looks like they are about astern perhaps with Lake Merritt, maybe a seat of open there. We'll see what happens, but Lake Merritt has been making a late come on in this race, and so we'll see if they've got a little plan here to maybe sneak up throughout the race, sit back and deliver power steadily over the piece that allows them to distribute it over time. And, you know, an advantage here on the outside lane is you get to be a little bit sneaky. You may be kind of forgotten out there. People aren't necessarily looking to lane 6 for a race. And so when Lake Merritt is out there pushing past Lake Union, now Lake Union's having to respond. The two of them together maybe nudging themselves up on Endeavor, although Endeavor with enough of a lead that they may be comfortable at this point.
Yeah, I think that Endeavor's looking pretty strong over there. I'm taking a look at the lineup for that Endeavor boat, and it really is a composite crew. I've got several clubs represented: Cambridge, Connecticut, Long Beach, Penn AC, Radcliffe alums, a San Diego Rowing Club athlete in there, CBC, Long Beach. It really is a good cross section of masters rowing across the country in that one boat. Oh yeah, that's an all-star crew there. Taking a look at that lineup, some national team athletes, got a lot of international experience under their belt. We've got some world champions and some amazing coaches as well. So this is really fun for those of you guys who have a coach in this boat, in this Endeavor boat. Come on down and cheer them on as they have been supporting you. You can support them as well. But Endeavor there with quite a bit of a lead, about a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths more of open water as they come towards this Margi Fetter Trophy for Women's Masters C. This is again ages 43 through 49. In the second place position, I am going to give that to Lake Union. It looks like they have a couple of seats up now on Lake Merritt.
Yeah, Lake Union looks like they made a response to Lake Merritt's push through the middle there, challenging them back for that second place position. At this point, Endeavor, strong lead. Not sure there's anything that any of those other crews can do to unseat them from that one position. But it looks like Lake Union is going to really hunt for that second place position. Lake Merritt not able to respond. And as I say that, here comes Bayak. They may be giving this challenge to Lake Merritt. As we watch this perspective, it looks like Bayak is going to make a real strong push to see if they can lock in that third place position over Lake Merritt. And we'll see what they've got in the tanks, but they are surging ahead right now. It looks like we may have caught a crab in Lake Merritt in lane 6 there. That boat coming to a stop.
Oh,
that
just
gives Bayak an
unfortunate.
opportunity to move through into that third place position now. Endeavor still in that lead. Lake Union currently in second. Bayak, let's see if they've got enough to maybe even challenge Lake Union for that second place position.
Wow, what a
Not
great
sure they've
comeback
got
here.
anything, though, in the tanks to do that. But here comes Endeavor across the line in that first place position.
What a great comeback there by Bayak. They really managed to take up some space away from Lake Union. And, unfortunately, passing Lake Merritt had a little bit of a technical issue there. Now here comes Long Beach in the 5th place position. And then Pacific, well back, still in the picture. but just not quite able to keep pace with those top boats. Pacific in the 6th place position, rowing out of lane 2.
Sure, there are plenty of other places where the ocean meets the shore, but in Southern California, it just feels different.
We think it tastes different too.
With a wide range of great tasting, high quality beers handcrafted in San Diego, we here at Coronado Brewing Company have made it our life's work to bring the coastal lifestyle directly to you. So go ahead, try and find another place quite like this.
Good luck trying.
Until then, we'll be here.
And we are back with our next race, the Men's Masters C8, the Coach Del Beekley Volunteer Cup, the 43 to 49 age group. In lane 1, unaffiliated. Lane 2, Pacific. Lane 3, Antares. Lane 4, Club Nautico. Lane 5, Potomac. Lane 6, Boulder. Those starts are off. These crews jockeying for quick position here. Lane 4, if you take a look to that overhead camera, we've got Club Nautico setting an early tone, getting themselves out. Interesting here, you can see some of those blades when it comes to masters rowing. In fact, when it comes to a lot of rowing, clubs may need or require assistance with equipment when they travel for races. Sometimes they have breakage with equipment, sometimes things get forgotten, or it could be planned this way, but you may find that clubs or teams are rowing with other equipment. So what we were seeing there were San Diego Rowing Club blades, but there's not a San Diego Rowing Club boat in this race. That would be another club that was borrowing equipment from another club. Just a way to show how rowing is a community, how we are able to help each other out as needed.
Yeah, a good cross section here, including some international crews. So you see lane 3 Antares, they are from Mexico. Mexico City actually rowing on the site of the 1968 Mexico City Olympics. So a beautiful race course. If you get a chance, check it out online. Absolutely gorgeous surroundings there. And they are here with several crews this weekend. So Antares, welcome to them. And Club Nautico, also, we mentioned they are from Puerto Rico, but again, a little bit of a throw together crew from around the country. Potomac, of course, from the East Coast. Boulder from the Rocky Mountain region. Pacific, right there from San Francisco. And then unaffiliated. What does it mean to row unaffiliated? So not a particular club, but just probably a group of guys that wanted to get themselves together and test their mettle.
Apparently, when you get too many people in one boat, it can be tough to decide on a team name. So you just go with unaffiliated, I guess. That's an easy way to do it. That or each athlete perhaps throws a name in a hat and draw one out and see what comes out of the mix. Our crew settling in here now. Club Nautico holding a lead at this moment in time. I'm going to call this as then a potential tie for second place right now between Potomac and that unaffiliated boat in lane 1. That camera's panning over, however, and it looks like we've got Club Nautico 1, Potomac 2. And that unaffiliated boat Oh, I'm going to stand corrected as I continue to get a changing perspective on this race. That unaffiliated boat now in second place. Club Nautico in 1, Potomac in 3 currently. That unaffiliated boat making a push right now. You're starting to see that deck overlap with Club Nautico, who is getting nudged on. And from that position, Club Nautico looks like they've been holding a lead all throughout. This unaffiliated boat, however, are going to make a move here. And this is the right time to make a move. They are not waiting too long. They're not waiting till those buoys change colors, trying to sprint through. They're going to offer a challenge here and start to bring things up to see if Club Nautico's got what it takes to respond to them. And we have a really nice race happening. If you want to see some amazing racing, now's the time to come down to the beach. Come check this one out. We've got Club Nautico taking on an affiliated USA boat. That unaffiliated boat giving a challenge. They have now brought their deck up, and they are eating back seats on that Club Nautico boat. Let's see if they made their move early enough, and if they have enough in the tanks to challenge here. It's looking like Club Nautico might have the edge, but a strong sprint could make the difference. They're still clawing seats back. If they really drop the hammer, there may be a move that could happen here in the final bit of this race. Our unaffiliated USA boat and Club Nautico going at it, blow for this finish. Club Nautico with the edge right now. Our unaffiliated USA boat making a push, but Club Nautico holding on there. They are going to make this a razor-thin margin at the finish. Let's see what happens as they come in here.
That's right. These Brown alums in that Club Nautico boat doing a nice job holding off that unaffiliated crew with a lot of guys from Boston and different representations of different clubs from across the country, just narrowly eking out a win there in that Club Nautico boat. Just behind them, that's going to be Potomac.
And then off the back, we have Boulder, Antares, and Pacific. Looks like Boulder is going to be in that 4th place position. Pacific in that 5th, and Antares in that 6th place position. As we hear that horn and the flag moving for each boat as they cross the finish line. That is going to conclude our men's Masters C, the Coach Del Beekley Volunteer Cup.
All right, and that concludes our Masters racing for the morning. We're going to make a big switch here over to the juniors. Up next is the Women's Youth Quad. This is the Concept 2 trophy. This is a final that progressed from heats yesterday. In lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Utah. Lane 4, Woodlands. Lane 5, Maritime. And lane 6, Long Beach Junior Crew.
Our Women's Youth Quad Concept 2 trophy race underway here.
And because these boats progressed from heats, we're going to see probably some crews that are a little bit closer to each other side by side in lanes. And certainly that's what we see here right out of the gate with Los Gatos, Redwood Scullers, and Utah. A lot of overlap between those boats. Slight advantage right now going to lane 1, Los Gatos in the early stages of this race. Redwood Scullers just behind them. Utah maybe by a seat behind Redwood Scullers.
I got to say, I enjoy watching finals where they have come from heats. You always know that you're going to get the cream of the crop in that race. and you're going to have tighter racing when it comes to finals because you've sifted through a lot of the crews that are here and you've found crews that are of similar speeds. And so you get to lump those similar speed boats into that final. And that's what makes finals racing so exciting is you get some crews that can really bring on a race. And there's a lot of talent that is linked together. So again, these crews can often have similar fitness levels. And so you get to see what is some really great racing when it comes to finals that have been sorted out through heats.
Yeah, for sure. And then, also what you can find is that someone might not have had that great of a race in a heat, maybe held back a little bit, and then came back to decide like, hey, we want to do things a little bit differently and really come and charge out in this final. And so right now, Los Gatos and Redwood Scullers are seeing their biggest challenge coming from lane 6. That's Long Beach Junior Crew. So Long Beach Juniors all the way across the race course, putting the biggest challenge against Redwood and Los Gatos. In fourth, it's going to be Utah. Utah sitting just abreast of Woodlands from Texas. So making the big trip here out to San Diego to row on this beautiful water. In sixth place, it is going to be Maritime. Maritime, a very successful junior rowing program from Connecticut.
Really great race happening right now in lane 1 and 2 with Los Gatos and Redwood Scullers side by side here and getting a challenge from that outside lane 6 Long Beach Juniors. Again, I always love a lane 6 push. They often get to be a little sneaky out there and they may not get noticed by what's happening. When you have two hard crews here, and especially when you're in an uncoxed event, you don't have a coxswain that's looking out for things like that. And so you can get laser focused on a crew that's right next to you. So, for example, Los Gatos and Redwood Scullers can be focused on each other. Meanwhile, Long Beach sitting on the outside, there's no coxswain there to call attention to, hey, we have another crew that's making their way up. We need to pay attention to that. So they may be able to go unnoticed, Long Beach Juniors there, making a push unless those athletes are really paying attention over in lane 1 and lane 2. These boats now starting to move past that second island, and so you're going to start to see things happen and change here as they cross that span and make their way onto our second landmass.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that those Los Gatos and Redwood Scullers, those boats know each other. So those athletes are very familiar, having raced each other several times throughout the course of a season, and certainly last season as well. Last year, Redwood Scullers prevailed in this event over Los Gatos. Long Beach also in the mix and came in fourth. Maritime just behind Long Beach in fifth. So that's the history of this. So these crews kind of out for blood there between Los Gatos and Redwood Scullers. Those crews side by side right now, just really flanking each other. And Long Beach also coming up. I mean, what a great race here for that top 3 position. It's going to be pretty close for us with our angle that we're at right now. Kind of too hard to see who's in the lead.
And the race that's happening right now is on some of the best water that we have seen all weekend. This weather is incredible. The water is flat and glassy. It is warm out. You could not ask for better conditions here to just let crews race against each other.
Unbelievable. No issues at all in terms of the weather. But look at this top 3 crews right now: Redwood, Los Gatos, Long Beach. I'm going to give a very slight advantage right now to Redwood, maybe by a foul ball over Los Gatos. So it's going to come all the way down to the wire. These two guys really pacing each other as we come into the final strokes. Long Beach back now by about a length or so of open water, but also in the center of the course, we're taking a look at Woodlands having overtaken Utah for the 4th place position, Maritime in 5th, but we'll see as they come a little bit closer in. But look at this, 2 boats side by side again, maybe about a foot for Redwood Scullers over Los Gatos.
And these women are absolutely digging in right now. They are unrelenting on each other. This is just some incredible racing. And as I say that, Redwood Scullers took a jump there and moved up a couple seats, if not 3 seats on Los Gatos. Let's see if Los Gatos has got a response to this. They're going to have to dig. And this is where the race gets really uncomfortable. You have to make that commitment if you are willing to continue to suffer. And if you're willing to bury yourself into that hole to bring yourself back into the race, because right now Redwood Scullers controlling it. They have just sent themselves ahead. They are almost at decks overlapping now. Los Gatos is going to have to make a move here. At this point, Long Beach Juniors, from what we can tell, are sitting in that 3rd place position. but Redwood Scullers controlling the race now. Los Gatos starting to fall behind in what was a close race for the majority of this. Looks like Redwood Scullers were holding back, really wanting to drop the hammer here in the finish.
Yeah, I think finding another gear is key for that Redwood Scullers boat. There's a lot of international experience, a lot of national experience in that Redwood Scullers boat. So they really know when to turn it on when it's needed. And that is, at this point, it's looking like open water right now for Redwood Scullers as they come towards that finish and towards the Concept 2 trophy.
I think, as you said, that's an excellent point. A lot of maturity shown in that boat to be able to understand the race plan there and to execute as needed. So it looks like we've got Redwood Scullers 1.
You see the jubilation there at the finish line, lots of high fives. Here comes a Long Beach coming across the line. And then it is going to be Woodlands for that third place, or excuse me, that fourth place position. And then now Utah, the only junior crew in Utah. So amazing job here for them in this grand final for the women's youth quad. And then Maritime in that sixth place position.
Discover Mission Bay's 27 miles of sandy shoreline and 4,600 acres of aquatic recreational space, providing adventures for all ages. Enjoy family-friendly activities and everything from boating and kayaking to paddleboarding and biking at the world's largest aquatic park. Stay, play, and dine on Mission Bay. Check out hotels, events, and more at discovermissionbay.org. Mission Bay Yacht Club's ideal location makes it a favorite venue for national and world championship sailing regattas. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks the Mission Bay Yacht Club for their many years of support and volunteerism that helps the regatta thrive in our shared home on Mission Bay.
And now we have race 91, the men's youth quad, the Joan Ward Memorial Cup. In lane 1, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 2, Maritime. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 5, Woodlands. Lane 6, Indianapolis. Lane 7, Redwood Scullers. Lane 8, River City. This race off and underway. We are seeing a replay of this start. At a certain point, we will jump to where that race is live, and we will catch up with how these crews are doing and the positions that they have established through the middle of the race.
All right, and we're picking this race up in progress. What you're seeing is at about 750 meters gone, and we're going to have to take a look at the entire field because there's 8 boats racing. There is a lot of action out there, but we're going to call attention at this point in the race to lane 3. That is Los Gatos. Looks like your early leader, and Los Gatos looking like they are flanked by both Maritime and Texas Rowing Center, giving a good push to them. Los Gatos was the 3rd place finisher in this event last year. The stroke seat of that boat stroked the Junior Worlds 4. So, a lot of international, junior national team experience, and across the board, certainly some fabulous athletes there. But that Los Gatos boat, very experienced. They're going to look to take this race, hopefully from start to finish for them. They've got a lot in the tank there. So, but taking a look at 8 boats across, that's a lot to try and keep track of. And right now, Los Gatos doing a nice job holding on to that lead. But got to take a look out for Texas and Maritime on either side of them.
Always having an 8-boat race makes for some fun spectating, though. So is definitely a great opportunity to catch the racing live. So if you are on the grass, on the pathway over in the spectator area, this is going to be a good one to come down to the beach for to see as all 8 of our men's youth quad athletes come across for their final, the A final. These were places 1 through 4 from their heats. So we've got our top 8 here, and it looks like right now, lane 3, Los Gatos, still in the lead. Lane 2, Maritime, as I call it. Then I'm seeing what looks to be a bit of a tie between lane 4, Texas Rowing Center, and lane 1, Long Beach Juniors, with a call out then to what appears to be lane 6, Indianapolis. Following that, we've got Woodlands in lane 5, then River City, lane 8, and Redwood Scullers, lane 7. Los Gatos has been controlling this race from that lead position for the majority of what we've been able to see here. But they are by no means so separated that nobody else could challenge for it at this moment in time. We'll get a nice pan perspective from the drone here, which is going to give us a much clearer picture. We take a look across the buoys. That's how we make our assessment of what kind of alignment we're seeing as we move through here. Los Gatos definitely holding that lead. Now it looks like Long Beach Juniors have moved up into that next position, followed by Texas Rowing Center and perhaps Indianapolis there in lane 6.
Looks like River City in the 6th place position. Right next to them, Redwood Scullers, they are in 7th, and then Woodlands in 8th. So trying to take a look at our coverage and keep track of where everyone is on the field. There is a lot of movement. Sometimes these smaller boats, the quad is almost as fast as an 8, if not as fast, but also a lighter, quicker boat. So faster to change, faster to respond to movement. So we'll see a lot of that movement here, but certainly what we can take a look at as they come into the spectator area just in front of those alumni tents, Los Gatos with open water, and then take a look out at Maritime rowing out of lane 2, Maritime pushing themselves into that 2nd place position, trying to hold off Texas, trying to hold off Long Beach, and also Indianapolis. So there's going to be a great race there for that 3rd place position.
Los Gatos has got that lead right now. They can't get too comfortable, though. All these boats are on the hunt. We've got Los Gatos in the lead. It looks like we then have Maritime in that 2nd place position with Long Beach Juniors challenging for that 2nd spot. Then out to Texas Rowing Center. Currently looking like Maritime's got the edge on Long Beach Juniors. Now we've got Maritime, Texas Rowing Center, Indianapolis. On the outside, we have Redwood Scullers and River City. Not necessarily in that order. River City first, Redwood Scullers next, and then Woodlands coming across the line. A big 8-boat race. Love seeing that kind of racing come down across the line.
And just a special shout out too for that trophy. This is the Joan Ward Memorial Cup, and the trophy is named for Joan Ward. She was a loyal volunteer of the Crew Classic who is known for her feisty Scottish demeanor. Joan was the longtime chairperson of the Crew Classic Trophy Committee. So after Joan passed away from cancer in 2004, this trophy was commissioned in her honor. So Los Gatos unofficially taking home the Joan Ward Trophy, Joan Ward Memorial Cup.
Lining up now, race 92, our women's under 17 quad. This is our final. All boats from the heats made their way into this final in lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Marina AC. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 5, Maritime. Lane 6, Channel Islands. All 6 of these boats came from the heats. We used that initial heat to help get sorting on lane assignments here in the final. Redwood Scullers in that lane 1. Setting themselves up early here, along with Marina AC side by side, pushing themselves out early off of the start. We'll be catching up with them after our delay here. We get a replay of those starts that help us see how the starts went, and then we catch up with them midway through the race as the boats have sorted themselves out through the middle of their piece.
Yeah, and this is one of those finals that progressed from heats. So again, we should see some really close racing here side by side between lanes, definitely seating the fastest crew out in lane 1. And then from there, moving through based on times and placement from the heat. So right now, early leader is going to be Redwood Scullers coming out of lane 1. We saw that the top quad, the youth quad, take the gold or take the trophy home in that previous race. And now Redwood Scullers leading this race just slightly over Marina Aquatic Center. Marina Aquatic Center just slightly over Los Gatos. Back to them, it's going to be in 4th place, Long Beach Juniors, and then over to Channel Islands for 5th, and then Maritime in 6th.
I'm trying to. They can yell at me if they want.
Okay, really tightening up in the racing up front between Redwood, Marina, and Los Gatos. Marina and Redwood pretty much dead even for that top spot. Los Gatos just a little bit behind Marina and Redwood for that 3rd place position. And then we move all the way over to lane 6. Channel Islands putting on a nice push here. And we'll find out exactly where we are on the course in real time and come back with an update.
As Adrian said that, we're getting a nice clean overhead shot here. Looks like Redwood Scullers in 1, Marina AC in 2, Los Gatos in 3, with a bit of an even line looking like between Long Beach Junior and Channel Islands. I might give that to Long Beach Juniors, though, with Maritime sitting in that 6th position currently out in lane 5.
But up front, it is Redwood Scullers now taking that lead right now, about 3 to 4 seats, actually about 3 seats over Marina Aquatic Center. Marina now being paced by Los Gatos. Marina and Los Gatos even. Back to Los Gatos by 1 length. It is going to be Long Beach Juniors in the 4th place position. So still some overlap actually between all boats. There's not a whole lot of open water between them. So we still have contact with both places 4, 5, and 6. Channel Islands doing a nice job trying to kind of take a little bit of that lead away that Long Beach Juniors has. Maritime continuing in 6, but still in contact.
Redwood Scullers looking like they are holding good control of this race right now. And it looked like we might have a challenge happening from Long Beach Juniors on Los Gatos on the last shot that I saw. As we get to the side profile here, we can take a look at the actual technique of what's happening in these boats. How these women are flowing through the stroke gives us a really good insight into how the boats are moving. And I believe what we're seeing here, that's Redwood Scullers in that far shot. But as we pan through all these crews rowing through our shot.
Yeah, and I think the biggest competition right now is going to be between Marina and Los Gatos for that 2nd or 3rd place position. So we're going to keep our eye on them, and they are pushing each other so much that they've come to take a little bit of that lead away from Redwood Scullers. Keep your eye on lane 3, Los Gatos, because that is the boat right now that is on the move. Yeah, big push there by Los Gatos. Almost looks as if Los Gatos might have actually taken that lead away from Redwood Scullers. Redwood still in the 2nd place position, just by about a seat over Marina. So we're going to keep our eyes on those top 3 boats. In 4th, it continues to be Long Beach. Long Beach now with a bit of open water. Maritime having overtaken Channel Islands for the 5th place spot. So Maritime pushing themselves into 5th. Channel Island fading just a bit back into that 6th place position. But
now, as we're seeing that profile perspective, as soon as the camera angles change, it gives us a totally different perspective here. We do still have Redwood Scullers in that first place position. Marina AC in second, Los Gatos in third. I think Los Gatos is going to try and come up and challenge Marina AC for that second place position as they move into the final bit of this race. They're definitely starting to chomp back a couple inches at a time, not saying that they're walking through Marina, but they're definitely trying to offer a challenge to them.
Yeah, we saw those wicked sprints from previous races. So we'll see what these guys have in the tank as they come through final 500 meters, 250 meters.
Those positions holding steady right now. This is where the race gets tough because you know that Redwood Scullers, they're holding on to that lead position. But between Marina AC and Los Gatos, you know that they are thinking back and forth, hey, who's going to make a move and when? What are we going to do? And how are we going to challenge each other? And this is where the burn starts to set in. You know that that finish line is in sight, and yet this 1 to 2 minutes of time can be the longest 1 to 2 minutes of your life, knowing that you are fighting tooth and nail for positioning as you close out this race.
All right. And against the shoreline, Redwood Scullers continuing to hold on to that top spot. Marina still in contact and overlapped with Redwood Scullers. Redwood doing a nice job still holding on to that lead, but Marina taking a look at the big challenge here right now in these final strokes from Los Gatos. So almost dead even between Marina and Los Gatos as we come all the way to the line. Coming down to the beach, take a look at this under 17 quad. Redwood, can they hold on to that top spot? Marina and Los Gatos pushing each other all the way to the line.
Yeah, Los Gatos is not going to let this go. They want to put the screws to Marina AC and see if Marina AC is going to respond or if they have the ability to drive through, take that second spot from them. Both boats coming into the finish right now. Redwood Scullers starting to lose a little bit of space to Marina AC, who's coming on. Redwood Scullers looking like they're going to hold on to it. Los Gatos just a hair back from Marina AC, and it looks like we've got Redwood Scullers, Marina AC, Los Gatos, 1, 2, 3 in position there. Following them, it looks like in our lane orders, we've got Long Beach Juniors, Maritime, and Channel Islands making their way down towards the finish.
Coronado Brewing Company has been brewing abundantly hoppy West Coast-style ales in the great tradition of San Diego craft beer since 1996. Founded by Ron and Rick Chapman in their hometown of Coronado, Coronado Brewing is a local brewery committed to bringing the spirit and flavor of San Diego to beer enthusiasts everywhere. Stop by the Coronado Brewing Beer Garden to enjoy one of their award-winning beers. Coronado Brewing Company. Stay coastal.
Discover Mission Bay's 27 miles of sandy shoreline and 4,600 acres of aquatic recreational space, providing adventures for all ages. Enjoy family-friendly activities and everything from boating and kayaking to paddleboarding and biking at the world's largest aquatic park. Stay, play, and dine on Mission Bay. Check out hotels, events, and more at discovermissionbay.org.
All right, we're getting ready for the start of the men's under 17 quad. This is final A. We've got 8 boats across in lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 3, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 4, Maritime. Lane 5, Redwood Scullers. Lane 6, River City. Lane 7, Newport Sea Base. And Lane 8, Utah.
Another one of those fun 8-boat races. One of the hardest for us to call because we have so many boats to keep track of, but it makes for great racing. It also makes for great finishes because there are so many teams out there to support. So you get a lot of those fans who get to come down to the shore to see the racing.
Yeah, and some of these teams actually pretty easy to see based on what their boat looks like. Texas Rowing Center with that beautiful bright blue boat right out there in lane 3. Looking good. And lane 6, River City with the fastest start. I mean, they really just shot out of the gates there. So River City in lane 6 looks to be your very early leader. And then it's just too close to call between all the other crews for proper placement. We're going to have to wait to see that good overhead shot to see exactly where these guys are at.
Rowing in the quad as a junior does take a lot of maturity. There's a lot of understanding that has to happen to be in that boat. First off, the ability to race yourself without a coxswain being there. Second, the technique alone to be able to scull well, and then to be able to scull well together to be able to make a boat go fast. Then you also have to worry about keeping your boat in the lane and doing all of that while executing a race plan. This is by no means an easy race to be a part of. And it's really exciting to see juniors rowing moving into this quad structure, seeing more sculling happening in juniors rowing here in the U.S. right now. It's a really great way to develop youth rowers and give them a leg up as they move on in their rowing careers. Right now, looking at standings as I can see it, it looks like Los Gatos in 1, Long Beach Juniors in 2, Texas Rowing Center in 3, Maritime 4. I'm going to give 5 to Newport Sea Base, then Redwood Scullers, and then River City in Utah off the back. We're unable to see them in the camera right now.
Yeah, again, we talked about how quickly the boat speed can change and how quickly they can respond to movement in these smaller boats, lighter boats. There are, obviously the athletes have 2 oars and they've got to keep that boat on track and running straight. That makes a big difference in speed. And so we see that sometimes when they make a move, they take a power 10, that boat really responds quickly. So there can be a lot of movement change. We saw that in that previous race. So we'll keep an eye on these crews as they progress down the race course, but certainly Los Gatos now with open water over the rest of the field, opening that up to about a length of open water over the second place crew, which is Long Beach Juniors in lane 2. They look to have about a stern advantage over Texas Rowing Center. Texas in that bright blue boat I called out in lane 3. Texas sitting just about a seat over Maritime from Connecticut. And in the 5th place position looks to be Newport Sea Base.
Maritime really trying to be in the hunt against Texas Rowing Center in that 3rd place position. They are staying in contact well enough that they could have an opportunity here to move into that 3rd place position. I think they want it. And so we're going to have to see what they do as they come into the finish, because Maritime was putting a little bit of heat there on Texas Rowing Center. That's tough to tell from that camera perspective. So make your way to the beach to catch the end of this race. These boats are coming in. Los Gatos has got that lead position, but we're going to have to see how the other 2 positions shake out for the top 3.
Yeah, between Texas and Maritime, that is really heating up. Maritime putting it on right now as we come into the final strokes here. Maritime just barely holding off. Texas Rowing Center just barely holding off Maritime for that 3rd place spot. But I don't know. It's going to come all the way down to the line for that 3rd place position.
Los Gatos has got the win. Then it looks like we've got Long Beach Juniors. Oh, and dead even between Texas Rowing Center and Maritime. We get back-to-back horns. That one is tough to tell. Then on the outside, it looks like we've got Utah crossing the line. Now, River City, Newport, Sea Base, and Redwood Scullers not necessarily in that order. Utah Utah with a finish. We were not able to call them throughout the race. We did not recognize the lane that they were in, so our fault for not being able to call Utah throughout that race, but they were in the hunt as we went through the middle of that race. Now lined up and taking off our women's youth B quad. In lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers. Lane 5, Redwood Scullers. Lane 6, Utah. We are live in this race, so what we are seeing on the screen are the live standings of how this race is going. These teams sorting themselves out through the start. We know how that goes. Plenty can happen in the early strokes. So we reserve our judgment until things have settled their way out. We did see some clash racing happening earlier in the day. Some of our early races had some boats moving across lanes. We had some oar smacking happening. So anything can happen in today's racing, but it does stand. Our weather has been absolutely perfect for today's rowing. Glassy water, the sun is up. There's not a cloud to be seen. San Diego is representing its finest for all of you who've showed up today for the San Diego Crew Classic here in 2024. Today is the finals day. There have been a few finals sprinkled throughout Friday and Saturday, but today is the main event. So if you are here for some great spectating, some great racing, and there's a lot to see and a lot of fun to be had.
Yeah, and in this race, this women's youth B quad, we do find our racers in lane order at this point. We do have Los Gatos as your leader, sitting about 2 seats right now over Redwood Scullers. Those two crews now pushing themselves about a length up from the rest of the field. Behind them in third, it will be Los Gatos, sitting about 2 seats above the second Redwood Scullers entry. Redwood Scullers right there in the middle of the race course in lane 4, looking to have about a stern advantage over yet another Redwood Scullers boat in lane 5. So 3 entries here. We'll try and keep them separate. That lane 5 Redwood Scullers boat looks to be bright red color, so we'll try and differentiate there. They're getting pushed by Utah. Utah rowing out of lane 6.
That lane 1, lane 2, Los Gatos, Redwood Scullers, these two crews so familiar with each other. And even throughout today, we've been calling a lot of races between Redwood Scullers and Los Gatos side by side. So there's a lot of tension between these two crews. They are crews not unfamiliar with each other. And so when they show up to a race like the San Diego Crew Classic, both of them easy access to be able to get here. They're certainly putting on a show and testing each other, having lots of opportunities to make their way down the course in different boat classes. So Los Gatos in 1, currently holding the lead. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers in that second place position. 6 boats in this race, plenty to watch, plenty to see. They're making their way midway through this race. We are live on the screen. So what you are seeing is real-time action happening now on the water. They are about to pass that 1,000-meter mark. That is the halfway mark of their race. For those of you unfamiliar with the sport of rowing, perhaps you're spectating first time. These races are 2,000 meters in length, one of the most brutal distances that exist for testing physical capacity. It requires strength and endurance. It requires strength, endurance. It is aerobic. It is anaerobic. It is all things at once and requires you to be able to draw from different energy systems, as well as to be able to tap into those systems as needed, depending on how the race is going. There's just a lot happening for these athletes.
Yeah, and talk about fitness. All of these athletes training so much just for this one 2,000-meter race. Of course, over the course of a regatta, they could have several different events, which also a testament to that high level of fitness. Spend a lot of time in cross training as well to get those energy systems to tip-top shape. And one of the things that we have seen seen over the course of this regatta is those late surge comebacks, that kind of finding that extra gear, switching into those different energy systems, and really being able to gut out a sprint. And we know that Redwood Scullers and Los Gatos, sitting there side by side, they are both capable of anything in that final 500 meters. But right now, it is Los Gatos that's holding on to that top spot, still sitting about a length ahead of the first entry from Redwood Scullers there in lane 2. And last year, that was actually the order of finish in this event. Los Gatos with the win, Redwood Scullers in second, and then another Redwood Scullers boat in third.
And we have a real tight race here across lanes 3 through 6. You can see all 4 boats there within contact of each other. That means that you cannot count anybody out for that third place position, because any of them could make a move. That standing could change really quick as we move to the second landmass here. That is where all of the tents are set up. All the spectating is happening. We are what you're seeing on the screen in the background there. That's the beginning of the beach, right after the second bridge. In order currently, I'm seeing it as Los Gatos in that third position. That would be the Los Gatos 2 boat. Then we've got Redwood Scullers. That's the Redwood Scullers 2 boat. Then Redwood Scullers 3, closely followed by Utah. So we'll see what happens on the outside of that course. Perhaps Utah is going to give a challenge to Redwood Scullers 3.
Yeah, now there's like kind of 3 different races happening. We've got the 2 boats up front, Los Gatos Redwood, and then right next to them, Los Gatos Redwood, and then Redwood and Utah. So kind of these different clusters of racing, which is difficult. You know, if you're that Utah boat, you're being challenged right next to you. That's a very intense situation to be flanked right next to each other with your closest competitor. But then all the way up front, it is Los Gatos by themselves now, 1 length of open water over Redwood.
And that is quite the commanding lead for Los Gatos to take this far into the race. To be able to open up that space now over Redwood Scullers gives them a sense of confidence as they move into the finish here. No sense of threat there as long as they can hold on to what they've got. They don't necessarily need to press on too hard because they know that they've got it locked in if they are able to stay with this open water position that they've established. That means that it's up to Redwood Scullers. They are going to be thinking, all right, what have we got in the tanks? Because we've got to give it now. We don't have any time to wait if we have any hope of moving through here. Then, as we mentioned, we've got Los Gatos and Redwood Scullers, the B boats, going at each other over there. They've got their own race happening. And then on the outside lanes, the Redwood Scullers C and Utah going at it. It looks like Los Gatos still with their commanding lead coming into the finish over the Redwood Scullers A boat here.
Big race there behind them, though, between lanes 3 and 4. Los Gatos still holding off Redwood in lane 4, but it's going to be a close one. And then the other lane 5 and 6, Redwood and Utah, also coming up to try and challenge the boats that are just ahead of them. But right now, it is looking golden here for the Los Gatos boat, continuing to push. Great sprint here and direct catches to the water all the way through the line. That Los Gatos boat, their bow first across the line. Redwood Scullers in second. Really tight here between Los Gatos and Redwood, lanes 3 and 4. I think Los Gatos is going to hold on to that third place position. Redwood in 4th, and then Redwood again in 5th, Utah in 6th.
Heads up and sit ready. The Active&Fit Now program is a flexible and affordable fitness solution specially designed to set you up to work out your way. Swing by the Active&Fit Now booth today to learn more and register to win a Garmin Fenix 6X Pro Solar Edition smartwatch.
Concept 2 brings more than 45 years of innovation to the sport of rowing. Their newest comp blade is a smaller sized blade that feels lightweight, efficient, and stable. Unlock speed with the comp blade, available in both sweep and scull.
All right, and a brief reprieve here before we jump into the next 8-boat race. This is the men's youth B quad. This progressed from heats. In lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Maritime. Lane 3, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers. Lane 5, River City. Lane 6, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 7, Los Gatos. And Lane 8, Mile High Rowing Club. Right, and again, this is a very popular event. This event, this final progressed from heat, so we're going to see some really good side-by-side racing. We saw that earlier with the women's youth B quad and some familiar names: Los Gatos, Redwood Scullers, Texas Rowing Center, Maritime, River City, Long Beach, Los Gatos. With Mile High, they come from Colorado, so great to see them here. And they are out there in lane 8. We'll try and keep track of the placement for all of these crews and come back to you in just a second with some boat placement. Great shot there of Long Beach Juniors, just right there in the center. Again, this men's B quad. This could be a variety of ages. With the open quad or the men's youth quad, that generally is the top 4 athletes in that sculling program. So this I would consider kind of like a JV quad. Right now, the leaders are going to come out of lanes 1 and 2, Los Gatos and Maritime. I had Maritime as the early leader, but Los Gatos right there with them. So we have progressed a little bit farther into the race. We're at about the 1,000-meter line. Right now, we're taking a look on your screen. That is Texas Rowing Center. All right, and up front, Los Gatos and Maritime just really flanking each other. I'm going to give a very slight advantage, maybe just by a couple of feet, to Los Gatos out there in lane 1, Maritime in second. Now, those two crews really, really pushing each other. They're going after each other so hard that they have a good amount of open water over the rest of the field. In third, it is clear Texas Rowing Center kind of by themselves. They've got a lot of open water in front and behind them. And then we're going to push over to lane 6. That's Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach Juniors in that 4th place position. In 5th, we're going to go back to the outside in lane 7. I've got Los Gatos in 5th, but also very close to them is Redwood Scullers in lane 4. And actually, as we come into a little bit better picture, maybe that advantage for 5th goes to Redwood Scullers. So super close here between lanes 4, 5, and 6, Redwood, River City, and Long Beach Juniors. In 8th is Mile High, rowing out of lane 8. And as we come in further, there's going to be a little bit more of a shakeup, but this is pretty spread out as these top crews, Los Gatos and Maritime, coming into the alumni tent area. It does look like Los Gatos has overtaken Maritime to solidify that top spot, but we'll see because as we've noticed, some of these crews really with us excellent executed sprints. Los Gatos now hoping to pull themselves separate from Maritime and looks at a little bit of open water. Los Gatos right up against the shoreline. Bring yourselves down to the sand and give these guys a cheer because what a race here by Los Gatos and Maritime well up front. But now Los Gatos just walking away with that top position. Maritime in second. Texas Rowing Center in third. All right, and it looks like Texas Rowing Center here in that third place position. Long Beach Juniors all the way across there in lane 6 in fourth. And then look at this race here for 5, 6, and 7th place between Redwood Scullers, River City, and Los Gatos. Oh, a little bit of a technical crab there in that River City boat. River City, Redwood Scullers. I think River City is going to be able to hold on to that just barely there. And then Los Gatos in the far lane. And then finally Mile High in lane 8 in the 8th place position. So all of my placement calls, of course, unofficial. You'll want to check the official results.
So we have like 20 minutes. Dude, that's something really weird.
Want a flexible fitness solution that's affordable? Discover the Active&Fit Now program today. For $32 a month, you can get access to a robust fitness program without long-term contracts. Visit the Active&Fit Now booth to learn more and enter their drawing for a free Garmin GPS smartwatch. Concept 2 brings more than 45 years of innovation to the sport of rowing. Their newest comp blade is a smaller sized blade that feels lightweight, efficient, and stable. Unlock speed with the comp blade, available in both sweep and scull.
Since 1987, So Sporty has produced the highest quality, comfortable, and durable rowing apparel right up the road in Vista, California. So Sporty offers team uniforms, splash jackets, spirit wear, and much more. We're committed to ensuring quality products and orders that are delivered on time. Visit the So Sporty tent on Vendor Row to learn more.
All right, we are catching up with our start replay of the women's under 16 8. This is a 4-boat race. In lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marina AC. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, NorCal Crew. 4 boats across in this race. All came from the heats. That means we used that heat to help determine seating in this race. These boats have seen each other already this weekend, so this is an opportunity for them to display what they've really got. There are interesting tactics available here, so it's possible that some of these boats perhaps held back a little bit during their heat, hoping to be able to turn it on in this race and show what they actually had when it came time for the actual cup. Right now we have lane 1 and lane 2 sitting even with each other. Again, at a certain point, we will catch up with the live standings on this, but we are catching the replay of the start right now. Oakland Strokes and Marina AC sitting in that 1-2 position respectively. No clear leader at the moment. And it looks like for that second place spot, we have Marin, and in lane 4, NorCal Crew. But again, when we get to live standings and live replays, we will see where we are in the race. And we are now catching up live with our crews. You can see a little bit more separation happening now here. We have Oakland Strokes just a couple seats up. Looks like maybe 3 seats up on Marina AC in lane 2. Lane 3, Marin, holding about 3-4 seats up on NorCal Crew in lane 4. So it looks like we've got a decent race happening between 1 and 2 here. If you are here for the Oakland Strokes, Marina AC, Marin, or NorCal Crew, this is going to be a great race to bring yourselves down to the beach for. These morning races and morning finals always bring a lot of fun. The energy is still high. The sun is right where you want it to be. The water is flat. It is a perfect day for racing. Oakland Strokes taking a bit of an edge still to the Marina AC boat in lane 2. That Marina AC boat having a slight back and forth on their course. Oakland Strokes staying dead center in their lane. This is where you come down to the coxswain's ability to keep that boat on course, but that doesn't just come down to the coxswain. It can also come down to the athletes in the boat pressing power differently between those oars. And so the coxswain's job is to have to understand how those athletes distribute their power between those oars. And that is going to determine how they have to steer that boat in order to keep it going down the course in as straight a path as possible. The coxswain has one of the hardest jobs in the boat. A lot of people give the credit to the rowers, but in my opinion, the coxswains have one of the hardest jobs there. They are the driver that drives the car. They have to have race plans. They have to be able to steer that boat. They have to have the psychological ability to tap into each of their athletes and make sure that they are maximizing what those athletes can do, knowing how each athlete is motivated, because each person is an individual and they have to understand how to speak to the rest of their crew to get the most out of them. It is a very complex and challenging job, and they deserve a lot of credit for what they do. As we come into our second landmass here, they are clearing that second bridge. We still have the Oakland Strokes up on Marina AC in lane 2. Marin, lane 3, sitting back in that third place position ahead of NorCal Crew in that fourth place spot. As you're looking to track the racing when it is not quite to that finish line or not quite to the beach where you can spectate, always keep your eyes onto those billboards or watch online. That's going to give you the best opportunity to see these amazing cameras that we have operating on the course. We have drones, we have cameras in boats, we have every perspective that we can try to grab to show you this race as it is happening. And there we go, checking in with this race again. Oakland Strokes still up, that first position. They've got about 4 seats up. That coxswain from the Oakland Strokes sitting almost on the bow seat of Marina AC. Marina AC probably hoping they've got a little something in the tanks to put the screws here to Oakland Strokes, wanting to put on the press, give a little bit of a squeeze here. They hit that black flag. That's that indicator for these crews as they come into their final 250. Oakland Strokes wanted to make sure that they hold on to that lead, but Marina AC starting to put on some pressure here and walk back a couple seats. Let's see if they've got enough or if Oakland's got the opportunity to respond. Keep the gap that they've got to lock in that one position. Marin still in 3. NorCal Crew still in 4. We may have our finishings based off of lane assignments 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll see if Marina AC has got something special in the tanks here. But it looks like Oakland Strokes pressing them off. No real moves that I'm seeing happen in these final strokes here. I think we're going to see a 1, 2, 3, 4 from the lanes starting and their finishes. There's Oakland in 1. Marina AC in 2. Marin coming in 3. NorCal Crew in 4 for our women's under 16 coxed 8.
Mission Bay Yacht Club's ideal location makes it a favorite venue for national and world championship sailing regattas. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks the Mission Bay Yacht Club for their many years of support and volunteerism that helps the regatta thrive in our shared home on Mission Bay.
Does your fitness routine have swing, or are you still looking for that perfect workout? The Active&Fit Now program is a flexible and affordable fitness program designed to let you work out your way. Visit the Active&Fit Now booth to learn more and register to win a free Garmin GPS smartwatch. Have you seen Concept 2's new comp blade racing down the course today? The comp is a smaller sized blade that feels lightweight, efficient, and stable. Unlock speed with the comp blade, available in both sweep and scull.
The Marines are a family that fights together, finding individual purpose in a collective cause, the protection of our nation and the advancement of its ideals. Side by side, they welcome obstacles and thrive on challenges. Each Marine stands as a vital part of a united force, greater than any individual, more fulfilled than ever before. Visit the USMC tent on Vendor Row to learn more.
We are now picking up with our men's under 16-8, the Rose Cup. We have a 5-lane race here. All of these boats came from their heat yesterday. So again, we use those heats. When all boats come from the heat, that means that we use the original heat in order to determine lane assignments for this race. Lane 1, Newport AC. Lane 2, NorCal Crew. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Marina AC. Lane 5, Long Beach Juniors.
And just a shout out for that trophy that these guys are raising for. The Rose Cup was commissioned by Mark and Betsy Rose, themselves rowing parents, to honor the courageous spirit embodied by the under 16 rowers, taking on the challenges of the sport of rowing by trying something new. Trust, commitment, and hard work are all values demonstrated by the winners of this cup.
All right, we've picked up this race at the 1,000 here. Once we get an overhead perspective, we'll be able to call and give you what those standings look like currently. Again, you have the ability yourself to check out those camera angles if you can see the big screen here to check out what's happening, or you can pull up your phone and watch live on YouTube to be able to keep track of the racing and see everything that is happening in real time, seeing the very same camera angles that we are here commentating on. Looks like we have in lane 1, Newport AC, well off the front of this race. In second, lane 3, Pacific, holding on to that second spot. Then we've got lane 2, NorCal Crew in third. Following them, we are out to lane 4, Marina AC in 4th position in their lane, respectively. And then lane 5, Long Beach Juniors off the back. That spread between Newport AC and Long Beach Juniors, fairly significant at this point. Plenty of open water between that first and the last boat. Those 3 groups in the middle, those 3 boats in the middle, all within what looks to be contact of each other.
Yeah, and I would say with these under 16 boats, a lot of these kids in their first year of rowing, and just as the trophy is dedicated to those early years of rowing and all of the hard work and dedication and teamwork that these guys are learning in the process of learning how to be an athlete. But man, those Newport guys well out in front. In the heats, they did have a pretty fast time with besting the second place finisher by about 23 seconds. So we do expect that they will be pretty far up in front. And then, because these guys are fairly new to the sport of rowing and some maybe not having gone down the course that many times this season yet, making a big difference between what they did in the heat yesterday and then what they want to do in the final today. So we're seeing a little bit of that switch around here with Pacific coming up to pull away now from NorCal. So Pacific pushing themselves into the second place position. They did have the third fastest time, and they're flipping that script a little bit here as they pull ahead of NorCal. Marina in fifth, and then Long Beach Junior just kind of looking outside, looking in from the outside. They are doing a great job there in lane 5, just not quite able to match the speed of those crews in front of them.
Now here comes Newport Aquatic Center making their way to the finish line. If you are on the beach, you are seeing them right now. They are holding that commanding lead over the race. Coming in with that first place spot from lane 1, Newport Aquatic Center. Behind them, we have Pacific sitting in lane 3 in that second place position. NorCal crew in lane 2 sitting in third place right now. We'll see if there's going to be a challenge from NorCal crew to Pacific, but I'm not sure that's going to happen based off of how the boats look right now. From there, we move out to Marinas AC in 4 and Long Beach Juniors in 5, but it looks like Newport AC has got the win in our men's under 16 Rose Cup race. Here comes Pacific, their chance to cross the line. There's their horn, followed by NorCal crew. And then finishing and rounding out the race, Marina AC in lane 4 and Long Beach Juniors lane 5.
Coronado Brewing Company has been brewing abundantly hoppy West Coast style ales in the great tradition of San Diego craft beer since 1996. Founded by Ron and Rick Chapman in their hometown of Coronado, Coronado Brewing is a local brewery committed to bringing the spirit and flavor of San Diego to beer enthusiasts everywhere. Stop by the Coronado Brewing Beer Garden to enjoy one of their award-winning beers. Coronado Brewing Company. Stay coastal.
San Diego Tourism Marketing District is a tourism improvement district serving all areas within the city of San Diego. SDTMD uses fees collected from local hotels to support the marketing and promotional efforts of a variety of programs, services, and special events throughout America's finest city. SDTMD's support for tourism marketing allows San Diego to maintain its status as an aspirational first-tier visitor destination, and it's vital to the strength and success of the city's tourism economy. The San Diego Crew Classic is proud to once again have the support of SDTMD in 2024.
Wintech and King Racing are pleased to be the official boat supplier of the 2024 San Diego Crew Classic. As the world's largest, most sustainable, and most innovative boat builder, they champion accessibility above all, offering a wide range of boats for every type of athlete and budget. Their extensive global network of distributors means that their mission can be carried out anywhere. Backed by 200-plus technicians at their state-of-the-art manufacturing facility and grounded in the time-honored design of the legendary Klaus filter and Graham King, you can count on the quality and performance of any one of their boats out of the 2,500 that are made annually.
Concept 2 brings more than 45 years of innovation to the sport of rowing. Their newest comp blade is a smaller size blade that feels lightweight, efficient, and stable. Unlock speed with the comp blade, available in both sweep and scull.
Heads up and sit ready. The Active&Fit Now program is a flexible and affordable fitness solution specially designed to set you up to work out your way. Swing by the Active&Fit Now booth today to learn more and register to win a Garmin Fenix 6X Pro Solar Edition smartwatch.
We are picking up with a replay here from the start for the women's under 16 Coxed Pois, the Ulster Challenge Cup. In lane 1, Newport Seabase. Lane 2, Los Gatos. Lane 3, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 4, NorCal Crew. Our 4 boats off in this race. What we are seeing is a replay of their start. We will pick up with them live in a moment. When we do, we will see how these boats have sorted themselves out up to the halfway point, and then we get to catch up live with the second half of the race.
Yeah, and coming out of the heats yesterday again, it was just a race for lanes, but of course they want to get into that lane 1, and what we're going to look for is a great race between Newport Seabase and Los Gatos. Those two crews separated just by about a second, and coming out of the prelim yesterday. So we'll look to them for a great race. That's lanes 1 and 2, and certainly those are your leaders right now. It does look like Newport Seabase has an advantage by about a deck over Los Gatos. Back to Los Gatos by 4 seats. It's going to be Long Beach Juniors, but Long Beach Juniors being flanked by NorCal is really looking at a challenge there coming out of lane 4 with NorCal. But Long Beach taking a big jump just as I said that and pushing themselves just a little bit further ahead of NorCal.
Now, as we catch up with our cameras, those crews passing the halfway mark, we are starting to pick up live. Once we get an overhead shot, it will give us a much clearer perspective of where the crews are standing at this moment in time. And there you can see our crews have put some water between lanes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So right now we have 2 races happening. We've got Newport Seabase and Los Gatos in lane 1 and 2. They look almost even, but I'm going to give the edge to Newport Seabase from what I can see. Then we have Long Beach Juniors and NorCal Crew, lanes 3 and 4, with Long Beach Juniors looking like they have the slight edge over NorCal Crew in that blue boat right now. So 2 races happening at this moment in time for first, second, and third, fourth. We'll see where things shake out by the time this race is done. They are now crossing that second bridge, hitting that open span there where they do not have any water. If it is a windy day, this is often where the wind or the tides will come across, but at this moment we have absolutely picture-perfect weather, so these crews are getting nothing but perfect racing conditions here, and you couldn't ask for anything better on the day of finals.
Yeah, and we're really looking at 2 different races here up front between Los Gatos and Newport Seabase, almost dead even with each other. And then just behind them, kind of the same thing with Long Beach Juniors and NorCal. You can pick out NorCal because they've got that bright blue boat rowing out of lane 4. And again, because this is an under 16 boat, these boats all have a coxswain. You can see the coxswain sitting in the bow of the boat. They're really actually laying down in the bow of the boat. They have a little steering mechanism in their hand, kind of in between to get that rudder. And really such an advantage for these fairly new rowers to have a coxswain steering the boat so they can just focus on their technique, focus on maintaining their heads within their own boat and their own race plan. So really quite nice here to start out their racing challenges in the spring with a coxswain to steer their way.
And as Adrian mentioned, we have an almost dead even race right now between Newport Seabase and Los Gatos. They just passed that red flag. That tells you that they've got 500 meters to go in this race. That is a significant marker for each crew. When they pass that flag, they will be able to see it, whether in their peripheral vision immediately. And often athletes and teams will use those flags as moments where they have planned a move to go. And as I say that, it looks as if Newport Seabase may have taken a move there to try and push ahead of Los Gatos. Now, this can always come down to camera perspective as well, but from what we can see, it looks like Newport Seabase has taken a slight lead over Los Gatos, up a couple seats as they start to push away, and they're now in that final 500. So if you are here for any of those boats, now's the time to make your way to the beach to catch them as they are coming in to their final 250, about to cross past that next flag, which gives them the indication that the end is in sight.
Yeah, those white tents really signify like, hey guys, we got to turn it on right now. No time to waste. And you can see the excitement coming out of the coxswain there in that Newport Sea Base boat. Got a little bit of fire there as we get down towards the finish. They're racing for the Ulster Challenge Cup. The Ulster Challenge Cup received its name from its current sponsors, Jeff and Stephanie Loney. They're a couple who are very proud of their Irish heritage. And the Ulster Cycle is a body of epic sagas featuring heroic stories of legendary Irish figures who overcome great adversity with their cleverness and tenacity to achieve their goals. What a story behind that trophy. But that's what these guys are racing for. Newport Sea Base really turning it on here as they come into view. Final strokes for them. Racing towards that trophy. Los Gatos just behind. And then by open water back, it will be a Long Beach and NorCal side by side.
Here comes Newport Sea Base holding on to that lead. Los Gatos trying to offer a challenge, but it looks like Newport Sea Base holding on to that one position. Los Gatos wanting it, trying to claw back, but it may be too little too late. We're going to wait for those horns. Newport Sea Base with the win. Los Gatos in second. We're back now to our third position race between Long Beach Juniors and NorCal Crew. Also very close in that race. Let's see who comes in for that third place position. Currently looking like Long Beach Juniors sitting in the lead. They may have a slight edge by a seat or two over NorCal Crew. And we've got our horns for those two. It looks like Long Beach Juniors took that third place position with NorCal Crew taking that fourth. That's important to note or put an asterisk next to everything that we say. We are just calling it as we see it. So all official results are going to be found on SanDiegoCrewClassic.org. Make sure you visit the website to see real results if you want to find times. Or even if you are watching a race where there are time and age handicaps, that is the place where you will see the final results after a race, as the actual standings you see on the water may not necessarily be how that race finishes up. So make sure you head to SanDiegoCrewClassic.org for live results after all races.
All right, and we are off and running here in the next race, event number 99. This is the men's under 16 coxed quad. Again, these boats progressed from heats. Yes, or they didn't progress, but they had a preliminary race, which was a race for lanes, so seating them according to time finish. And in this race, we had two boats that basically crossed the line with the same time. So we're going to be looking for a great race up front between Los Gatos and Newport Sea Base. They both came across the line with a raw time that was almost identical. And just behind them, Oakland Strokes, then San Diego Rowing Club, and NorCal. So again, lane 1 is Los Gatos, lane 2, Newport Sea Base. All right. And although I hyped up that race between Los Gatos and Newport Sea Base, right now it's really looking like it is down between Oakland Strokes and Newport Sea Base for that top spot. So Oakland pushing themselves into an early lead, but looking at their biggest challenge coming from Newport Sea Base. So it's going to be pretty tight between these top three boats, Los Gatos, Newport Sea Base, and Oakland Strokes. They're still fairly early on in the race. And right now, as we take a look in real time at where they're at on the course, it does look like Seabase, Newport Seabase, is in your top position. So Oakland had really a hot start out of the gate, but faded back to third. Newport Seabase pushing themselves into first with Los Gatos in the second place position. In fourth, it's going to be San Diego Rowing Club. You can pick out San Diego because generally their fleet of boats have that bright red boats, easy to see as they come down the race course. And then next to them in fifth, it's going to be NorCal.
And we're going to have to see if any other races develop here, as we could potentially see a race between SDRC in lane 4 and Oakland Strokes in lane 3. Newport Seabase definitely holding that lead right now, but Los Gatos, as always, we know that name and we are quite familiar with them from the day. They always have the chance to potentially make a challenge for that lead position. Currently, Newport Seabase, however, holding on. Let's see if San Diego Rowing Club has any kind of a response here for the Oakland Strokes if they want to move themselves up into that third place position. But as it stands now, we have Newport Seabase in 1, Los Gatos in 2, Oakland Strokes in 3, and SDRC in lane 4, followed by NorCal Crew in 5. I'm currently clocking Oakland Strokes sitting at a 36. That's about the comfortable rate that a lot of these crews have been settling in at throughout the weekend. Checking out San Diego Rowing Club right now, they're at a 38. They have brought that rate up as they are hitting the beach, trying to up that rate, see if they can claw back a little bit of space. Looks like a 37, 38 there from the lead crew, Newport Seabase. All crews at this point, if they are going to put into a sprint, this is about the time that they are going to do it. They're going to use those buoys and those flags as indicators for when it is time to go. This is a coxed event, so they also have that cox that is in the boat with them, giving them the signals that they need and helping to race that crew. Looks like Los Gatos starting to put a little bit of pressure here on Newport Seabase. They have brought that rate up. They're trying to stage a sprint, and they are grabbing a little bit of space back from Newport Seabase. Not sure if Newport Seabase has what it takes to respond here, as Los Gatos is starting to move through Newport Seabase, making this a race. Let's see if Newport Seabase is going to respond, but they just swapped that position inside of the final 250 meters. As they come up to the finish line, we have got a race on our hands. Los Gatos absolutely dropping the hammer on this race. Newport Seabase falling back into second place as they are nearing that finish line. We're going to hold our breath as we see how this thing finishes out. Los Gatos has moved into that first place position. Newport Seabase in second. We take our eyes to that third place position. Oakland Strokes and SDRC, they are exchanging blows right now. It looks like we may have Oakland Strokes in 3, SDRC in 4, and NorCal Crew rounding out in that lane 5.
Wow, and I don't want to minimize the role that the coxswain plays in these boats. Sitting there in the bow or laying down in the bow of that boat is really quite hard. That is a challenge to the body. So those coxswains really playing a pivotal role in the balance of the boat, and wanting to make sure that their bodies stay as still as possible. They hold themselves so that they don't disturb the run of that boat. So hats off to these coxswains. They really did a great job in steering these young novices, these under 16 men, through this race. That was a very clean race. Well done.
I'm stuck at work all day. I don't want to be stuck at the wrong gym.
We get it. With Active&Fit now, you can choose from thousands of gyms.
with no long-term contracts or cancellation fees. Plus, tons of on-demand workout videos and a well-being coach included in your membership. Click the link and get active and fit now.
If you're all about messing around in boats, having a good time, having a good piece of equipment for your lake house, for your sailboat, or these boats are great.
I know that I've seen that you can basically pack them and carry them onto an airplane. Wherever you like to go, wherever you want to row, this is a way to keep rowing. You can't put your single in the overhead compartment.
Rowing an oarboard is stable, safe, and fun. It converts a paddleboard into a performance rowing boat. Now you can go rowing and play in the waves. Oarboard is revolutionizing the sport of rowing.
Is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Sailor Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines. The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Sailor Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world,
All right, and we are getting ready for the start of one of our marquee events for the morning. This is the Women's Varsity 8 Jessop-Whittier Cup Invitational. Joe Jessop Sr. and Paul Whittier were best friends, and it is fitting that their names appear together as a tribute to that friendship and their support and vision for the Crew Classic. That's what this trophy is named for. Both men were avid supporters of the regatta. The Whittier Cup was first awarded in 1983 with the running of the inaugural Women's Invitational race at the Crew Classic. This trophy is now widely thought to be the premier prize of the early spring collegiate rowing season and is a marquee event at the San Diego Crew Classic. We see all these crews lining up here. We've got 7 lanes on the water. In lane 1, University of Washington. Lane 2, Texas. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 4, California. Lane 5, Southern Methodist University. Lane 6, University of Notre Dame. Lane 7, University of San Diego.
Alignment has been called in this race.
All right, and we see these overhead shots here of final adjustments by the coxswains. Make sure that those bows are pointed all the way laser focused down to that finish line. Got a lot of boat speed and horsepower. These horses are ready to run. So wait the flag of the starter and we'll be off and running here in the Women's Varsity 8 Jessop-Whittier Cup. This is an invitational event.
And as we watch the boats from here, you'll be able to tell when these boats are ready to go, as you will see all blades drop into the water. As long as you see blades sitting on top of the water, feathered if you will, they are supporting the boat. Once they drop into the water, that means it is time to go.
Right, and as we are waiting for the official start here, we look at lanes 1 and 2, both Washington and Texas winning their respective heats, with lanes 3 and 4, those were your second place finishers coming out of the heats yesterday, Washington State and then California. But with the fastest times of the day, it was Texas and California. So lanes 2 and 4 with your fastest times of the day, followed by Washington and then Washington State. So as they come out of the gate here with 7 boats across, we're looking very early on with a great start here is Texas. Lane 2 jumping out of the gates and getting their bow ahead in the very early stages here.
This race is off and running, and we are going to have a heck of a race on our hands here. 7 boats across, all of them fast, all of them in the hunt, and all of them wanting to come home with that Jessop-Whittier Cup. So we're going to see how this race sorts its way out. We are live on our results right now. Currently, it looks like we have Texas jumping out into that early lead, followed by what looks to be Cal.
So at this point, very early on, there is going to be a lot of overlap, especially with those top boats between Washington, Texas, Washington State, and California. We expect that these guys are going to go after each other with with guns blazing. And right now, it is Texas and California. Those are your top 2 crews early on, but still quite a bit of overlap. So Washington, University of Washington in lane 1, they are your 3rd place crew. They are sitting behind Texas by about 7 seats. Washington State, though, got a lot of overlap there with the Washington crew. Washington State sitting in 4th, just behind University of Washington. And then back to Washington State by about a length is going to be is going to be Notre Dame. So Notre Dame rowing out of lane 6, currently in your 5th place position, but pretty close in terms of placement between Washington State and Notre Dame for that 4th place spot.
And it looks
in 5th, it's going to be University of San Diego rowing out of lane 7. And then just behind University of San Diego by a couple of seats, your 7th place crew at this point will be Southern Methodist.
Texas still pushing their way out front there now, with Washington and Cal looking about side by side on this, as we have Washington State and Notre Dame as well looking side by side. It's currently University of San Diego just a bit up on SMU from lane 5. I think we're going to have an amazing race on our hands, lots across the board here. So make sure you keep your eyes on the cameras, and then as soon as those boats get to the beach here, you are going to want to be down on the beach to track what is happening, because we are spread across all lanes for racing here. This is not just going straight to lane 1 and lane 2. There is lots to be catching at this moment in time. Texas still holding on to that lead position. Cal looking like they have now edged out slightly into that 2nd place, with Washington in 3rd as far as what we can see from the cameras.
Yeah, and I've got both Texas and California clocked at 36.5, 37 strokes a minute. So both of those crews now pushing each other. They've got the other boats behind them now by almost a little bit of open water. So University of Washington in lane 1, looking at a challenge by Washington State rowing out of lane 3. And then all the way across, University of Notre Dame also doing a great job pushing their nose just inside of that Washington State lead there. So between 4th and 5th place, really close here between Washington State and University of Notre Dame. But well up front, it is going to be the Longhorns now extending their lead out. It looks to be about 6 to 7 seats for Texas over California. Both of those crews with really some amazing personnel in that boat. That Texas boat sporting 2 of the CRCA athletes to watch of the year, Anna Jensen and Lainey Nitsch, both Jensen from Michigan, Nitsch from Texas, 2-time All-Americans, both with under 23 World Championship experience. Really just such a dedicated powerhouse in those boats between those 2 athletes. California as well with 2 CRC athletes to watch. So a lot of international experience in that California boat. But interestingly, that stroke seat, Van Weestrenen, she also has her sister in the bow seat. So some sibling support coming into that California boat to help them down the course. But just such an amazing first early season experience here as Cal chases down Texas. Washington now pushing themselves solidly into that third place position, sitting behind California by a little bit of open water, and now Washington State solidifying themselves in fourth. University of Notre Dame in fifth. Back behind them by a good amount of open water, it continues to be the Toreros. University of San Diego, again, they are in this invitational by virtue of their performance last year in the Cal Cup. They won the Cal Cup, so now here they are testing themselves against some of the best in the nation. In the seventh place spot, it will be SMU, one of the top ranked crews in the nation, in the top 20. But here we go. Texas coming into that alumni tent area. Get yourself down to the beach. This is that marquee event. And really, what is it going to take for Texas and California chasing each other all the way down the course? We're going to see some great top end speed here. University of Washington, the Huskies, also in the mix. Take a look. Coming down into the spectator area, it is Texas in lane 2. They are your leaders from start to finish here. 37 strokes a minute, starting to lift that stroke rate up.
Here goes Texas holding on to that lead as they come into the finish, looking confident with their position right now, bringing that rate up just as they should. Quick catches, getting the blades into the water to solidify that position for themselves. Texas ready to push themselves across the line. It looks like it's going to be Texas in 1, followed by Cal in that second position. Next up, we have Washington, looking like they're making their way into that third place position, followed by Washington State. Next up, it looks like Notre Dame crossing the line. University of San Diego up next with SMU off the back as we see the standings from our Women's Varsity 8 Jessop-Whittier Cup Invitational.
And that will be Texas defending their San Diego Crew Classic title from last year. They took first in this event in 2023. And once again, they will be going home with that coveted Jessop-Whittier trophy.
Up next, we have our Men's Varsity 8 Copley Cup Invitational. This is a 2-boat race. In lane 1, Club Nautico. Lane 2, United Kingdom Armed Forces. This is an invitational race. These 2 boats were invited to be here today. You can see them sitting there getting their alignment. Blades flat on the water means they are not necessarily ready to go at this moment in time. Once you see those blades drop in, that means this race is ready to go. Now, the United Kingdom Armed Forces was a rowing club created in 2019 from the Army, Navy, and Royal Air Force rowing clubs. It was created in order to race the King's Cup at the 2019 Henley Royal Regatta, which was the 100-year anniversary of the World Peace Regatta held in 1919. Armed Forces crews from France, Germany, USA, New Zealand, Canada, UK, Australia, and the Netherlands all raced each other, with USA taking that win. Since then, UKAF has raced at every Henley Royal Regatta in either the Wyfold 4 or the Thames 8. Last year, they managed to create a women's squad, which raced at the Henley Women's Regatta.
And it is important to note that this men's Varsity Copley Cup Invitational. So again, this is an invitational event, one of the original Crew Classic trophies that's been presented since the regatta's inception. And this cup honors the longtime support of the Copley family at the San Diego Crew Classic. The Copley Cup is the marquee event for men's varsity crews at the Crew Classic. But here today, we do see two club crews.
So quite a bit of talent here between these two boats. This is going to be a hard-fought race. Both boats filled with some blistering erg scores. So we'll see how they pan out next to one another. They have 2,000 meters to prove themselves as they make their way down the course for the Men's Varsity 8 Copley Cup Invitational.
And, with this UK crew, training together can be pretty difficult as, these athletes are spread out all over the UK. But as I talked to one of the athletes yesterday, they do get a chunk of time off to specifically train for Henley. They get about 6 weeks off from their active service duty in the military, and they are able to come together and spend some time training specifically for the Henley Regatta. And really excited to be here in San Diego and kind of take a look as a tourist of some of the San Diego events and places, but just really excited to get out on the water together and test themselves against this crew from Club Nautico. Again, we've talked about them previously. They are a group of Brown alums, and their organizer based in San Juan, Puerto Rico. It's the only rowing club in Puerto Rico. They don't necessarily train in Puerto Rico, but certainly with quite a bit of experience, they travel across the country at different races, and they have put themselves out there here at the Crew Classic in a variety of events. There have been some Masters races, but this in particular is made up of some more recent Brown University graduates.
Right now, I'm clocking Club Nautico at about a 34 on the rate, with UKAF sitting at about a 36. Club Nautico starting to put a little bit of distance now. Decks overlapping with UKAF and trying to get some open water there. They're certainly going to feel a little bit more confident moving into the second half of this race with some open water between those two boats. But not having seen this UKAF crew, Club Nautico might not be entirely sure how to respond. It's possible that UKAF crew has something in the bag that they haven't shown before. They're not necessarily fresh to this race. Club Nautico has been around all weekend. UKAF showing their first colors for the weekend. And there's that 1,000-meter mark as Club Nautico goes across the halfway mark of this race. Getting ready to clear that island. You'll see them move on to the second bridge. UKAF still holding on tight. They've not let too much space open up now. They're still in striking distance, so they still have an opportunity to be in this fight.
And it is really a privilege here to see both of these crews out here dueling. In the sunshine here, we have such a beautiful shot of Club Nautico here and the UK crew. And I have to say, it's really great to see this UK military crew out here, rather. I actually had the privilege of seeing the King's Cup presented in London at the Kiwi Consulate. And it's a very, very special cup. It's a very special group that these guys get to race for. They come from all different military backgrounds, and each one actually brings a piece of their military history to add on to the King's Cup. And it's really, really special for all of these guys to get to come together and race as one crew. And they also have a history at Henley Royal, which is quite special as well. So it's very neat to be able to have them come out here and enjoy some fantastic Southern California weather.
And with any invitational as well, it's always nice to be able to bring crews in that you may not see as like a regular crew here on the course, right, Whitney?
Absolutely. Yes, it's very special. And even in this Club Nautico crew, too, we're seeing guys from Coast, from Oxford Brooks, with U.S. backgrounds. This is really a mixed bag in both crews. So it's really fun to see them come together and duel alongside the shore here.
And there's nothing like seeing this much speed in two boats, especially, I've said this a couple times today, but when you have two boats side by side, it makes for some really intense racing because those crews have nothing to focus on but each other. And you can see those crews now starting to make their way towards the beach. So if you make your way down, you're going to catch a side by side of these two crews. Currently, Club Nautico sitting in that first position with UKAF sitting in that second place boat.
And it's really special to see this. We have the bow seat, actually, Connor Breen, who rode at OCC and a little bit at Long Beach. And he is probably having the ride of his life up there in the bow, getting to row with some of these guys, because this is a pretty special group.
And here we go now. These boats inside their final 250 meters. Club Nautico sitting up in the lead, looking confident. A little bit of open water now on UKAF, who are digging in, bringing that rate up, trying to stage a sprint to close that gap. But at this point in the race, it looks like Club Nautico is going to have their lead solidified as they're about to cross the finish line in that first place position.
It's true. And we can see now the UK crew starting to bring it up just a little bit, like you said, but it's just a little bit too late. So as they cross the line here, though, we can give them many cheers because they've come all the way from the UK and do not get to train together very often. But it's really nice to see them out here and treat them to a lovely Southern California race. So welcome to the UK crew and congratulations.
A big thank you to our UKF crew and Club Nautico, our two boats in the men's Varsity 8 Copley Cup Invitational. What a wonderful race. And as this race closes out, we will find our way up next to the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 Cal Cup. This will be a 3-boat race and will be coming to you momentarily.
I'd like to thank Whitney Powell. That was our guest commentator, coxswain extraordinaire and international woman of the rowing world. She brings her international expertise to the airwaves of the San Diego Crew Classic. So thank you, Whitney, for jumping in on that.
Whitney Powell, a voice of rowing around the globe. It is an honor to have her here in the booth with us and the opportunity to be on mic. If only we could have that more often, you'd be hearing even better commentating than what you're getting right now.
All right, getting a few fist bumps here before we head off of the line. Old Dominion University bringing themselves all the way out here to San Diego. Last weekend, they were in Florida, racing at the Sunshine Invitational, doing quite well against some of pretty big crews, Kansas State, not Jacksonville, Kansas State, Louisville, and quite a few other crews that they tested themselves against. And here they are.
Adrian, there's something so ceremonial about that fist bump pass back that always starts with the coxswain and makes its way back through the boat before a race, right?
Absolutely. This is a little energy that you got to try and tie everyone together. We're getting a close-up shot there also of Stanford. And these are the lightweight team. And again, often, it doesn't matter what the size is, they are light and mighty. You see San Diego, the Tritons, they are there in lane 1. Getting ready to go. They have had already a great season and putting themselves here next to Stanford and Old Dominion to race this Varsity 8 Cal Cup.
You got to love these overhead shots here, seeing those stake boats, those boats in alignment. and getting set up. This is just the picturesque start of a regatta race here, is to see these overhead boats, see that perfect symmetry of oars out to both sides of the eights. There's just something magical about big boats when it comes to racing, seeing the length of the boats, oars sticking out to the sides, the way that those oars and bodies move together. It is just a wonderful sport. And you got to love it when you get these camera shots where you get to look overhead and see these boats getting set up. It looks like we have oars dropping into the water. That must mean we have alignment, and this race is about to start. And our start is off. These three boats now moving. Lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, Stanford. Lane 3, Old Dominion. These boats off and running.
And we're going to look at these lanes 1 and 2, UC San Diego and Stanford. Again, these guys were able to go down the course together yesterday from the heats and get in lane order. UC San Diego had a great preliminary race and thus are in lane 1. Stanford Lights also, just, of note, they have a new coach, Lizzie Houston, taking over that Stanford lightweight program. Really started out the season at the head of the Charles by winning that lightweight 4 by over 16 seconds. And those athletes are sitting here in this boat. There is also a CRCA athlete to watch, Juliette Lamarceau. She is actually a Marin native, rode for the Marin Rowing Association, and really a mainstay of this lightweight program's success. Also in this boat, in the Stanford boat, there are a couple of ladies with under 23 experience and also part of the 2019 national championship team at the IRAs. We're going to look down at the race course here right now. It looks to be pretty much dead even between UC San Diego and Stanford. Back to them by about a length of open water. It is going to be Old Dominion. The Monarchs coming here from Norfolk, Virginia. They row on the Lafayette River there in Norfolk. And their V8 took 6th last weekend at the Sunshine Invitational in Florida, lining up against Kansas, UMass, Louisville. And in this returning V8, there are 6 athletes with 3 seniors. So really just such a special trip to come out here to San Diego and race against some of the best in the nation.
And I'm clocking both UC San Diego and Stanford currently sitting at about 34 on their rate versus Old Dominion holding a higher rate around 36, 37, hoping to use that stroke rate to bring them up and close that gap, put them in a little bit more contention. Currently, they're sitting with some open water between them and UC San Diego and Stanford. It looks like Stanford has made a slight move to nudge out UC San Diego currently. UC San Diego hoping to respond from that lane 1 to stay in contention, stay in contact, and make sure that they are where they need to be if they have a sprint in their toolbox ready to use for this race.
That's right. Stanford really pushing the bar here as they just inch themselves a little bit further away from UC San Diego. But like I said, UC San Diego, a lot of horsepower in that boat. That V8, for the first time in program history, won their Coastal Athletic Association Boat of the Week after a weekend of racing where they topped all crews at the Hornet Invite, the Sac State, and Kansas State. UCSD, a true example of student athletes in that program. Do you know that UCSD is one of the top academic institutions in the U.S. and their graduation rate is actually phenomenal. Their graduation rate is over 90%, which is the highest of any public institution in either Division I or Division II. So really all around athletes there in that UCSD boat.
And now we're seeing those positions. Stanford still holding on to that lead over UC San Diego. They have opened up a bit of a gap. No open water, but they are definitely pushing on UC San Diego, seeing if UC San Diego can respond. Now they are moving through that middle island as we speak. We are catching these results live. So if you are looking to the board or if you are watching on YouTube, you are seeing this race happen in real time. There's Old Dominion sitting in that 3rd place position, getting those blades locked in, trying to drop in quick as they drive through. Now there's our perspective to see what's happening in this race. Stanford there, getting those blades locked in, and then following through, making sure they get that pressure through the drive. Really nice quick catches there. UC San Diego sitting on that outside. Not much movement happened between the two crews, so they are staying in nice contact here, which is exactly what you want to see when you are hoping for a race. You want those crews to be paying attention to what's happening with one another, and clearly UC San Diego being raced right now, which is exactly what they need if they're going to have any hope of moving into that one position for this race. Those boats now about to hit that second landmass. That's where all of our spectators are hanging out. So now's the time to make your way down to the beach to watch this Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 Cal Cup race.
I've got Stanford clocked at about 37 strokes a minute, UC San Diego at 35. So that's a very polished crew there from that Stanford University boat, looking like they have a lot of horsepower in those light bodies. And UC San Diego maybe taking a couple of inches away from that lead as we move a little bit further afield into this race. Slightly lower stroke rate for that UC San Diego boat, maybe a little bit more power behind the oar handle, but no less finesse. So these two crews pretty evenly matched. There hasn't been a lot of movement between the two boats for about the last 500 meters. So we're going to see what they can unleash in the final 500 as they come into the alumni tent area here in just a minute. Get yourself down to the beach. This is a great race to watch, some high level rowing as these ladies race towards the Varsity 8 Cal Cup.
And it looked like UCSD made a pickup there in their rate as they started to nudge it up as we get close and start to pass those tents. They know as soon as they see those tents that they are home free. Stanford, though, absolutely bringing up that rate, not willing to let UC San Diego have rate to themselves. They're there saying, we want a piece of that. So they are dropping those blades in the water. Rate is coming up as they pass the tents. You hear those cheers coming from the beach. Here comes Stanford and UCSD pushing for the finish line.
250 meters here. There is something about the energy that comes from being in front of your hometown and having that support from the shoreline. But Stanford not trying to get UC San Diego. They're clawing back, though. The Triton's on the move here, taking inches with every stroke. But is it going to be a little bit too late as Stanford comes towards that finish line? It will be the Cardinal that holds on to that top spot for the Cal Cup. UC San Diego, great racing just behind them. What an effort there in the final strokes by UC San Diego. And then in the third place position, Old Dominion coming through in third.
And that was quite the race. UCSD clinging on there. Great work by them as they try to stay in contact. And you can't ask for much more when it comes to watching racing. You just hope for an amazing race between the crews, and that's exactly what we got in that race. Next up, we will move our way to the Men's Collegiate Varsity 8 Active and Fit Now Cal Cup. This is an 8-lane race. Numbers 1 and 2 from our heats yesterday, our 4 heats made their way to this race, so we have a real thick field here. 8 across. In lane 1, Cal. Lane 2, University of California, San Diego. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, MIT. Lane 5, University of San Diego. Lane 6, Gonzaga. Lane 7, Marietta College. Lane 8, Purdue. These boats are off and underway. Your racing has started for the Men's Collegiate Varsity 8 Active and Fit Now Cal Cup. We're watching as these 8s get those blades in the water and work to establish dominance early. In a field as thick as this is, you know that these boats are wanting to make their presence known early so that they can figure out where the rest of the field is going to sit and they can begin the racing at hand. Those starts are the opportunity for every boat to settle in, get their butterflies out, and make sure that they know where they stand and they want to leave a mark with those starts. So here we're starting to see, as the boats settle here, looking as if in lane 4, MIT is out to a bit of an early lead there, having jumped out nice and firm from that start. Looks like lane 2, UCSD, sitting even with lane 1, Cal. Then I'm looking to lane 3, UCLA. Then to lane 6, Gonzaga. Lane 5, University of San Diego. Lane 7, Marietta. And lane 8, Purdue. Important to keep in mind, that was just the start, though, so we'll wait to see how things go through this island. The island is always where the racing really sorts itself out. Teams are able to get into their rhythm. They are able to find their power. They are able to establish their signature on the race. And so you can see some boat movement really begins to happen through the middle of this race. MIT coming out strong and having a strong presence here. But these boats still fairly in contact all the way across the board here.
Yeah, a really interesting cross section of crews out on the water. That is the MIT lightweight program and a very successful Division III program. So lightweights showing their presence here in the early stages of this race. And across to them in lane 1, it's going to be right now MIT's biggest challenge is going to be coming out of that California boat. That is their Frosch crew, that freshman 8 in California. And it does look like just right now that California is taking the lead. So right now I'm looking at about a bow ball, maybe a foot advantage for California as they overtake MIT for that first place position. Just next to them, it is going to be UC San Diego in the third place spot, but still quite a bit of overlaps, a lot of contact here between all crews. In fourth, it is going to be lane 3. That's UCLA. That is your Akron national champion there, and certainly on track to have another great successful season as a club program and testing themselves against some of these very fast varsity crews from across the country.
And as we pass that 1,000-meter mark, look to see some moves happen. You never know, but this is often a moment at which crews decide to make moves. They know that that's that 1,000-meter mark. Psychologically, it is a relief point for the athletes. They know that they're in the second half of the piece. And when other crews are starting to find relief, some crews may choose to take that as a moment to push the throttle even more to increase that discomfort amongst the other boats and to give a little bit of a question to those other boats as to whether they want to continue to push and challenge through this race, because after all, that is what you have to do to be successful in the sport of rowing.
Wow.
Look at that
Look
cross
at
section, as you mentioned earlier, Adrian. This is just incredible.
Yeah, just incredible. Quite a bit of contact. Not anyone that's like way out in front at this point in the race. There is still contact and overlap between all crews. Taking a look here, closest to the far shore, it is going to be great movement here by Purdue. Purdue in the farthest lane 8. Right next to them is Marietta College. So I've got those two crews at this point in the race at place 7 and 8. So Marietta in that 8th position, Purdue in 7th. Just ahead of them over there in lane 6 is going to be Gonzaga. Gonzaga right now sitting in the 5th place position. But we're going to look at a really great race happening right here between University of San Diego and UCLA.
Yeah, it looks like University of San Diego is starting to offer up that challenge. They're starting to bring up that rate a little bit. It looks like they may be looking and getting their eyes on Gonzaga, hoping to use Gonzaga and UCLA as a bit of a rabbit to chase down in this race. Hopefully, University of San Diego's got a little bit more in the tanks to move through. Selfishly, my alma mater, I'm going to make sure that I've got my hand in the air for them. But currently, we're looking at those 3 boats that we just called out there. Currently, it's UCLA ahead, followed by Gonzaga, then University of San Diego. And now on to our lead boats. It looks like Cal has taken that 1 position, followed by UC San Diego, and then MIT in that 3rd boat currently. Cal really starting to put on the press here as they move into the tents. You can see those bodies swinging now. There's a lot of horsepower in that boat. They're putting their mass on the handle, starting to really send that boat through. You can watch that yellow Empacher just lifting and sending through the boat. UC San Diego having to use a little bit more rate to give the challenge, but they are certainly turning it on right now. University of California picking up that rate to challenge Cal, and they are taking back some seats. MIT starting to lose ground to the 2 crews side by side, pushing for that finish line as they pass the beach. They're coming up now on that finish line. Cal holding on to that lead, but UC San Diego wanting to offer up a challenge and not willing to let it go without a fight. MIT in lane 3 there. UC San Diego making up a little bit of space on Cal. Cal holding on to that spot, though, for that win. UC San Diego in 2nd. MIT in that 3rd place. Then we are to UCLA in 4th. Gonzaga in 5th. University of San Diego in 6th. Marietta, 7th, followed by Purdue in 8th. That was a race.
That was a race. There's a lot of action out there with 8 crews, very competitive, challenging themselves for that Active and Fit Cal Cup. And what a performance there by the California Golden Bears as they will take home that trophy. Last year's victor was UC San Diego. So coming out with a challenge from California, this year it is California's turn to take home that cup. The Men's Cal Cup is sponsored by American Specialty Health, and they are a big sponsor here of the Crew Classic. As an alumnus of the UC San Diego program, the CEO, George DeBry, understands that hard work and dedication is required to compete for a trophy at the San Diego Crew Classic. American Specialty Health is dedicated to supporting the next generation of collegiate rowers working towards excellence in this hotly contested event. That is definitely what we saw.
Next up, our women's collegiate varsity Coxed 4, the Karen Plumleigh Cortney Cup. This is our A final. The top 3 from their heats made their way to this A final. In lane 1, Texas. Lane 2, Cal. Lane 3, Stanford. Lane 4, Washington. Lane 5, Washington State. Lane 6, Notre Dame.
And coming out of the heats yesterday, it was Texas and California that had your top fastest times. Texas pulling the fastest time of the day. Just behind them was Washington. So we're going to look for some really tight racing here. And of course, hard to compare from heat to heat because each heat was a little bit different in terms of how much pressure that lead crew was feeling from second place. So we're certain to see maybe some surprises out here on the water, but certainly no surprise that it is Texas as your early leader with Washington right there in lane 4 as pretty much dead even with Texas for that top spot. Just behind those 2 crews, it's going to be California and then Stanford in the 4th place position. Looking out to lane 6, it's going to be Notre Dame. Notre Dame did quite well in this event last year, so we're going to look for some top end speed from them. And then in the 6th place spot, it will be lane 5, Washington State. All right, Texas and Washington super close to each other. Texas with the lead maybe by about 2 seats over the University of Washington. We're looking at this awesome drone shot from overhead so we can really see the spread of the field. But Texas right now, again, they did have the fastest time coming out of the heats. They look to have about a length advantage over Washington. Washington also being challenged, though, by California in lane 2. California looking pretty quick here in this small boat in the 4. Again, this is one of those boats that teams in the NCAA and the Division I really depend on because it earns points and sometimes can tip the scales towards that national championship. And right now, Washington looking in the 2nd place position and California in 3rd. Sitting just behind Washington, just off of their stern deck, and then back by a little bit of open water, it is going to be Stanford. So again, pointing out this is the Stanford lightweight program. Again, definitely doesn't take away that much speed from that program, but this is a great showing here for the Stanford Lights. All the way out to lane 6, it is the University of Notre Dame doing a great job there with a little bit of overlap on that Stanford boat, and then back to them. By 1 length, it will be Washington State continuing in 6th. All right, great close-up shot there of the Huskies in those beautiful purple unisuits and that bright yellow Empacher boat coming down the race course. And across in lane 1, you can see the University of Texas there still holding on to that top spot. So these top 3 crews, Texas currently ranked 4th in the country, Washington ranked 3rd, California ranked 7th. So a lot of horsepower here out on the water coming down the course here in this Varsity for Karen Plumleigh Cortney Cup. All right, Texas continuing to hold on to the lead here now by 1 length over Washington. Washington looking to have a bit of open water now over California in lane 2. Notre Dame looks to have, or excuse me, that would be Stanford continuing to hold on to that 4th place position, but University of Notre Dame coming up to challenge that 4th place spot. So take a look at lane 6 and lane 3 as they come closer into view. Washington State continuing in 5th, just a little bit off the back there, but along the shoreline, it is the Longhorns now. Can they do what that Varsity 8 just did and take this heat or this final from start all the way to the finish line? Texas now looking really strong as we come into the final 500 meters here.
Yeah, Texas is looking calm and comfortable right now as they sit in that lane 1 position. And from lane 4, Washington also looking like they have a really good handle on what they're doing here. They look very confident in their stroke, rating slightly higher right now than Texas. They may be using that as an early opportunity or perhaps stepping up just a hair early. We know that crossing that 500-meter mark, sometimes a crew is going to choose to go a little bit early to see what it can do for them. And now as our camera pans around, we're going to get a really good perspective as to where those boats stand. It can be a little bit tough to tell sometimes if you are not parallel to what these boats are doing, but it still looks like that is Washington there in that 2nd place position, followed by Cal in that third place position. But they are very close to one another. Cal and Washington looks like they're exchanging bow balls right now. Texas off the front, as you can see, they're not in our picture right now, but looking at Cal and Washington, this might be the race to watch as they come through. There are the tents. That's where the crowd lies. If you want to see a race right now, look to lanes 2 and 4, Cal and Washington. Cal has just nosed ahead. Texas still sitting in the lead. Cal starting to push ahead for that finish. Washington following just behind. Behind that would have been Stanford. Then we have Washington State and Notre Dame.
That's right. What a move here by California as they've overtaken Washington for that 2nd place position. But Texas, not even in our view. What a walkaway win for the Longhorns in this Varsity 4 event. So coming across this final 250 meters, it will be Texas with an open water lead in this Varsity 4. California with a great move there in the final stages of this event as they overtake the Huskies for the 2nd place position. But then back behind these 3, it's a race for that 4th place spot in between Stanford and Notre Dame, and then with Washington State continuing in the final position. But take a look all the way across. That is the Longhorns for the win. Here comes California in 2nd. Washington will be your 3rd place crew. And then close racing here between Notre Dame and Stanford for 4th, but it will be Stanford that holds on to that 4th place position. And then Notre Dame in 5th. The Washington State Cougars are your 6th place crew.
Here we go. We are seeing the alignment of our next race on the screen. The Women's Collegiate 2v8, the Jackie Ann Stitt Hungness Trophy. In lane 1, Washington. Lane 2, Texas. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 4. They are restarting the race. We have just been told. You can see boats are stopping.
All right, we'll come back to you in just a second when we know we might skip over this race and come back to it, but we'll wait until we get that official word from our referees. And not sure what happened there, whether that was an equipment issue or some sort of a false start, but it does look like the crews are being brought back into the starting block. So we'll give it just a minute to settle out. These boats will get realigned again, and we'll come back with event number 105. This is the Women's Collegiate Second Varsity 8, Jackie and Stitt Hungness Trophy.
From ergometers to exercise classes, Active&Fit now provides a flexible and affordable fitness program that sets up members like you for perfect workouts. Sprint to the Active&Fit Now booth to learn more and register to win a Garmin Fenix 6X Pro Solar Edition smartwatch. Camp Land on the Bay has a full marina and complete range of boat and water sport rentals for use on Mission Bay. As in rowing, the time-honored values of teamwork and good sportsmanship are instilled in the young campers who participate in the sports, games, and activities offered year-round at the park. Camp Land on the Bay is proud to sponsor the Women's Masters F Trophy at the 2024 San Diego Crew Classic. The original Broken Yoke Cafe started in 1979 in Pacific Beach and has since become a Southern California favorite for breakfast, brunch, and lunch. Broken Yoke Cafe is more than just a place to eat. It's a gathering spot for friends, families, and communities. Our cafes are designed to be comfortable and inviting, providing a relaxed atmosphere where conversation flows and memories are made. We are proud to be part of your mornings, whether it's a casual weekday breakfast or a leisurely weekend brunch. Life begins after breakfast at Broken Yoke Cafe.
Wintech and King Racing are pleased to be the official boat supplier of the 2024 San Diego Crew Classic. As the world's largest, most sustainable, and most innovative boat builder, they champion accessibility above all, offering a wide range of boats for every type of athlete and budget. Their extensive global network of distributors means that their mission can be carried out anywhere. Backed by 200-plus technicians at their state-of-the-art manufacturing facility and grounded in the time-honored design of the legendary Klaus filter and Graham King, you can count on the quality and performance of any one of their boats out of the 2,500 that are made annually.
All right, and we are ready for an actual start here in the Women's Collegiate 2v8, the Jackie and Stitt Hungness Trophy. This final progressed from the heats yesterday, so we saw some really fast times coming out of these crews. In lane 1, Washington. Lane 2, Texas. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 4, Cal. Lane 5, Southern Methodist University. Lane 6, University of Notre Dame. Lane 7, UC San Diego. And Lane 8, University of San Diego. And we are going to go to a quick start here by the officials so that we get back on track with our schedule. A little bit about the trophy that these ladies are racing for. Jackie Ann Stitt Hungness was a local rowing prodigy and a pioneer for women rowers in San Diego. Among her many accolades is being the first Zlack rower to qualify a single in the San Diego Rowing Club Skeeter course in San Diego Bay. Sounds like a local legend. Jackie's family and friends rallied to create this trophy in her honor when she passed away suddenly at the age of 41 in January of 2000. So really a great testimony to a wonderful local rower. And that's exactly what these guys are racing for out here. 8 boats across. There's going to be a lot of action and a lot of movement. So getting a great close-up shot there as SMU comes out of the gates.
Some furiously high rates there. What you would expect of the start, but it's always fun to see it up close so you can tell what is actually happening in those boats at the starts. Sometimes when those cameras pull back, it can be tough to tell that there's real intensity happening in the boats, but rest assured, there is always intensity happening in the boat while the race is going down. It's always nice to catch a good perspective of it. Those boats going to settle in for a moment here as they get through their start, the opening 250 meters usually. Once they pass that 250 meters, you start to see a little bit of a send happen, and then the rhythm starts to occur. And once they're into that rhythm, you start to see those boats unfold and those standings start to change.
I'm looking at the top end speed coming out of the first 4 lanes with lane 4, California, your early leader, just maybe by a couple of seats over lane 2. Texas looking to have about a 4-seat advantage over lane 1, Washington, and then back to Washington by a few seats. It will be lane 3, Washington State. So those are your top 4 boats. Behind them by about a length. It's going to be really close here between lanes 5 through 8. So SMU right there in the center of your course in that blue boat. SMU currently in the 5th place position. Right next to them is going to be Notre Dame. Maybe about a seat behind is going to be your 7th place crew, University of California at San Diego. And then next to them, University of San Diego occupying your 8th place position.
So a bit of a 4-boat race in the outside 4 lanes here. Lanes 5 through 8, you're seeing 4 of those boats all fairly close to each other. So there's a lot that could still happen there, as well as seeing Washington State potentially in that mix with those outside 4 lanes. What we're seeing in the lead right now, Washington, Texas, Cal, all up towards the front. We see those 3 boats in their race. Watching as that camera now pans around, we always get new perspectives on how the standings are looking once we get parallel with the race. Still looks like we have Texas in 1, Cal in 2, Washington in 3, and those lead 3 boats. Following behind them, it looks like Washington State sitting in that 4th place position. And then we're going to still have what I'm guessing is going to be a mix-up between 5, 6, 7, and 8. I think there are some changing in standings that are going to happen there as they are all still very close together in this race.
Right. And in those, the crews in lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8, it does look like Notre Dame has that advantage right now for the 5th place spot, just slightly over SMU, as well as UC San Diego and University of San Diego. But as they have done in their previous races, it does look like Texas is going to take charge of this race early on. So the Longhorns right now holding on to this lead while Washington and California battle it out. That Texas program really looking at a lot of carryover from last year. They've got 13 total athletes returning from their 2023 NCAA team. So we've got a lot of experience coming out of that boat and 15 seniors in the program. So really quite a bit of depth and experience in that Texas crew.
And you know that when you have a good group of seniors, they set a good precedent for the rest of the program. They are able to lead from the front, and they're able to pass down the culture of a program to be able to help build the next generation of athletes that are going to come after them and set the tone for what will happen in that program for years to come.
And I've got Texas clocked at 34.5 strokes a minute. Behind them, great racing here between California and Washington to try and lock into one of those top 2 or 3 positions right now. Too close to call here between California and Washington for that 2nd or 3rd place spot. But those top 3 crews, they have pushed themselves to a significant open water lead over the rest of the field. And those 5 crews behind are really jockeying for position for that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th position. Right now, it does look like Washington State continues to hold on to 4th. And then behind them, really, really close here between Notre Dame, SMU, UC San Diego, and University of San Diego. So we'll let that shake out a little bit as we move a little further into the race. But up front, The Longhorns now extending their lead, one length of open water for them as they charge towards the finish.
And it looks like Texas up towards the front. Washington has taken that second place position. And then we have Cal in that third place position as they are coming into their final stretch here. Hitting the beach, and you know when they hit the beach, it's time for you to make your way down to the shores to see the racing. The Longhorns holding out front with a really nice swing right now. Blade's getting in the water, getting great scent, and they have used that to put some serious distance between themselves and Washington and Cal. Cal looking like they're drifting slightly back from Washington, who seem to be putting on a little bit of the press, trying to open up a gap, but it looks like Cal might be fighting back, not willing to let go of that position.
But what we've seen all morning, though, is not to discount any boat, because we never know exactly what they have in the tank as they come towards the final 250 meters. You never know what kind of a sprint that boat is going to unleash. And here we go. We hit those red buoys. That's the final 250 meters as they come into the spectator area. Washington continuing to hold off a late charge here by California to see if they can get back, take maybe a little bit of space away from Washington's lead. Texas all by themselves up front. Here they come, the Longhorns winning. They're going to sweep these events at this point in the varsity level, the V8, the V4, and now the 2V8 for Texas. What a great start to their spring. And here they go. Texas across the line first. Open water win for them. Washington holding off California for second. California in third, and then well behind them, it's going to be a lot of action here with the remaining crews. Washington State holding on to fourth. It does look like Notre Dame in that fifth place spot, just ahead of Southern Methodist. And then in seventh will be UC San Diego, and then in eighth, University of San Diego.
Next, our men's collegiate second varsity 8. Just taken off the line there, we are seeing in lane 1, Cal, lane 2, Gonzaga, lane 3, University of California, San Diego, lane 4, UCLA, lane 5, Purdue, lane 6, University of San Diego. All crews are off, race is underway. Early leaders look to be Gonzaga and Cal, sending themselves off the front with UC San Diego and UCLA in those 3-4 positions.
Yeah, and coming out of the heats yesterday, California really had quite a significant lead in terms of overall time over the rest of the crews. So we'll look to them for that lead position, and they are in lane 1. This is the California fourth varsity boat. So coming out here to represent their team as the top boat here at the San Diego Crew Classic. And indeed, they are holding on to the early early lead here with about a 5-seat lead over lane 2, Gonzaga. Gonzaga looking at a 5-seat lead over UC San Diego. And then right next to them, it's going to be pretty close here between UCLA and Purdue for that 4th or 5th place spot. And then back in 6th, it will be University of San Diego, the Toreros in lane 6.
We see the Toreros there starting to drift off the back as Purdue pushes ahead. A little bit ahead of UCLA for Purdue, maybe a seat. Up from there, we see UC San Diego sitting in that 3rd position to Gonzaga. Ahead of them, Cal sitting in that 1 position, but a pretty even spread now between 1, 2, and 3 in those boats. They're coming through the middle of the course. Cal not looking like they have enough space to be comfortable. Gonzaga still holding tight to Cal, offering plenty of challenge there, and UC San Diego trying to tie themselves to Gonzaga as they cross the 1,000-meter mark. That's the halfway point of their race. Now's the time to dig. And so as you watch the screen, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching here from the shore on the screen, you'll be able to see if these athletes choose to make a move when those boats go. Again, this being a great place to start watching because that 1,000-meter mark is an opportunity to send a message to the other boats. If you have something that you want to make a move on, here's where you may see that happen. 1,300 being a bit of a notorious location for moves here in this race. So that 1,300-meter mark, just as you pass that sandbar to get to that second bridge, is where you may see some things start to happen. It still looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, Cal, Gonzaga, UC San Diego. A little bit tough to tell, of course, until we get that overhead perspective. There we go. We see that racing as I say that. It still looks like we've got that same even spread. Cal, Gonzaga, UC San Diego. Looks like University of San Diego may have moved up slightly in that outside lane. It looks pretty tight between UCLA, Purdue, and University of San Diego for that 4th position right now.
Yeah, that UC San Diego boat and their whole team really quite young with only one senior amongst the whole squad. We've got 12 juniors, 15 sophomores, and 7 freshmen filling out their team. So a lot to look forward to for the rest of this season and for future years. So really exciting time for them. They have already raced Gonzaga earlier this season. Gonzaga did come up on top in this 2v8. So looking at a replay of that as UC San Diego tries to better themselves against Gonzaga, see if they can maybe take back a little bit of time away from the last time they raced them. But up front, California against the shoreline, looking to have an open water edge over both Gonzaga and UCSD. Back behind them, still pretty tight here between UCLA and University of San Diego, with Purdue right there in the mix as well.
And always right about here, we get that nice camera pan where we start to see the true look between these boats. And it looks like UCSD's lost a little ground to Gonzaga. Gonzaga also lost a little ground to Cal. Cal is starting to push out front. Gonzaga trying to hold on, but it appears as if Cal is going to start to open up a little bit of water between them as they move past the tents here. You know that's where they like to make their moves. Gonzaga just slightly back from that. Now UCSD missing some water between them and Gonzaga. We'll see these boats as they pass through the screen, and that may give us a perspective on our lanes 4, 5, and 6 and where they are standing right now. The first boat that we see come across the line appears to be UCLA, followed by University of San Diego, and then Purdue in that final 6th position right now. These boats storming through to the finish. We're seeing them now right in front of our eyes here at the finish line. It looks like Cal holding that lead still.
Cal trying to break free and clear here of Gonzaga, but I think there's still a little bit of overlap between those two boats. But California first across the line, just behind them by a length. It will be Gonzaga for that 2nd place spot, and a little bit of open water back will be UC San Diego for 3rd. Here comes UCLA, the Bruins at 4th, followed by University of San Diego, and then Purdue.
Want a flexible fitness solution that's affordable? Discover the Active&Fit Now program today. For $32 a month, you can get access to a robust fitness program without long-term contracts. Visit the Active&Fit Now booth to learn more and enter their drawing for a free Garmin GPS smartwatch.
All right, we are off and running here with our next race. The racing never stops here at the San Diego Crew Classic, and we are back into it with another 7-lane race. This is the women's D2, D3, and club collegiate varsity 8. This is the Grace Rett Memorial Cup. In lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, Purdue. Lane 3, UC Irvine. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 5, UC Davis. Lane 6, UC Irvine, and Lane 7, another entry from UC Santa Barbara. So we've got 2 Irvine entries as well as 2 Santa Barbara entries.
And this Grace Rett Memorial Cup in honor of Grace Rett, who was a member of the Holy Cross rowing team who was tragically killed in a van accident during her team's training camp in 2020. This trophy has been created in her memory to honor her love of the sport of rowing and the positive impact she left on her team and community.
All right, and we've got 4 crews, actually 5 crews right now that are still just kind of jockeying for that lead position. I'm going to give an advantage to Orange Coast College there against the Shoreline for that top spot, but good challenge coming out of lane 3. That's UC Irvine. UC Irvine with really some speedy boats this year, and for the first time in recent memory, able to field 2 varsity 8s, and both of those boats in this event. So we've got UC Irvine in lane 3 as well as Irvine out there in lane 6. So right now, Orange Coast and UC Irvine, those are your top 2 boats. They're followed closely by UC Santa Barbara in lane 4, as well as Purdue in lane 2.
Really loving that tight grouping in lanes 1 through 4. That means that we've got some racing happening in those boats. So keep your eyes to the screens because anything could be happening over there, lanes 1 through 4. Looking like, as Adrian mentioned, the positions panning out as their respective lanes. So it looks like lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 in those 1, 2, 3, and 4 positions. And then we jump out to what appears to be lane 6, UC Irvine, sitting next up in 5th. Behind them, UC Davis, and then UC Santa Barbara in that order. Now, a pretty tight spread here still, so no clear leader at this point, other than the fact that Orange Coast College is in the lead. But from the racing that we've been seeing today, this is one of the tighter groupings that we've had so far. And so when you've got that tight grouping, you can expect that those crews are still in it to win it. They're still here to race. And so change could still happen. Again, we talked about that 1,300-meter mark being a place for moves in this race. So don't count anybody out at this point. Keep your eyes to the racing because there could be a lot of fun to be had here.
That's right. And those OCC women, they've really been dominant at this club D2, D3 level, and definitely with a lot of history here at the San Diego Crew Classic. Important to note, this is a 2-year school, so a junior college that generally and traditionally fields athletes moving up to the Division I ranks. So getting a great start here, rowing for OCC. Coach Laura Bear has been at the helm there at Orange Coast for almost 20 years. Last year really was a historic season for the Pirates as they captured a gold medal in the Novice 8 at the Accra Championship, and certainly quite a few of those athletes from the Novice 8 carrying over into this Varsity 8. 5 of those athletes return. So we're going to look for some top end speed from OCC. They have already raced quite a bit. A lot of these crews, UC Irvine, UC Santa Barbara, Orange Coast, they have seen each other, and Davis have seen each other early on in spring racing. So we'll take a look to see if there's been any sort of a change up in order of finish. But right now it is OCC. They're the top dog in this race.
There looks like Purdue may have made a move to come up against Orange Coast College there and start to push into that lead position. Behind them, UC Irvine and UC Santa Barbara. So it looks like we may have Purdue now in the lead up on Orange Coast College. They presented a challenge, they made a move, and it looks like they are now in that lead position. Confirmed now as we get a better angle of this race here, side by side. We've got about 3 seats up for Purdue on Orange Coast College.
Yeah, great side-by-side racing here from the Boilermakers and the Pirates as they barrel down the race course. Great move there by Purdue. As I was talking about Orange Coast and the great season they were having, Purdue made that big move and came up to challenge Orange Coast, now overtaking. And every stroke they take, you can see they're moving just a little bit further afield of OCC's lead. They had held that lead all the way to this point. Just behind them, also a lot of speed heating up there between UC Irvine and UC Santa Barbara. Irvine with that top position now in third, sitting about one length over UC Santa Barbara.
With the kind of power that Purdue is now putting through the oars, that's always a big confidence booster at this point in the race. Those athletes know that they are locking in together and that they are able to push out a lead over Orange Coast College. You can see they've put now what looks to be a little bit of open water between them and OCC. That camera now panning back to our other boats. It looks like we have Lane 6, UCI, ahead of Lane 5, UC Davis, and Lane 7, UC Santa Barbara on the outside behind them. A little bit tough to tell again with this angle, but those boats now are starting to close that gap from that open water of Bridge 2. This camera's going to take us now back to the lead racing here. There we are seeing Orange Coast College over in Lane 1, and out ahead, Purdue has made quite the move. It almost looks like they did that in an effort to have to not go for a sprint at the last minute. They wanted to make sure that they solidified it early. Purdue moving past those white tents. Orange Coast College there staying steady. Looks like they may not have the responsive power that Purdue brought against them.
Some great late surge there in speed for Purdue. They were just very consistent and patient and just waited to unleash what they've got here in this final 150 meters as they come towards the line. Purdue was third in this event last year, and it will be great to be able to take home that trophy all the way back to Indiana. Purdue, the Boilermakers, coming out on top here in the women's D2, D3 club collegiate varsity 8 Grace Rett Memorial Cup. Purdue will be their bow first across the line. Orange Coast behind them now by open water. UC Irvine in third. UC Santa Barbara in fourth. And then back by a bit of open water, finishing will be UC Irvine, Davis, and then Santa Barbara.
And a huge celebration there by Purdue. That must feel great knowing that they took third last year to come back and bring the victory this year. What a change between years to go from that third spot to winning this race, clearly ecstatic over their victory. But a well-fought battle between Purdue and Orange Coast College. That was a real race between the two crews. Lining up now our men's collegiate novice 8, the Derek Guelker Memorial Cup. This is our final. All came from the heats and an 8-boat race. All 8 lanes across. These are the races that you come for. So many boats present, lots of racing to be had. Let's take a look at who is here in this race. Lane 1, Gonzaga. Lane 2, Orange Coast College. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, UC Davis. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 6, USC. Lane 7, San Diego State. Lane 8, UC Irvine. 8 boats across, 8 boats trying to get alignment so that they can find their way to the start of their race. Taking a look at that camera overhead, you can see the breadth of boats here all the way across that San Diego Channel, sitting under the SeaWorld gondola tower. The starting boat there on that pontoon boat. The official sitting at the top there is the one who's controlling the race. You have alignment officials who are off to the side, and they will call to make sure that those boats are exactly aligned. We have volunteers sitting in the stake boats, and we'll take this as an opportunity to speak to all of the amazing volunteers who are out here to make sure that this event runs smoothly, from our officials to the volunteers on the shore to the volunteers in those stake boats, making sure alignment happens. And it looks like that race is now off. Those fast and furious early strokes here as the race gets up and running. You can tell now here in the afternoon, winds have picked up just a little bit, as is traditional here in San Diego. Those late morning, early afternoons, the wind is just naturally picking up. Nothing crazy here, however, but not quite the glass that we had this morning when we had those early morning races that just had picture perfect conditions. Now, as we look to the early standings, it looks as if Orange Coast College has taken a bit of an early lead here in lane 2. In lane 1, Gonzaga still in contact, however. Next, we'll look out to lane 3, UCLA, that looks to be in that third place position. Those look to be our top 3 boats. As we take an early look at the race, crews are about to bridge that gap from the first bridge and into the island where the real racing starts. We've got Aaron Kadatsky here with us on the microphone, helping to commentate this race. Aaron, what's your take so far?
So far, we see a couple early leaders jumping out of lanes 1, 2, and 3, and those 3 boats are starting to find a little bit of separation over the rest of the field. So if you look out to lane 2, that's Orange Coast College, they have a lead over lane 1, Gonzaga University. From there, those 2 boats have open water over UCLA, and then it's a tight race between lanes 4, 5, and 6 between UC Davis, Santa Barbara, and Southern California. Then looking out, San Diego State and UC Irvine also in contact.
And you can see here as Gonzaga and Orange Coast College are starting to walk themselves away from the rest of the field, wanting to establish almost a 2-boat race out front for that first, second place position. UC Santa Barbara not quite able to respond with those 2 crews and go with them. Often, if you have I like to call it the rabbit to chase, that gives you something to look forward to and a race to really sink your teeth into. But if you miss that opportunity to go, often that gap can widen to the point where you don't quite have the horsepower to bridge that gap in again and get back with the lead group. So it's one of those you have to choose to go, because if you fall behind, it might be too little too late when you do decide that it is time to go. So we're right now looking at Orange Coast College in 2, looking like they may have a bit of a lead here over Gonzaga, but the 2 boats sticking close together. We're not seeing any other boats necessarily challenging for that top 2 spot. Now it's looking like UCLA may be jumping into the mix, but it's a little tough to tell with our camera angles. Once we get an overhead drone shot, we may have a little better perspective on the racing.
Yeah, I was watching the Gonzaga coxswain there turning around, looking at Orange Coast, calling for the crew to make a move. So they're still in close contact there as the 2 leaders for this race. But then it's still in close contact between lanes 4, 5, and 6, UC Davis, Santa Barbara, and USC.
So Aaron, as knowing this course, having raced it before, being a coxswain yourself, when you're thinking about the Crew Classic course, when you make moves, what landmarks you're looking for, what are the things that you think about when you're at this stage of the race, crossing, about to hit that 1,500-meter mark? What have you been thinking about for the past 500 meters?
The one main thing to note is that the conditions change quite a bit as you make your way down the course. And so for the crews to be adaptive to these different conditions, the winds can shift. And so suddenly how does that crew respond to the different changes that they see making their way down the course? But looking back at the race, it's looking real close between lanes 4 and 5. That's UC Davis and UC Santa Barbara, with a slight advantage to UC Davis there. And then by a good amount of open water, when we look to the leaders, it's still between Gonzaga and Orange Coast College, but Gonzaga has now overtaken Orange Coast. They're sitting half a length over Orange Coast College. So that's a little different than what we saw at the beginning of the race, where Orange Coast was leading that race.
And as Aaron says that, it looks like in lane 1, Gonzaga is slowly moving through, pressing seat by seat ahead in this race. Orange Coast College not necessarily having the horsepower to respond, but again, anything can happen in the finish, so it's important not to count anybody out, especially when we have a two-boat race here. Gonzaga taking their rate up. You're starting to see that chop be a little bit higher by those blades. Orange Coast College responding in kind. You're seeing rates back and forth exchange. Orange Coast grabbing a seat back as we make our way into the finish line here. Eyes to the shore as these two boats are coming into the finish line. Gonzaga holding on to that lead, but Orange Coast starting to storm back. We'll see if they've got what it takes to take off that first place position.
This is really going to come down to the wire here. As mentioned, it is Orange Coast trying to claw their way back. They were leading this race. They fell back by about half a length there in that third 500, but now coming through the line, it'll be a photo finish between Orange Coast and Gonzaga. This is the men's Collegiate Novice 8.
That was a tight finish. It was almost impossible to tell from here which of those two crews took it. That is the tightest finish I think I have seen all day so far. A lot of surprised faces here at the finish. That's that 1-2 position, and now coming across in 3 looks to be UCLA, followed by UC Davis, UC Santa Barbara, USC, and then San Diego State and UC Irvine on those 2 outside lanes, coming in those 7 and 8 positions respectively. And next up, we are watching the replay of the start from the men's collegiate novice B8. This is event 110. We have 4 boats in this race. Let's take a look at who is here. In lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, UC Davis. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Our 4-boat race, you are catching that replay of the start. The 4 boats off, and at a certain point, we will pick up to the live race where they will be partially down the course. UC Irvine looking like they're having a bit of a challenge staying on course there out of the start. I'm sure they will bring themselves back in, but it can often be tough early out of the gates. Aaron, what is it like coming out of the gates, especially here at the Crew Classic at this time of the day when you know that conditions are starting to change, starting to pick up a little bit?
I've heard on coxswains meetings, I've heard from other coxswains is that this course has different optical illusions. And so the main thing is going out of the block that you have the proper point and you have the straight, proper shot down the course. Usually the start's a little bit more protected, but it's preparing as you get to that Ingram Street Bridge is where the winds will hit you from the cross and really change there. But as we look at this race, there's quite a bit of separation between all the crews, between Orange Coast College rowing out of lane 1 with quite a bit of open water over UC Davis in lane 2.
And now we're up and live with these crews, so you are catching up with about the middle of the race here. We've moved outside of the early stages to catch up with how these boats are actually stacking up. Orange Coast College, as Aaron mentioned, quite clearly out front here. establishing a pretty dominant lead at this point in time over the other three boats. And it's looking like our lanes are currently determining our order. So lane 2, UC Davis in second place. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. And then lane 4, UC Irvine, our 1, 2, 3, 4 positions. Orange Coast College looking very smooth there as they just drop those blades right into the water. Looking calm and confident in this race. There's that profile view, and you can check that catch timing on those blades. Often a good signature of a crew is to watch what happens right as those blades get to the catch position, whether those blades hang in the air for just a split second or whether those blades disappear into the water almost unnoticed. That slight difference can be the difference between a crew that's able to put power on the oars and a crew that hangs and feels like they are disconnected from that horsepower of the bodies.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at that Orange Coast crew, really nice looking crew. If you look at those catches going in, you get that backsplash or that V splash coming off. So they're moving through the water really cleanly, and just stroke by stroke, that's letting them find that open water over the rest of the field. Looking into the second place spot, it's UC Davis. Davis located about 20 miles south of Sacramento, California, in the Northern California region. They're sitting here second place. And then as the camera angle scrolls back, we're now looking at UC Santa Barbara. Then at UC Irvine. This is the men's collegiate novice B8.
Now, all 4 of these boats came from the heat yesterday. So the heats yesterday used to determine the lane assignments, in this race. So our lane assignments came from yesterday's heat. So these crews have seen each other before. They raced just yesterday, got a chance to look at what other crews had, and this is their moment to test their real speed. What did they have in the tanks? Did anybody hold anything back yesterday for today's race so that they could just leave it all on the course today? Orange Coast College looking like they still have a commanding lead here.
Yeah, I mean, Orange Coast College is clearly here to make a statement in this men's collegiate novice B8. Even though they have a good amount of open water, they're really going for time, getting all the open water that they can. Going for time almost here. And they're all out in front, all by themselves, with the big margin over the rest of the field.
And they're still holding a 35-36 on that rate, so they are not letting up. They're not just settling down, downshifting and coasting into the finish. They are clearly here to get a time trial. I mean, when you have a race like this, you've got enough open water. There's nobody there to race. This becomes a time trial. It's you against you. How fast can you go on this course? If nothing else, it gives you a benchmark for when you come back next year, or at least a benchmark that you can use against your training to see how your team performs on actual race day.
Well, speaking of that benchmark, even though all races are different, conditions change, but they could also be going for trying to compare their time and their performance to their A boat that just raced in the previous race there. So it's really showing strong performance from that Orange Coast College program overall and the dominance that they have this year.
And here we see Orange Coast College coming into their finish, still with their commanding lead, holding on in lane 1, pushing themselves out further and further, stroke by stroke, ahead of UC Davis in lane 2, lane 3, UC Santa Barbara in 3rd, lane 4, UC Irvine in 4th. Here comes Orange Coast College, their last meters. Blades dropping in. They want to get the fastest time possible. And there we go. Orange Coast College across the line. Followed by UC Davis now. Out there in 3 and 4, UCSB and UCI.
All right, and we're moving back into the Masters competition here. We're picking it up with race 111, the Women's Masters Club Championship 8. This is the Thalia Kelly Considine Cup. And we have 8 boats on the course. In lane 1, Toronto. Lane 2, Bayak. Lane 3, Endeavor Racing. Lane 4, Los Angeles Rowing Club. Lane 5, Sammamish. Lane 6, Vancouver. Lane 7, Lake Union. And lane 8, Sammamish. So we've got 2 Sammamish entries here, one in lane 5 and one in lane 8. And what these ladies are racing for, the Thalia Kelly Considine Cup. This award honors Thalia Kelly Considine, a 52-year member of ZLAC and a daughter, a mother, a grandmother of competitive rowers. Thalia's spirit and legacy in the San Diego rowing community continues to shine each year on the awards stage as multiple generations of her family attend to present the award for the Women's Club Championship 8 in her honor. All right. And in this race yesterday, it was lane 2 Bayak that pulled the fastest time of the day. We've got a lot of really experienced athletes out here in this Masters Club Championship 8 with Toronto Sculling, Endeavor Racing. We talked about Endeavor earlier this morning. That is an invitation only crew. So all of the athletes dedicated to training for the sport of rowing, they come together throughout the year to train and then come to compete in events like this, the San Diego Crew Classic. But right now we are looking at a very solid lead here by lane 2. This is Bayak. Bayak now looking at an open water advantage over lane 1, Toronto Sculling. Lane 1 also with open water over the remaining crews. So we'll pan out and see if we can get a little better visual of what the rest of the field looks like, because with 8 boats across, there is a lot to keep track of. In the 3rd place position, we are going to move into lane 3. That is Endeavor. Endeavor looks to have a couple of seats over lane 4, Los Angeles Rowing Club. In 5th and 6th, really tight here between Sammamish and Vancouver. That's lanes 5 and 6. And then in your 7th and 8th place position between Lake Union and Sammamish, will give a slight advantage to Lake Union. But all by themselves up front as they come towards the past the alumni tents and into the spectator area. It does look like Bayak has a very commanding lead. Only challenge to them is Toronto Sculling, but they do have an open water lead, that Bayak crew does. Look at the catch timing there in the Bayak boat. It's a very consolidated effort here by the Bayak program. Again, that's a crew that rows in the port of Redwood City and generally develop some very fast masters crew. They just have a masters and recreational program, but they also host adaptive programs. So a true community organization. And here they go. It is theirs to take home, that Thalia Kelly Considine Club. It is Bayak with their bows first across the line in this Club Championship 8. They're going to be followed by Toronto Sculling, one of our international entries. Tyranno sculling with quite a bit of open water between themselves and that third place crew, which looks to be from Endeavor Racing. Here comes Endeavor, and now Los Angeles Rowing Club in the fourth place position. Excuse me, that is, I'm going to correct myself. That is not Endeavor. I believe that is Los Angeles Rowing Club that was in that third place position, followed by a Sammamish, and then Vancouver and Lake Union. And now here comes Endeavor with 8th place going to the second Sammamish entry. All right, we're going to pick it back up again with the Men's Masters Club 8 Championship 8. This is the Coronado Cays Realty Club Cup, and we are again looking at 8 crews across the lanes. In lane 1, Ex Nemo, that is a group of Harvard alums. Lane 2, Rowing Canada alumni. In lane 3, University of San Diego alumni. Lane 4, Wimbledon from England. Lane 5, Marin. Lane 6, Cambridge. Lane 7, Potomac, and Lane 8, Crimson Death Barge. Definitely my all-time favorite team name. Great close-up shot there of Potomac Boat Club in that bright red boat. And indeed, it is Potomac that has your top lead there. It looks like by open water coming out of lane 7. So Potomac right now, your early leader, and then quite a bit of overlap between all crews. We'll see if we can get a little better visual of where these crews are at and come back with some lane placement.
And it continues to be Potomac Boat Club with the commanding lead out of lane 7. Potomac Boat Club rowing out of Washington, D.C., usually attracting a good amount of recent college grads and a lot of men that are continuing to train at a high level. And we're really seeing that come out here as stroke by stroke, they continue to find more and more open water.
All right, in terms of placement with the other crews, so Potomac really kind of leaving everyone in their dust there as they have a fairly commanding lead as they barrel towards this finish. Looks like lane 1, Ex Nemo, is your second place crew, followed by Rowing Canada alumni, really some awesome rowers in there, former national team athletes. In the fourth place position, it's going to go to either Marin or Wimbledon, maybe a slight lead right now for Marin, maybe a couple of seats over Team Wimbledon. And then out to lane 6, Cambridge, in your 7th place position, followed by lane 8, Crimson Death Barge.
And Adrian, as you've mentioned, Potomac continuing to lead, but the race looks to be towards the shore between lanes 1 and 2 there. Those two boats have been in contact the whole race, and probably the two closest ones in this 8-boat field.
All right, and that was Potomac crossing the line well ahead of the rest of the field. And then lots of overlap here as we come towards the finish. It looks like a good charge here from Ex Nemo. All right, and it does look like Ex Nemo in that second place position, followed by Marin, and then very close to them, rowing Canada as well as Wimbledon, and then now crossing the line, Cambridge, and then Crimson Death Barge. That rounds out the Men's Masters Club Championship 8. That is the Coronado Cays Realty Cup. And the Coronado Cays Realty Cup returns as the sponsor of this event for the second consecutive year. So this is a fairly new trophy. This trophy honors the friendship and community held between club members who come together with a shared purpose and common goal. This trophy is sponsored by Jamie and Franziska Bay.
This is our women's collegiate novice 8 and women's open 8, races 113 and 114. We have 7 boats in this race. In lane 1, Cal. Lane 2, Texas. Lane 3, Washington. Lane 4, USC. Lane 5, University of San Diego. Lane 6, UC San Diego. Lane 7, Washington. 7 boats across, 2 races going simultaneously here.
Yeah, and one of the things Shane and I were talking about earlier is just the depth of each program. It's going to field kind of a different level of athlete across the board. So a lot of these big varsity Division I programs are able to field a 3v8, a 4v8, a 5v8 just in their varsity squad. In a lot of programs, that novice crew is often also raced as a third varsity. So we're going to see a good stretch of different levels of athlete and experience here in this race. This is the Women's Open 8, the Carly Copley Cup, in honor of the daughter of Liz and Michael Copley. Her name was Carly, who passed away at an early age due to leukemia. So this trophy really quite special here. And as these women's collegiate, novice, and open 8s race for that trophy, we're going to see a lot of good speed coming out of the water here between California, Texas, Washington, and the women of USC.
And Adrian, as you mentioned, the depth of a program can have a significant impact on the number of boats that teams are able to field. How do you think that that plays out in a team's overall strategy and how they put boats together when they show up to races like this? Because some of these smaller programs that don't quite have that depth might not be able to even put those boats together. So how do they make those decisions as to what boats they're going to enter into when they have to be a little bit more selective based off of the depth of their program?
I think that sometimes it really comes down to wanting to get that high level experience. So with novices here, true novices out in the water against some very experienced, perhaps with international experience coming out of these Division I, Washington, California, Texas, the caliber of those crews, you're putting yourself up against the best in the nation. And that is really quite a unique experience for a novice to have within their first year of rowing. And so back to the placement, it does look like California is going to hold on to this top spot right now, looking like they have a 6-seat advantage over Texas. Texas in lane 2, just behind Texas now with a little bit of open water back. It's going to be Washington. Washington in that bright yellow boat with the white blades, easy to see as they come down the course in lane 3. And then back behind them, we'll take a look with a little bit better visual to see if we can get some placements with lanes 4 through 7.
And here we see those top 2 teams making their way to our beach area. You can see those referees' boats slowly gliding by in the backdrop there, but Cal sitting in that lead, Texas in 2 next to them. Those 2 boats looking like they are holding steady in their positions, but dropping back slightly as Washington from that 3-boat race. They were a little bit tighter just a moment ago. Texas and Cal moving ahead now. Not having gotten a clear picture yet for USC, University of San Diego, UC San Diego, or Washington. We'll be able to pick them up when the cameras get to them, but currently we're watching this Cal-Texas duel happening at the lead of the pack with Washington sitting off the back. That might be a bit much for open water as far as being able to claw back. However, between those 2 crews at the front, there's still a chance that something could happen.
All right, and rates lifting as they come a little bit closer to the line. Texas trying furiously to come back on California's lead, but might be a little bit too late for that. But who knows what is capable in this final about 100 meters here as California tries to hold off the Longhorns. But I think Cal's going to be able to hold on to it just right now by about 4 seats as they come towards the finish. Texas and California pushing each other so hard that they now have about a length of open water between themselves and our 3rd place crew from the University of Washington. But here they go. It is Cal and now Texas with the Huskies coming across 3rd. USC in lane 4th will be your 4th place crew. And then that is the second Washington entry. That is actually a true novice boat there out in lane 7. That is going to be your 5th place boat. They are followed by University of San Diego and then finally UC San Diego.
Off and running now, our men's Open 8, the Anderson Borthwick Memorial Trophy, presented by SDRC. We have 6 boats in this race. Lane 3 was a scratch, so lane 3 will be open as this race comes down. Lane 1, Cal. Lane 2, Cal. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 5, UC Davis. Lane 6, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 7, UC Santa Barbara. And this being the Anderson Borthwick Memorial Trophy presented by SDRC, Andy Borthwick was a San Diego civic leader whose many talents made him an invaluable member of the Southern California community. He was an oarsman on championship crews for the San Diego Rowing Club and a prime mover in establishing the San Diego Crew Classic.
And that was a quick turnaround for both of those Cal crews as we saw one boat, the lane 1, rowing in the Cal Cup, and then the other boat rowing in the 2V event earlier today. So kind of had a chance to come back to land, maybe do a little stretch, a little recalibration, and here they go. This is a little inter-squad squabble here between the 2 California boats up front, lanes 1 and lane 2. See who comes out on top between that 4V and Frosh 8. Back behind them, it is going to be a battle between UC Santa Barbara and UC Davis. We've got 3 UC Santa Barbara boats. Again, a testament to the depth of that program and the number of athletes that they attract to row on the waters of Lake Kachuma. Really quite a huge club program with many years of success. And we're seeing that play out here over the course of this weekend at the Crew Classic.
We are watching this live race now as we see Cal sitting in the 1 and 2 positions off the front. Currently sitting to the back. We'll wait until we have a better perspective, but that is a 4-boat race between UC Santa Barbara's 3 boats and UC Davis. We'll call those UC Santa Barbara boats A, B, and C just in order of their lane assignments, which are lane 4, lane 6, and lane 7. UC Davis splitting them up there in lane 5. So a lot of UCSB jerseys out there on the water right now. A lot of yellow because we've got all UC programs in this race. Cal, UC Santa Barbara, and UC Davis. Lots of yellow and navy, eh?
That's right. We just need UC Irvine to be in this race, and we have a good complement of all of the UC schools that have a rowing program. Oh, I guess we'd have to add UCLA in there as well. And I think there is one of those races that's coming up where we've got all the UC programs represented. But right now, it is all about California as they battle it out up front, lanes 1 and lane 2, the Frosh and the 4V going after each other, both exhibiting some very, very speedy cadence. I have them clocked at about 36 strokes a minute. Right now, it does look like lane 1, the Cal Frosh boat, getting the better of that 4V in lane 2. So right now, Coxon looking across at the bow ball of that second California boat as they come towards the finish here and coming into the spectator area. You're going to see those white tents along the shoreline, and that's where we'll see a little bit better visual from land about exactly the placement between California and the rest of the field.
And you got to think that for both Cal and UCSB, they're seeing other boats from within their program. This is almost a for bragging rights race for them. They get to come off the water, and they have seen how the others have performed. They've raced against each other in practice, I'm sure. This is definitely not a first time that they've seen their own crews, but under the heat of pressure on the competition line, they get to see how they perform against one another. And I got to imagine there's some fun in that, but also some bragging rights that get to come out of the weekend.
Yeah, it's a little race day seat race. Always, good for the coaches to kind of take a look and see who can step up on race day. And certainly there is a lot of movement between boats throughout the course of a spring season. I just saw that Cal boat that's in the lead, that Coxon looking across. You got to think that he's probably asking for open water against that other crew as they come into the final strokes here of this men's Open 8. This is the Anderson Bothwick Memorial Trophy.
And here come Cal and Cal, lane 1, lane 2, fighting each other for the top 2 positions of this men's Open 8. The Anderson Borthwick Memorial Trophy presented by SDRC. Here comes Cal A crossing the line, then Cal B. And behind from there, we have our UC Santa Barbara A, UC Davis, UC Santa Barbara B, and UC Santa Barbara C. It looks as if we may have UC Santa Barbara A and UC Davis in those next 2 positions, with UC Santa Barbara B off the back there, and then UC Santa Barbara C on that outside lane.
The trophy that is presented for this Open 8s race. Andy Borthwick was a San Diego civic leader whose many talents made him an invaluable member of the Southern California community. He was an oarsman on championship crews for the San Diego Rowing Club, as well as a prime mover in establishing the San Diego Crew Classic.
This is a non-rowing announcement. We have found 2 wallets that are sitting in the information tent. One, Diego Victor Ramirez. Please come find your wallet at the information tent, as well as Kirk O'Scully. Kirk O'Scully, please make your way to the information tent to claim your wallet.
I'm on carpool duty for lacrosse, and I have to prep for Taco Tuesday. I'm too busy to join a gym.
We get it. With Active&Fit now, it's easy to find a gym that fits your schedule. With no long-term contracts, plus tons of on-demand workout videos and a well-being coach to help keep you on track. Click the link and get Active&Fit now.
The need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines. The future.
If you're all about messing around in boats, having a good time, having a good piece of equipment for your lake house, for your sailboat, or these boats are great.
I know that I've seen that you can basically pack them and carry them onto an airplane. Wherever you like to go, wherever you want to row, this is a way to keep rowing. You can't put your single in the overhead compartment.
Rowing an oarboard is stable, safe, and fun. It converts a paddleboard into a performance rowing boat. Now you can go rowing and play in the waves. Oarboard is revolutionizing the sport of rowing.
Sure, there are plenty of other places where the ocean meets the shore, but in Southern California, it just feels different.
We think it tastes different too.
With a wide range of great tasting, high quality beers handcrafted in San Diego, we here at Coronado Brewing Company have made it our life's work to bring the coastal lifestyle directly to you. So go ahead, try and find another place quite like this.
Good luck trying.
Until then, we'll be here.
I'm stuck at work all day. I don't want to be stuck at the wrong gym.
We get it. With Active&Fit now, you can choose from thousands of gyms with no long-term contracts or cancellation fees. Plus, tons of on-demand workout videos and a well-being coach included in your membership. Click the link and get Active&Fit now.
Since 1987, So Sporty has produced the highest quality, comfortable, and durable rowing apparel right up the road in Vista, California. So Sporty offers team uniforms, splash jackets, spirit wear, and much more. We're committed to ensuring quality products and orders that are delivered on time. Visit the So Sporty tent on Vendor Row to learn more.
The Marines are a family that fights together, finding individual purpose in a collective cause, the protection of our nation and the advancement of its ideals. Side by side, they welcome obstacles and thrive on challenges. Each Marine stands as a vital part of a united force greater than any individual, more fulfilled than ever before. Visit the USMC tent on Vendor Row to learn more. San Diego Tourism Marketing District is a tourism improvement district serving all areas within the city of San Diego. SDTMD uses fees collected from local hotels to support the marketing and promotional efforts of a variety of programs, services, and special events throughout America's finest city. SDTMD's support for tourism marketing allows San Diego to maintain its status as an aspirational first-tier visitor destination.
We're getting ready for the start of the women's Division II, Division III club Collegiate 4. This is a 3-boat race. In lane 1, Orange Coast College, lane 2, UC Irvine, and lane 3, a second boat from UC Irvine. Crews are still working to align for the women's D2, D3, and club Collegiate 4. Looks like there's some crosswinds at the start line and creating some challenges for getting all the crews aligned and pointed for a clean start. A little bit of wind here at the start line. What you see going on is what's called sculling to get the boat better aligned without breaking away from the starting block. So that's when one rower will hand the oar over to another to take little tap strokes to keep the bow pointed straight. As you can see, all three crews are having to take some strokes from their starboard side to stay pointed into the wind or straight. So now looking at this screen, you can see all coxswains have pointed their bows just a little bit more over to the left into the wind, so it's pushing them over less. You can see the wind is blowing pretty strong. And we have a start now. This is the women's Division 2, Division 3 club, Collegiate 4, now underway. And right out of the blocks, it's Orange Coast College with a really clean start and starting to find an early lead over the rest of the field, the other two boats from UC Irvine.
But also they can there, and you have no say over it, and you don't know what it leads to because you don't know.
Just past 250 meters into the race, it's Orange Coast College finding open water over the rest of the field. In second place is UC Irvine out of lane 2 with open water over their teammates out of lane 3.
Where does that?
Continuing underway, this is the women's Division 2, Division 3, and club Collegiate 4s with Orange Coast College out of lane 1 continuing a commanding open water lead over the two boats from UC Irvine. Now, as you notice here, the coxswain is sitting in the bow of the boat with a clear line of sight over the rest of the course, versus in the eights, the coxswain is sitting in the stern. So it's a different perspective, a different experience as a coxswain sitting in the bow there. But all crews doing a good job handling these conditions with a crosswind at different parts of the course. All crews now pretty much past the halfway point. Our leader, Orange Coast College, continues all by themselves. We have a 3-boat race, and each crew has a lot of open water both in front and behind them on both sides. So it's a little bit of a different racing experience than having all boats across side by side. Nevertheless, all crews doing a good job continuing to push themselves and create even more separation between one another as these women's Division 2, Division 3 club collegiate fours continue to make their way down the course. Looking at this drone shot of Orange Coast College out of lane 1 with now 500 meters to go as they cross that orange flag. They're out in front all by themselves with a big open water margin over the 2 boats from UC Irvine. UC Irvine out of lane 2 sitting in the second place position, also with a lot of open water over the UC Irvine 4 from lane 3. Here on the shot, this is the Orange Coast College for All ladies here moving well in sync. They've been leading this race by a lot of open water. And here they are, Orange Coast College, coming through the finish line for the women's Division II, Division III, and club programs, Collegiate 4. And second across the line, UC Irvine coming in second place. And then finishing in third will be the second boat from UC Irvine. This is the finish for race number 117, the women's Division II, Division III, and club collegiate 4s.
Okay. All right. And we are up and running here with the next event. Event number 118. This is the women's D2, D3, and club collegiate novice 8. In lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, San Diego State. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, Long Beach. Lane 5, UC Irvine. Lane 6, UC Santa Barbara. So we're getting a shot of the starting sequence here, and then we will catch up with this race in real time at about the midway point.
And here we pick up live with those boats on the water for this women's D2, D3 Club Collegiate Novice 8. 6 boats across in this race. We're catching them live now, and we will, once we get an overhead perspective, be able to give you a real insight into how places are looking currently. That's that 1,000-meter mark on that orange flag that you're seeing there. The indicator to the athletes that they have reached that halfway point. These courses are buoyed. If you're new to the sport of rowing, you may notice those small buoys out on the course. If you take a different perspective and look straight down the course from beginning to end, you will notice that those buoys lay out the lanes within which these boats have to stay. And that is how the boats know how they are racing straight down that course. They are used by the coxswains in order to maintain their port and their starboard sides to make sure that they know that they are in their appropriate lane. They can get flagged if they move outside of those. And so it gives those coxswains some order for the racing.
All right, and it does look like our leader here right now is in lane 1. That's UC Santa Barbara. And as these are novice 8s, you know, anything can happen. We see a lot of different change up throughout the race. We see some interesting steering patterns sometimes, and a varied level of athleticism within the crew. But one of the things that we've noticed all weekend is that huge UC Santa Barbara team. They are perpetual competitors and champions at the ACRA level on both the men's and the women's side, and fielding a very strong novice boat here at the Crew Classic. So lane 1, that is UC Santa Barbara and their A entry. They have 2 entries in this event, lane 1 and another one all the way out in lane 6. So we'll keep our eyes on the placement with crews and come back with a report.
And when you're talking about novice crews, one of the things and one of the challenges you face is that rowing may be new to many of the athletes in the boat. Sometimes you have recruits, in which case you can see a boat come together pretty quickly to create some speed. But if you have a bunch of true novices, walk-ons to the program who are just learning the sport, rowing is not an easy sport to learn. It's not a natural movement. It does take somebody teaching you how to put yourself in the right place at the right time in order to orchestrate the correct movement of the rowing stroke. And so you're teaching all 8 of these athletes a new stroke. And if you have a boat full of those true novices, it can be tough for them to come together. And the thing that can create speed in a boat is when athletes can come together. So in this novice 8, when you see a boat that is moving together, often you will see them create some easy speed that allows them to push off and dominate in a race like this. So when you see those spreads, an easy thing to look for is how are those crews coming together to create that speed?
And I would say technically one of the most important things for any crew to focus on when they're in their early stages of development is just getting the blades in the water together. You're going to notice some consistency there when you take a look at crews out on the water. Are their catches in together? Are the bodies moving in motion? Kind of those just basic things. And then from there, as they get a little more experienced, you're going to find those nuances that really make all the difference. And then, of course, training. But first, just get your blade in the water.
Isn't it funny how simple that sounds and yet how challenging that can be in practice? It's just that easy, everybody. Just put your blades in the water and boats will go fast. It's simple but not easy to execute, I suppose, is the way to put it. And that is the challenge of every novice coach that exists out there, is trying to help get that point across to their athletes.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing a huge, huge lead here by UC Santa Barbara, way out there by themselves. Kind of hard to see really what's happening with the rest of the field, but looks as if perhaps it is lane 3, UC Davis, that has that second place position. Yep, and there is that nice overhead shot of Davis, but here come the Gauchos, UC Santa Barbara, really a nice looking crew. Definitely have their blades in the water together, and that is going to give them a great shot at bringing home this championship in the Collegiate Novice 8.
You have enough.
That second spot is going to go to UC Davis. UC Davis rowing out of lane 3, so a lot of spread here between these boats. The Aggies rowing out of the deep water channel in the port of Sacramento. And then it looks like our third place crew is going to go to UC Irvine there in lane 5. UC Irvine holding off the second entry from UC Santa Barbara. So there is your third place crew, and fourth there for UC Santa Barbara. In fifth, it's going to be San Diego State. And then finally, Cal State University Long Beach.
And that wraps up our women's D2, D3 club, collegiate, and novice 8 race. We will be moving next to the women's youth 8, an 8-boat race. We got another big boat race coming here. Lots of boats, lots of oars, lots of racing to happen. We'll be catching up at that start line in just a moment. Looking at our lineup here for the Women's Youth 8, Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Newport AC. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Saugatuck. Lane 5, Capital. Lane 6, NorCal Crew. Lane 7, Connecticut. Lane 8, Holy Names. This race now underway.
And yesterday, coming out of the heats, Newport had the fastest time, just by 1 second over Saugatuck. And then Saugatuck had a couple of seconds over Marin and then Oakland Strokes. So those were the winners of each heat. We had 4 heats, and this is the most subscribed to event over the course of the weekend for the Crew Classic, with 19 total entries, and really a testament to the strength of women's rowing in the United States. But look at this overhead shot here. These 8 boats, the top in their field, and so we're certain to find a lot of speed coming out of these boats right now. The early leader with their nose out in front just by a bit is going to be Lane 2, Newport.
And one of the best parts about knowing that all of these boats came from top 2 from each of their heats is that you are going to have a really fast final here, because you really are pulling the top of the top boats. And so you are getting a nice final here with these top 2 from every heat making their way to this final. And it just means you're going to get some really great spectating, some really great racing, and that helps to push all crews along as they go through their race.
All right, so we were looking at the beginning stages of that race, and now we're going to catch up with the race in real time. Yeah, we're just shy of about 500 meters to go, and it does look like Newport continues to be your leader, with Marin chasing them down there in lane 1. So only about 4 seats separate those 2 crews out, Newport and Marin side by side back behind them. So a lot of movement over the course of this race, as we had all 8 crews pretty tightly packed, and then they really separated out definitely at the halfway mark. That tends to happen. So right now, Newport still holding off Marin by about 4 seats. Back behind them, it looked like Saugatuck in that 3rd place position, a couple of seats over Oakland.
But Newport AC here holding that lead as they come into the white tents. This is the moment that crews are going to go. Marin sitting back in that 2nd place position. Newport AC up on Marin. But we'll have to see if Marin is going to stage a sprint here to challenge Newport AC. There's a really great opportunity for a dead sprint here, watching these crews come along. It looks like Saugatuck in that 3rd place position, followed by Oakland Strokes, followed by Capital. And then we've got a NorCal Connecticut dead even, and Holy Names. Here we go. Let's watch as Newport AC and Marin are bringing it to the finish line. Newport AC look like they've opened up a little bit more space on Marin, who are fighting to try and get across that line first, but it looks like it's going to be Newport AC taking that 1st place position. Marin coming in 2.
Beautiful racing there by Newport and Marin as they head towards the finish line. That is Saugatuck there as your 3rd place crew, sitting now just with open water over Oakland Strokes, so Oakland in 4th. And then in 5th, we'll look to Capital there, rowing out of lane 5. And then Connecticut Boat Club is your 6th place crew, followed by NorCal and then Holy Names of Seattle.
And here are our men's Youth 8 San Diego Rowing Club Cup boats. We have another 8-lane race. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Newport Seabase. Lane 4, Saugatuck. Lane 5, NorCal Crew. Lane 6, Newport AC. Lane 7, SDRC. Lane 8, Bellin Jesuit. Our 8-lane race, 1 through 4 from their heats have made their way into this race for the San Diego Rowing Club Cup.
And coming out of the heats yesterday, again, we're going to look at some heat times. And sometimes it doesn't always hold true in the finals, but often it gives you a good sense of where the speed is going to come from. Yesterday, Oakland Strokes had the fastest time coming out of the heats. And then 2 crews, Marin and Saugatuck, matched their times. And then the 4th fastest time was Newport Seabase. So we're looking at some really, really fast crews here coming out of lanes 1 through 4. And indeed, it is lane 1. That is Marin right now with the lead by about a half of a boat length early on in this race. And then we're going to look all the way to the outside. That is Bellin Jesuit of Miami Beach, Florida. All right, there we go. Now we can see in real time where these guys are at on the course. And it does look like Marin now pulling themselves up to about a stern advantage over lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Looking for that Bellin Jesuit boat here. So they really had to come up and out of the gates very, very quickly, but they have now faded back, and we'll get a placement on them. In 3rd, it's going to be Saugatuck in lane 4. Just a couple of seats ahead of Newport Seabase. So Newport Seabase is your 4th place crew. Back to them by 1 length. It's going to be lane 5, NorCal Crew, followed by Newport, and then finally San Diego Rowing Club and Bellin Jesuit. Too close to call between those 2 crews, but as they come into the final 500, we're going to see some great racing here out of lanes 1 and lane 2. The Bay Area rivals, Marin and Oakland, lifting up the stroke rates. Oakland seeing if they can maybe claw back a little bit at Marin's lead. But Marin also answering that charge, taking up the rate. They are almost striking the water at the same time as they come towards the spectator area. Get yourself down there towards the beach. This is sure to be an amazing finish here by these top men's Youth 8s. This is the San Diego Rowing Club Cup.
We are definitely going to be picking up some speed out of these boats as they come into the finish. You are seeing some top boats here coming down in this course in both the men's and the women's Youth 8s. These are some big races. They brought lots of boats to be raced, and so in these finals, you are seeing the fastest of the fast make their way. These have been the A finals. There goes Marin starting to set themselves aside. Oakland Strokes not quite responding as open water is starting to appear between the 2 boats. Let's see if the Oakland Strokes have a little bit more in the tank, but right now Marin starting to walk away as they push towards the finish. Looking like we have Saugatuck in that 3rd place position. Newport Seabase, though, right on the inside, so there may be a slight advantage if they're trying to make a move up into that 3rd place position. Here goes Marin coming up on that finish line.
Pulling free and clear right now of Oakland. A little bit of open water for Marin, defending their championship from last year. So perpetual trophy there going home with Marin. Oakland Strokes in 2nd. Back to them, super, super close there between Saugatuck and Newport Seabase. Looks like Saugatuck held on to 3rd, just ahead of Newport Seabase, with NorCal in 5th, Bellin Jesuit in 6th, and then Newport and San Diego rounding out this men's Youth 8. This is for the San Diego Rowing Club Cup. San Diego Rowing Club was founded as the Excelsior Rowing Club originally in 1888 and rebranded as the San Diego Rowing Club in 1891. Throughout its history, the club offered multiple sports and activities to its members as an athletic club before eventually streamlining its offerings to rowing only. The club rowed in multiple locations on San Diego Bay before eventually making its home on El Carmel Point in Mission Bay, where it stands today.
We are now looking at our next race, starting to line up in the stake boats there. Our women's under 17 8. That is the Referee Cup. We have another 8-lane race, 8 boats across. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Newport AC. Lane 4, SDRC. Lane 5, Wesley. Lane 6, Capital. Lane 7, Pacific. Lane 8, Cathedral Catholic.
And you see last year's top 3 crews, Marin, Oakland, and Newport, in that same configuration this year. Close up, we've got our cameras there on the screen. That is Wesley University, a crew that has come all the way over from Australia to join our programs here. We've got crews from Canada, from Mexico, from obviously all across the United States, and now Australia. Joining us at the Crew Classic. So really a special trip here for this Wesley University women's under 17 8. And here we go.
Our boats are off and moving, settling themselves into this race. Fairly even across the board right now, with some boats moving a few seats ahead, but nothing outstanding at this moment in time. Currently looking very even from these early strokes. So we're going to let these boats get settled. We're going to let the early fight happen, and then we'll tune in as they start to separate themselves out.
And with this under 17 8, we're going to find a lot of levels of athletes, some different ages here. So they don't have to be 17. They can be below 17. They could be 14, 15, 16. And so, could be some novices in their first year rowing and could be some very experienced athletes out there. All right, and we are looking at a great overhead shot here, and we pretty much are finding the boats in lane order, so it does look like Marin has that lead by about a boat length right now over Oakland, and then Newport in the 3rd place position, and then pretty close here between San Diego, Wesley, and Capital. I'm going to give that advantage for 4th place to Wesley. Wesley looking like they have about a 2-seat advantage over both San Diego Rowing Club and Capital, but Capital definitely on the move. A little bit off the back there by about a length or so of open water. It's going to be Pacific, and then finishing will be our 8th place crew, Cathedral Catholic High School. Cathedral Catholic, a private school from right here in San Diego. All right, and if you're looking at these overhead shots, you're going to see some different configurations of the oars. So it's not just port and starboard side back to back, but sometimes you'll see 2 blades and 2 athletes sitting right next to each other that are rowing on the same side. Sometimes they'll configure the boats like that just to balance out the power in crews, or sometimes to put 2 athletes together that seem to work particularly well. It helps the boat to run a little bit straighter on its own, and Marin showing that right here here with that bucket rig in their under 17-8. It's pointed out that the under 16-8 from Marin did win the national championship, so likely we have a lot of those athletes that are coming up maybe to fill out this under 17-8. Back behind them now by about a half a length or more of open water, it's going to continue to be Oakland. Oakland, a program that traditionally will field quite a number of boats. So a very large program, sometimes over 200 athletes in that Oakland Stroke Boathouse on any given afternoon. So looking really strong here in that second place position in this under 17-8. Newport continuing in the third place position. And then let's see if we can get a little bit better shot here between San Diego, Wesley, and Capital for that fourth, fifth, or sixth place position.
Usually right about this area, we get to go up to our drone cameras, which give us some really nice clear perspectives on the race. And there we go. As we see these boats steaming down the course, lots of contact still this late in the race. And we know that we're going to see some great racing here. So make sure you make your way down to the sand because these boats are going to start passing that tent row pretty soon. Almost a flying V of boats going right now down the course.
Yeah, so a lot of movement there on the outside lanes. It does look like Marin is going to continue to hold on to that top spot. They're there right against the shoreline. They're continuing to hold off Oakland. But then as we come into a little bit better picture, it is going to be pretty tight here between Capital and Newport. I'm going to give that advantage to Newport for the third place spot. And then San Diego pushing themselves into fourth. Wesley continuing to hold on to fifth. And it does look like Capital is in the sixth place position. Continuing in seventh is going to be Pacific with Cathedral Catholic in eighth.
There goes Marin across that 500-meter mark first, followed by Oakland Strokes. Next to them, Newport AC and SDRC. We have our 1, 2, 3, and 4 lanes setting out 1, 2, 3, and 4 positions. Continuing on to 5, looks like Wesley right behind SDRC, then NorCal Crew behind Wesley. And that means Capital is behind NorCal Crew. So all boats currently in their lane assignments and in that order in the race.
Really good showing here by Wesley from Australia as they are right here in the mix, right down the center of the course. They've got those beautiful purple unisuits, so quite easy to see. I believe they are rowing with Oakland Strokes blades. Not too sure about that, but a great showing there for Wesley as they come over to the States to race against some of the best in the nation. And speaking out some of the best in the nation, it is Marin that is just continuing to dominate this race from start to finish. So right now, not really looking challenged at all. That Marin boat looks behind them to Oakland as their closest competitor, but by quite a bit of open water between themselves and Oakland, that Marin boat can feel pretty comfortable that they are going to cross the line with their bow first.
And here come these boats down towards the finish line. We, as the commentators, are seated right at the finish line, so we have a bird's eye view of exactly how these boats finish. Looks like we're going to have Marin crossing that line first with open water on Oakland Strokes. You'll hear that horn in a moment. There they go. That's Marin across the line in 1. Oakland Strokes in 2. Followed by Newport AC. Then San Diego Rowing Club, Wesley, Capital, Pacific, and Cathedral Catholic.
All right, we've already had a start in the men's under 17-8. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Newport Seabase. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes. Lane 5, Wesley University. Lane 6, NorCal Crew. And lane 7, Capital Crew. So this is actually a replay of the start that you're taking a look at. So just the opening sequence. And usually what happens is that we see a lot of very tightly packed boats right out of the gate. First 500 is always very exciting to watch with a lot of overlap between boats. But then as soon as they hit that 1,000-meter line, that is where a lot of that separation really starts to happen. That's where the fitness kicks in. And your early leader coming out of the start is going to be lane 1, Marin. We'll catch up with this race in real time in just a second. All right, and wow, what a change up. So what you saw on the screen or on the Jumbotron, if you're watching earlier, that was just the first 500 meters of this race. And now we're cutting to real time. You can see how much changes in such a quick amount of time. And, you know, really, it looks like this dominating performance here by Marin. They are just all by themselves out there in lane 1. Even at this point, I don't even see places number 2, 3, or 4. So we're looking at a 7-boat race right now. There is just one boat in front of us that's barreling down the course. This is the men's under 17-8 right now, being controlled by Marin.
And once that camera pans around, we'll be able to give you more of a perspective on what is happening in the rest of the race. But as she said, there we go. That camera pulls back a little bit for us to see who else is on the course there. And it looks like Newport Seabase and Los Gatos sitting and competing for that second place position. Los Gatos pulling ahead slightly, it seems, with Newport Seabase just behind. Always a little tough to tell just because of boat colors. So it may in fact be Newport Seabase, perhaps just a bow ball ahead.
Yeah, really close between those two boats right there. Yeah, hard to tell with that. The Newport Seabase has that dark boat and against the water. Hard to tell, but I think it is going to be really close between those two. A lot of firepower coming out of that Marin boat. Engine room is, those are some big boys there as they come down towards us. Under 17, this isn't even their top 8. So, wow, what a dominating performance by Marin. It's everyone else chasing them down. And back behind them, really, really close here between Newport Seabase and Los Gatos, almost dead even as these guys come to the line.
And here are Newport Seabase and Los Gatos. It looks like it's going to be Newport Seabase by just a seat or 2 over Los Gatos. Next up, it appears to be NorCal Crew coming across the line, followed by Oakland Strokes, then Wesley, followed by Capital in the outside lane.
All right, and we're going to move right back into the racing action here in event number 123. This is the Women's Youth B8. This is the Zlak Rowing Club Cup. And Zlak Rowing Club is one of the 2 local rowing clubs located on Mission Bay. It is the oldest women's only rowing club in the world. Zlak was founded in 1892 by 3 sisters, Lena, Agnes, and Caroline, and their friend Zulette. And thus, the 4 women use the first letters of their first names to create the acronym ZLAC to name their club. They currently offer women's masters and youth rowing programming along with social memberships. And that is what this Women's Youth B is named after, is in honor of the ZLAC Rowing Club. So we're looking here at 8 lanes across. Lane 1 is Saugatuck. Lane 2 is Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes. Lane 5, Newport. Lane 6, Marin. So 2 entries here for Marin. Lane 7, NorCal. And Lane 8, Connecticut Boat Club.
So our crew's now settling in. We are live on this race, so we're going to watch it as it unfolds in real time. Lane 1, Saugatuck, starting to make a move away. That's a beautiful perspective of the race right now, looking across west looking east in this race as we look at Saugatuck starting to nudge away. In second, it looks as if it's Marin, followed by a Newport AC, but just a seat or two between those two. So still a very competitive race. Then we look to the outside with Connecticut. Then it looks as if it's going to be Marin, then Oakland Strokes, perhaps Newport AC, and then NorCal Crew. But the boat to watch right now, Saugatuck, as they start to make moves away from Newport AC, and then Marin in lane 3. 1, 2, and 3 in lanes 1, 2, and 3. That seems to be the race to watch at the moment as the other boats start to slowly drift behind. Let's not count out Connecticut, though, on that outside lane because they are seeming to hold in some kind of contact.
And Saugatuck coming at us from Connecticut. And then of the far reaches of the race course over there in lane 8, another Connecticut entry. That's Connecticut Boat Club. That's an all-girls rowing club, very dominant on the national level. I just read an article that they were invited to the governor's mansion just recently and were able to be honored for their contributions to women's sports in the state of Connecticut. So really cool honor for them. And we're seeing that here as they come down the course here at San Diego Crew Classic. They have always been a very, very excellent competitor and clearly creating the future of women's rowing. Saugatuck, though, continuing on the lead. Does look like Newport is in that second place position. And then from my eyes, it does look like Connecticut might be in that third place spot, but we'll take a look overhead and see if we can get a little better picture of how this is shaking out. But there is starting to get a little bit more separation between boats as we move a little farther down the race course.
This may be just me, but I'm looking at that lane 1 Saugatuck trying to clock their stroke rate, and it seems as if they're holding an exceptionally high stroke rate through this race. I feel like I've been clocking them in the high 30s, if not up to 40, which is an impressive rate to be holding at this point in the race. Surely, if that is their race plan, that is an impressive rate to hold. We have yet to see rates like that throughout the racing this weekend. Most crews settling at a 36. So something like a 38 to a 40 is exceptional as far as rate goes.
Yeah, and Shane, I think you're right. I did clock them at a 39. So that is not uncommon necessarily these days in women's rowing. There are a couple of universities that are known for their high stroke rates. Brown University, always quite successful. They are known to hold upwards of 40 strokes a minute as the base pace for their races. And here we go with Saugatuck again. This is just kind of a testament to the level of fitness and technique that a lot of these athletes are operating at right now. So Saugatuck holding on to that high stroke rating. It's working for them as they furiously try to hold off Newport. Newport doing a nice job just kind of inching a little bit further into Saugatuck's lead. As we come closer towards that finish line, you're going to want to come down to the beach for this one. I think it's going to come down to the wire. But just as we say that, it does look like Newport may have pulled even with Saugatuck for that lead position.
And if you look at Newport, they seem to be understroking Saugatuck by a beat or two, but they themselves are pretty high as well. The difference, if you look at those two crews on camera, is that you're seeing a little bit more horsepower get put on those handles each stroke. There's a little bit more whip happening in that Newport AC boat versus Saugatuck that is acting with a little bit more of a chip away kind of stroke. They're just chipping away at that high rate, but not necessarily putting quite as much swing behind the oar. Whereas Newport AC looks like they've just got a little bit more horsepower happening, and it may be paying off for this long race where that high rate can work for about 1,500 meters. But now that we're starting to get into this final 500, it might have hurt them from how high of a rate they've been holding this whole time. They might just not have the juice in the legs to be able to squeeze out a little bit more power.
Yeah, it's a hard call because of course we don't know what the training plan, we don't know who those athletes are and what they're capable of. But generally, you want to make sure that you have a little bit more in the tank to wind up the sprint. You've got to have some place to go. So right now, it does look like Newport was able to kind of turn on the afterburners here, and every time the blades hit the water, they take just a little bit more space away from Saugatuck, but it's not over till it's over. We haven't seen that sprint yet from Saugatuck, although rate does look like it's coming up as they get a little bit closer to us. They've now come into view down towards the beach. So Saugatuck and Newport right next to each other. Saugatuck against the shoreline here. Newport in lane 2. Great racing here in this Women's Youth B8 for the Zlak Rowing Club Cup.
Both crews looking very clean on their technique right now. So what you are seeing is just a dead foot race to the finish. It is not a question of technique. It is about who is going to have more in the tank to get themselves across the line. Either way, this is great racing between Saugatuck and Newport AC. As we sit here at the finish line, it looks like it is going to be Newport AC taking the win in this race, with Saugatuck taking second. In our third place position, looking like Marin will take that third position. Following Marin, we've got Newport AC, then Oakland Strokes, second Marin boat, then Connecticut, followed by NorCal Crew to round out the group.
Wow, so Marin there with 2 entries and Newport with 2 entries. So Newport taking first and fourth, Marin taking third and sixth.
And next up, our Men's Youth B8, the Jean Jessup Hervey Cup. This will be another 8-lane race. From our heats yesterday, the top 4 made it into this A final. The Men's Youth B8 Jean Jessup Hervey Cup, a quote often repeated by Jean Jessup Hervey: "Life is not a rehearsal." This trophy has been named in honor of Jean and her lasting enthusiasm for life, a spirit which the Crew Classic hopes to instill in all of our participants on and off the water. Jean's family connections to the San Diego rowing community date back to the early 1900s with both Zlak and SDRC, and we are proud to keep her dedication alive with this beautiful award.
All right, and this is a beautiful overhead shot of the replay of the start here in the Men's Youth B8. There are 8 boats on the course with Marin in lane 1, Marin in lane 2, Newport in lane 3, Oakland Strokes lane 4, lane 5 is San Diego Rowing Club, lane 6 Los Gatos, lane 7 Pacific, and lane 8 Newport Sea Base. So this is an all California affair here, kind of a NorCal versus Southern California event.
And it's easy for that to happen here at the San Diego Crew Classic with the access available to crews up and down the West Coast. So you often find all these West Coast crews making their way down here for their season opener. As we all know, the weather here is wonderful, the water is wonderful, and it is a great weekend of racing to be had here at the 2024 San Diego Crew Classic. What we are seeing on the screen right now is a delay. We'll be picking up live here in just a moment. And we should now be switching over to that live footage of the race, catching up with these crews as they've had a chance to move their way through the middle of the race, past that island, and as they make their way to the second bridge.
And as we saw in some of the previous races, it is Marin up front. They now have open water. So we got these two Marin boats. They're side by side. They are 1 and 2 right now in this men's youth B8. I guess you could think about them as maybe a JV boat and a 3V boat if you were going to go back to traditional boatings. But right now, Marin and Marin doing a great job holding off the other 6 boats as we move towards the last 750 meters of this race.
There's another great perspective on that rowing. Those drones give us the best view of what is happening with the racing. As we look at those standings still, Marin in both lane 1 and lane 2, holding those 1-2 positions. Next, we go to the Oakland Strokes in lane 4, followed by Newport AC, lane 3 in that 4th position. And then we go SDRC, lane 5, Los Gatos, lane 6, Pacific, lane 7, and Newport Seabase out in lane 8, and in that order, respectively, for those current standings. Marin looking like they are just going to send themselves off the front, and those two Marin boats look like they're pulling each other along in this race. Not sure that either of those Marin boats are going to get a challenge from the rest of the crews, but you never know. Things could change and shake up as they start to move into the last 750 of this race.
Yeah, we've seen that kind of all day with these two, with boats that are coming from the same program. It's kind of a little bit of a source of pride if you can get out there and race your teammate. Maybe one of you has a better day than the other, and maybe flip the script a little bit on some boatings out there. But right now, it does look like that A boat from Marin in lane 1 is going to hold off their teammates in lane 2. So Oakland in the 3rd place position continues there over Newport, and then back behind them, really good race developing between lanes 5 and 6. That's San Diego Rowing Club and Los Gatos for that 5th or 6th place position. Pacific's going to continue in 7th, and then Newport Seabase in 8th.
Great overhead shots watching the puddles of those oars as they move through the water, sending away those boats. It gives you a really great overhead perspective as to how these boats move. You can see how those bodies are moving in sync, one oar out to each side. For those of you that are not rowers that are here spectating, we are looking at sweep rowing making its way down the course. As these boats come into the finish line, Marin still sitting in lane 1, looking like they're going to take the win with Marin, their second boat, sitting in lane 2 in that 2 position. Oakland Strokes in lane 3, looking to hold that 3 position against Newport AC in lane 3 to take that 4th position. Currently, we've got San Diego Rowing Club in lane 5, taking that 5th place position, followed by lane 6, Los Gatos for their 6th position, lane 7, Pacific, and in lane 8, Newport Seabase, taking that 8th spot in today's Men's Youth B8, the Gene Jessop Hervey Cup. And as that last boat crosses the line, we will be taking a brief respite from racing. As we take a break, we will be back for our next race at 1:10 p.m. with the Women's Youth 4 Concept 2 Trophy.
I'm on carpool duty for lacrosse, and I have to prep for Taco Tuesday. I'm too busy to join a gym.
We get it. With Active&Fit now, it's easy to find a gym that fits your schedule. With no long-term contracts, plus tons of on-demand workout videos and a well-being coach to help keep you on track. Click the link and get Active&Fit now.
Sure, there are plenty of other places where the ocean meets the shore, but in Southern California, it just feels different.
We think it tastes different too.
With a wide range of great tasting, high quality beers handcrafted in San Diego, we here at Coronado Brewing Company have made it our life's work to bring the coastal lifestyle directly to you. So go ahead, try and find another place quite like this.
Good luck trying.
Until then, we'll be here.
Mission Bay Yacht Club's ideal location makes it a favorite venue for national and world championship sailing regattas. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks the Mission Bay Yacht Club for their many years of support and volunteerism that helps the regatta thrive in our shared home on Mission Bay.
All right, we are back in the racing action here. This is an afternoon of B-level finals. Up right now is the Women's Youth Quad Concept 2 trophy. This is Final B, so the second level final for these boats. In lane 1 is Lac, lane 2, Thunder Crew, lane 3, Community Rowing San Diego, and lane 4, Cathedral Catholic High School. So this race was able to go through heats yesterday, and crews shook out to a grand final that raced for the trophy earlier today. And then this is the second opportunity for these boats to race and test themselves against crews that are of a similar speed. And right now, we are looking at a pretty solid lead here out of lane 2. That's Thunder Crew. Thunder Crew hailing from University of British Columbia area, so not Vancouver, but the British Columbia area. They row out of the UBC boathouse. So quite a unique situation there, and coming all the way down to San Diego for this great rowing experience. In second place, it is going to be lane 1, that's Slack in that bright yellow boat. All the way across the course in lane 4, that's Cathedral Catholic High School. They're in your third place spot, followed by Community Rowing of San Diego, a program that allows athletes to get on the water, making rowing accessible to a variety of kids across the San Diego area. Just a little bit here too about lane 3, that's Community Rowing San Diego. It's a fairly new rowing program for youth in the San Diego area. By new, I mean, only about a decade or so old. And it's a nonprofit volunteer run community service organization, and really meant to provide equitable access to the water for a variety of different kind of athletes. And they do host this competitive high school team that you're looking at right here. They also have aquatics camps, and then a variety of after-school aquatic programs, as well as some opportunities for adults and veterans and adaptive athletes to be able to get on the water in a variety of ways.
And they also run their Ed program in conjunction with the Pocock Foundation in the school systems, in the South Bay San Diego school systems, to try and bring erging into their PE programs and to introduce rowing as an accessible sport to the South Bay community of San Diego. They are a wonderful outreach program. I had my own time with them and did some work with that, so they are near and dear to my heart as well, and run the only rowing club in the South Bay of San Diego.
Very cool.
And there's Thunder Crew that we are watching as they come along in lane 2. They have reached the beach. Now that means they have bridged the gap of the bridge from the island here on that second Ingram Bridge. They are now making their way to the beach. There's a better perspective of a couple different crews, but hey, we are right back to that Thunder Crew in the lead, holding open water over the crews next to them. Zlack in 1, Community Rowing San Diego in 3, and Cathedral Catholic in 4. Seeing that red flag means that they are inside their final 500 meters. For them, it is just a quick jaunt to the finish. Everybody knows how long 500 meters feels. Rowers are so adept at using that 500-meter distance as a measurement for both speed as well as for pieces. And so everybody knows almost exactly what a 500 feels like. And yet at the end of a race, 500 has never felt longer. So they just have to reach for that finish with 500 meters left to go.
That's right. And depending on the level of athlete, depending on the boat, that 500 meters can go by a little faster than others, although we've seen quite a spread in terms of times today. And honestly, one of the things that's really helped this regatta run on time and those races being run successfully is this awesome weather that we've experienced. Definitely a little afternoon wind that's kicking up, a little bit of a headwind there. So going to slow the boats down just marginally, but nothing that's significant, and definitely not causing any sort of issues at all on the water in terms of performance. But right now, this crew from Canada, this is Thunder Rowing Crew, and they are a youth high performance team They operate both in Richmond and Vancouver, British Columbia. This is really the start of their spring season. So what a special trip for them to be able to come all the way down to San Diego and race in a variety of events that they've entered over the course of the weekend, and doing a great job here as they lead the women's youth quad. Wow, and we just saw Thunder Crew pass through. They had quite a substantial lead in this B final. Behind them, it is going to be Zlak. Zlak is one of our sponsors here of the San Diego Crew Classic, and a great component to rowing in the San Diego area, hosting programs for youth women and masters women here in Mission Bay. All right, and crossing over third in this race, that was Cathedral Catholic High School. And then now coming to the final strokes in this race is going to be Community Rowing San Diego.
Up next is race 126, the Men's Youth Quad Joan Ward Memorial Cup. Here's our lineup. We have 5 boats in this race. Lane 1, Channel Islands. Lane 3, Mile High. Lane 4, Community Rowing San Diego. Lane 5, Utah. Lane 6, Brophy Prep. You'll notice that in lane 2, we have no boat. Yesterday, in light of unforeseen circumstances that prevented their participation in the heat, Unity Boat Club has chosen to withdraw from the final today. In show of respect, their lane will remain unoccupied as we support their decision.
Oh, and as we're looking at our screen right now in the racing, Channel Islands is in lane 1. They've got a pretty good lead, but just had a little bit of a technical bobble there, a little bit of a crab, but they managed to recover. Looks like they're taking a little bit of a power 10 to try and regain a little bit of ground that they may have lost in that little mishap there. So didn't look to really slow them down too much as they continue to pull away from the rest of the crews. In the second place position, it is going to be lane 3. That's Mile High Rowing Club. They are rowing in Cherry Creek State Park in Colorado. So definitely coming down from that elevation. It must be nice to be here at sea level and really feel the benefits of training at high altitude. In third, we're going to look across at lane 5. That's Utah. Utah, the only crew in the state of Utah and rowing kind of near the Greater Salt Lake, not necessarily on the Salt Lake. And then in fourth, it's going to be Brophy Prep. Brophy Prep, a private school in Arizona, Jesuit program for boys. And in fifth, it's going to be Community Rowing San Diego.
And there's our overhead cam as we catch up with the race as they make their way across that second Ingram Bridge. Leaving the island behind, they are into their race, well into their race, in fact, hitting about the 750-meter mark to go. That lane 1, Channel Islands, currently holding that lead position. Looking as if lane 3, Mile High, is close behind. And then we have Utah sitting in that third spot, followed by Brophy Prep, and then Community Rowing in lane 4.
A little bit more about that Utah crew and Utah rowing. They do row on the Jordan River Surplus Canal, and so not necessarily on the Great Salt Lake, but just doing a little bit of preliminary research turns out that they do sometimes utilize the Great Salt Lake Marina in the early spring. So when water levels are too low on the Surplus Canal, they can move over to the Great Salt Lake Marina and train there in a protected area of water.
There's that really nice overhead shot of Channel Islands in lane 1. Continuing to send away the rest of the crews behind them. Looking confident in that one position. Moving their way here in this B final. These were boats 5 through 8 from their heats. So this B final, Channel Islands currently holding that lead position. Next crew over looks like Mile High, hoping to give them a bit of a challenge as they move towards the finish. Right now looking at 1 and 2, Channel Islands and Mile High. Then out to Utah in that third place position, followed by Brophy Prep. And off the back is Community Rowing San Diego.
Discover Mission Bay's 27 miles of sandy shoreline and 4,600 acres of aquatic recreational space, providing adventures for all ages. Enjoy family-friendly activities and everything from boating and kayaking to paddleboarding and biking at the world's largest aquatic park. Stay, play, and dine on Mission Bay. Check out hotels, events, and more at discovermissionbay.org. Concept 2 brings more than 45 years of innovation to the sport of rowing. Their newest comp blade is a smaller-sized blade that feels lightweight, efficient, and stable. Unlock speed with the comp blade, available in both sweep and scull.
Heads up and sit ready. The Active&Fit Now program is a flexible and affordable fitness solution specially designed to set you up to work out your way. Swing by the Active&Fit Now booth today to learn more and register to win a Garmin Fenix 6X Pro Solar Edition smartwatch.
All right, we're taking a look right now at the start for the men's under 17 quad. This is the B level final. And right now we just have 2 crews on the water. In lane 1, this is Woodlands crew, and lane 2, Cathedral Catholic High School. Just a little bit about that Woodlands program. They are out of the state of Texas, and they row at the North Bay of Wood Forest Bank Boathouse, which is in North Shore Park area. So the area is called Lake Woodlands, and they have called that area home since 1989 when the club was established. So they offer a variety of recreational and competitive programs for both youth and masters, and it is great to see them out here. I know they've had some success at the national level in some of the small boats. So here they are in a quad and looking to have the lead right now over this Cathedral Catholic boat right next to them. Cathedral Catholic, again, a local small private, or not very small actually, but a private high school here in the San Diego area.
As this race is coming down the line, I have a few items that we have found and have been turned into the lost and found here. We have an ID for Rochelle Petruccelli. Rochelle Petruccelli, if you have lost your ID, it is here at the finish line information tent. Please make your way to the finish line information tent, Rochelle Petruccelli. And Evelyn Lewis, we have found your debit card. We have found your debit card, Evelyn Lewis.
All right, that Woodlands crew there in lane 1 looking pretty solid here. Really nice catches. Excellent clean blade work coming out of that Woodlands boat as they continue to lead the crew from Cathedral Catholic, but Cathedral Catholic just holding tight to their spacing between themselves and Woodlands. So just a little bit of open water separates both of these boats. Cathedral Catholic with just a little bit of a steering issue. These boats really are, quite fast, these quads, and they just are relying mostly on the power from the blades to steer that boat straight. So if you're not really paying attention, sometimes it's easy to get that boat to kind of steer a little bit off course. So Cathedral Catholic had a little bit of an issue with that a while back, but they have come back onto course and rowing cleanly. And now we can see the crew from Woodlands taking that stroke rate up, finishing off this crew classic in fine form with a good showing here in this B-level final for the men's under 17 quad. This is the building blocks of their sculling program as they continue to move forward and fill out those top boats in their program.
Rival Kit is pleased to be the producer of the 2024 official Crew Classic Uni. Rival Kit understands the necessity of high-quality, consistent gear, which allows rowers to push their limits in training and racing. Get your official 2024 San Diego Crew Classic Uni at the Rival Kit tent in the center of Vendor Row.
We are reaching alignment right now on race 128, the men's collegiate varsity 8 active and fit now Cal Cup Final B. This is 8 lanes across. These were placings 3 and 4 from their respective heats. In lane 1, UC Davis. Lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3, USC. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, LMU. Lane 6, CSULB. Lane 7, San Diego State. Lane 8, Sac State. Our boats are off and this race is on as our men's collegiate varsity 8, the active and fit now Cal Cup B final is underway.
A highly competitive event here as this race had to go through a few heats in order to progress to this B-level final. So we saw the varsity, the A-level final earlier this afternoon, which was a really hotly contested race, and it's sure to be no different here in this B-level final. So early on in the race, our leaders are going to come out of lanes 1 and 4. That's UC Irvine and UC Davis. Davis rowing out of lane 1, Irvine a little further across in lane 4. And then pretty tightly packed for the rest of the field. And we'll come back in a minute to give you that boat placement as they get further down the race course.
Looks like in lane 1 right now, as they're beginning to establish themselves, UC Davis is taking an early lead with lane 4, UC Irvine on their heels, then followed by USC in third. In fourth place, it appears to be LMU, slightly holding off UC Santa Barbara. Then we move to our outside lanes, CSULB, San Diego State, and Sac State. In that order is our current standings. And even as I say that, UC Davis has been putting even more space between them and the rest of the field, looking to make it a one-boat race with no challengers to UC Davis. If they can get enough of a spread here, that might be their race plan. And if they hit that, then hey, they've got a decent race in front of them.
Yeah, and that UC Davis program, a really successful student-run program, student-run by fundraising and in an effort to find consistent coaching. They've got some really good coaches in there at UC Davis now that have been around for a couple of years, and that really helps the consistency of the program, and we're seeing that here in this men's collegiate varsity 8. So Davis right now with open water over Irvine. Irvine buoyed by some really solid coaching as well. We saw some success with their women's programs, fielding both a varsity 8 and a 2v8, and here seeing some speed coming out of the men's team in lane 4. In lane 3, that is USC. USC with some strong novice boats from the past, and we're seeing them here with some good speed coming out of this varsity boat. They'll also be contested later on in the year. Their sights are set on the Acra National Championships, along with almost all of these other boats. So these crews come out to race each other several times throughout the spring, culminating in the Acra Championship later on at the end of the spring. All right, we're getting that great overhead shot here. That UC Davis crew with a bit of open water over Irvine continues to be in the second place position. And then between UC Santa Barbara and USC, almost a dead heat there as we come across this point in the race. Back to them, it's going to be LMU in fourth, excuse me. Sorry, let me correct myself. That would be fifth. And then out to Long Beach, followed by San Diego State, and then Sac State.
A nice, decently tight race here between UCI, USC, and UC Santa Barbara. These three crews all staying quite tight to each other. I have to imagine that Irvine is hoping they might be able to do a little bit of hunting down of Davis. You can see a little bit of their whitewash there off of the blades. So perhaps Irvine is making a bit of a move on Davis. Could be a bit of camera perspective from us, but you got to think that Irvine may still be in the hunt on Davis, and they may be using UCSB and USC as a bit of a drive to nudge them forward. And those two crews, UC Santa Barbara and USC, also challenging one another, looking like Santa Barbara starting to take an edge up on UC. They're hoping to perhaps challenge Irvine.
Yeah, and earlier on in the season, USC and UC Santa Barbara had raced each other, with USC coming out on top. So that's sure to be a really good race there to watch between lanes 2 and 3 as they come down the course at us. UC Davis continuing out there up front by themselves. And we'll keep an eye also on lane 5, LMU. So they're kind of out of the picture right now if you're looking at the Jumbotron or looking at your streaming service there on YouTube. You can see the top 4 crews. That's UC Davis against the Shoreline coming in to finish off their race. And here we see UC Santa Barbara pulling ahead of USC and coming up to challenge UC Irvine for possibly that second place spot.
Yeah, Irvine and Santa Barbara having now moved ahead of USC, dropping them behind, starting to set up what looks like it may be our 1, 2, 3 if those two crews are able to continue to push off. And here comes Davis hitting the finish line. There's their horn. Next up, UCI. Then Santa Barbara. USC. Then LMU, followed by Cal State Long Beach, San Diego State, and Sac State. Next, our women's collegiate varsity for the Karen Plumleigh Cortney Cup. This is our B final for the Karen Plumleigh Cortney Cup. We have 4 boats in this race. In lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, SMU. Lane 3,
University of San Diego. Lane 4, UCSD. We are catching a replay. Once we have moved through that replay, we will catch up live with where these boats are, and we'll start giving you live real-time reporting as we see it. On these starts, it looks like UCSD, their A boat, and SMU taking off the front with SMU slightly having a leg up. There we go. Looks like we are live now, and SMU has taken the lead from lane 2, pushing away UCSD and University of San Diego. University of San Diego looking like they are trying to challenge UCSD for that second spot. Looking long and strong in their stroke and connected here, having brought that contact back to UCSD. On the outside, they have another UCSD boat that is currently sitting in 4th. So right now we are looking at SMU in 1, UCSD-A in 2, University of San Diego in 3, and UCSD-B in 4th.
Yeah, and that SMU boat doing a nice job continuing to pull away from the rest of the crew. They had probably their best season on record last year, and we'll look to them to continue to build on the success of that program as they move forward. But, last year they ended as a nationally ranked program, which was really just a boost for that program. Of course, just like many other women's programs in the States are going to be going through some conference realignment. They'll be moving from the American Athletic Conference to the ACC next year, along with Stanford and Cal. So that'll be definitely interesting to watch. Behind them, the Tritons of UC San Diego with 2 entries in this event. We've got lane 1 and we've got lane 4. So a little bit of intra-squad scrimmage there between lanes 1 and 4. And then just right next to the second entry from UC San Diego is the University of San Diego. Both super strong local programs here, so we're certain to get a lot of good support from the cheering section down on the shoreline as we wrap up racing here at the Crew Classic. And we just have a few races left, but there's sure to be some good ones coming up. This one is no different as SMU walks away with the lead here in this B final, the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4.
And an interesting way as you're tracking this race, and we're looking at this overhead shot, or as you were seeing that overhead shot, an interesting way to track if that lead boat is still within reach of the other boats is you can see the wash from their oar blades still in the lane where they should be. And if you still see wash, that means that they may still be within striking distance. If you don't see any wash from those blades, that means they're so far ahead that the puddles left behind from their blades moving through the water are no longer present, and they have already settled. That means they've got quite the lead. But as it stands now, SMU does still hold a strong lead, and it looked like UCSD may have been moving up on University of San Diego. Again, 2 UCSD boats on the outside lanes, SMU and University of San Diego on the inside. Once we get back to overhead, we'll have a better shot for you to tell you where things are sitting as they come into the finish.
And this has been a long weekend for a lot of these programs where we've seen consistent performance across a lot of different varieties of entries. UC San Diego with a lot of entries in the collegiate events. And certainly they don't have very far to travel, but nonetheless, it is an exhausting effort even to be here on your home course. But hats off here to UC San Diego fielding 2 boats in this entry. They're going to go after each other. It looks like that B entry on the far shore, lane 4, has come back to maybe overtake UC San Diego for that 3rd place position. So just a little bit of a lead there, maybe by just about a foot as we come into the final stages of this race.
There's a look at SMU. They have even further lengthened their lead ahead, putting even more space between themselves and the other 3 boats, rowing their own race at this point.
Again, we've covered this before. When you're out that far ahead, it almost turns into a bit of a time trial for yourself. You're not necessarily going to want to let off the pedal. You want to continue to push through that line to see what kind of scores you can put down on the board when you're at this level.
Yep, and the Mustangs hoping to finish off this regatta strong as they come in to take the win here in this race. They look to have about 2 lengths plus of open water at this stage, ahead of UC San Diego, excuse me, in lane 1. And then that B boat from UC San Diego also still in contact with the A boat, UC University of San Diego there in lane 3, also just trying to come back and take a little bit of that lead that UC San Diego took away from them. So good crosstown rivalry there between lanes 4, 3, and 1.
Here comes SMU storming towards the finish line in that lead position. Plenty of open water over the rest of the field. The 2 UCSD boats and University of San Diego currently looking like it is UCSD A, then UCSD B, followed by University of San Diego for that 4th spot. SMU rowing away with it, about to get their horn as they cross the finish line. And there it is for SMU taking the win in the B final.
All right, and we are starting back in the 8s racing with the men's collegiate 2v8 B-level final. This progressed out of heats yesterday, and we are looking at a 3-boat race here. Lane 1 will be UC Irvine. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara.
Now we are live with this race, meaning we are getting active results. UCSD up to an early lead. UC Santa Barbara in that 2nd place position, followed by UC Irvine in that 3rd spot. Back to this 8th racing is a great way to slowly wind down our day here. Seeing the big boats on the water is always exciting and makes for great racing. So UC San Diego sitting out front right now, having well established themselves early in this race. Clearly connected and able to drive some good distance per stroke into that boat. UC Santa Barbara in that lane 3, holding that number 2 position, but still close in tow is UC Irvine in lane 1. There's an overhead of UCI. It's the kind of thing an Instagram reel is made of. Those are the videos that
make the highlight reel. Catching those overhead shots of eights, watching all 8 oars move in sync, seeing those bodies move, sending that boat on.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful coverage here from our drone operators. Definitely a big shout out to them. They've spent all day, all weekend out in the elements giving us this amazing coverage. Big thank you to the Rowing Channel for this coverage. This has been a wonderful weekend. And the ability to be able to watch these races at home or wherever you are in the world, courtesy of the production crew at the Rowing Channel. But UC San Diego, they're going to take this one home all the way down the race course, well ahead of the other 2 crews. So UC San Diego, several lengths of open water at this point for them, as they seem to be unchallenged in this men's collegiate 2v8 by either UC Santa Barbara or UC Irvine.
And this is a great opportunity to give a big thank you to all of our volunteers that have put on this event throughout the weekend. It has been countless man hours ahead of the event and during the event for many people to show up in order to be able to put on this event for you. So if you see volunteers around wearing those white San Diego Crew Classic shirts, give them a big thank you and show them some appreciation for being able to put on an event like this so that you can come and have a great weekend of racing here in San Diego for the 2024 San Diego Crew Classic. Back to the racing, we have that lead still set by UC San Diego, not shortening up, and if anything, they're putting more distance between themselves and UC Santa Barbara and UC Irvine. UC Santa Barbara is still looking like they have a slight lead over UC Irvine, but it seems as if the 2 have been exchanging positions. So look for a good race between those 2 boats as UC San Diego looks to secure the first finish in this B final men's collegiate 2v8.
All right, and finishing off their regatta strong, it is UC San Diego all the way to the line here. We see them against the shoreline, unchallenged by the other 2 crews out on the water, really from start to finish. So wanting to end this regatta on a high note. It will be the Tritons taking home this race, followed by UC Santa Barbara, just ahead of the Anteaters, probably my favorite mascot from UC Irvine.
Coming next to you is race 131, the Men's Masters Club Champ 8, the Coronado Cays Realty Cup. This is our B final from the 5 through 8 positions of their respective heats. A great shot there from SeaWorld. the SeaWorld gondolas, the starting pontoon, all those stake boats holding our 7 boats in place, getting ready to race. In lane 1, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 3, Lake Washington. Lane 4, Long Beach. Lane 5, CRI. Lane 6, Bayak. Lane 7, East Bay. Our crews getting underway, already separating themselves out on this start. And we are live to these results, so you get to track this one in real time.
And what a great cross section here of masters rowing clubs and community rowing organizations from across the United States. We've got Texas, we've got a couple of Southern California crews here with San Diego and Long Beach, 2 Bay Area crews with BIAC, that stands for Bear Island Aquatic Center. They do row near the port of Redwood City. And then East Bay Rowing Club, which rows on the Oakland Estuary, a true community organization, fielding mostly rowing for masters and recreational athletes, and they try to draw from the general Oakland area. CRI also here in this mix. They're coming from Boston, very large club in the Boston area with both masters and junior rowing. And then, of course, Lake Washington from the Seattle area.
And this being a club championship event, there are age handicaps at play here. So it is important to note that the results that you will see as they finish will not necessarily be the total results of the event. Those will get added after the fact to the results using their age handicap. And as always, when it comes to the results, we just call it as we see it here at the finish line, but it does not mean that that is how things finish. To see the official results, make sure that you head to SanDiegoCrewClassic.org to view live results, to see how your favorite teams did, and make sure that you are getting accurate and up-to-date results. As we check in with our race here, it looks like out in the lead is Bayak, holding a decently strong lead over the rest of the field. Next up in lane 3 and 4, we have Lake Washington and Long Beach holding together, looking almost even. Then we have Texas Rowing Center in lane 1, followed by San Diego Rowing Club in lane 2. Got to give a shout out to my coxswain from my race on Friday, Caitlin Turner, heading that boat right now. She makes her way down the course for, I believe, the 3rd time this weekend. And then in lane 7, we have East Bay that will be off the back.
And that is Bear Island that you see there on the top of your, or the bottom of your screen here. They're putting on a really good show rowing out of lane 6. Starting to get a little bit of push, though, from lane 5, CRI. We'll come back with a good overhead shot, see if we can get a little better picture of where they are at. All right, there we go. Nice overhead shot of the action here. You can see that there is a crew that is much farther ahead down there at the bottom of your screen. I believe that should still be Bayak. And looking like they're getting a good push from lanes 3 and 4. And we're looking at lanes 1. Let's see. Let's try and get our bearings here a little bit as we try to give the placement for the crews.
So Vayak holding on to that lead. Those blue unis you see coming down the course right now, that is the physical lead. Again, age handicaps will be applied after the race, so that will change the standings potentially. Next, it looks like we have Lake Washington and Long Beach next to each other, fighting for that finishing position. Texas Rowing Center slightly behind, or all three coups right next to each other. It looks like it is Long Beach, Lake Washington, Texas Rowing Center, followed by San Diego Rowing Club. Here comes SDRC across the line. Following that, we have CRI and East Bay to round out the back of the pack.
The oarboard is revolutionizing the sport of recreational rowing. Transform your paddleboard into a performance rowing boat for the freedom to row anywhere, anytime. Stable and safe, it rows in wind and waves. Boat wakes? No problem. Training, fitness, fun, and adventure with the amazing oarboard. Oarboard is super portable, breaks down fast into its wheelie bag so it travels as luggage and stores easily in your home. It comes with 2-part carbon sculling oars for easy transport. For a challenging workout or a leisurely row, the Oarboard SUP Rower is the top choice for recreational rowing. Visit the Oarboard tent on Vendor Row to learn more. Have you seen Concept 2's new comp blade racing down the course today? The comp is a smaller-sized blade that feels lightweight, efficient, and stable. Unlock speed with the comp blade, available in both sweep and scull. Heads up and sit ready. The Active&Fit Now program is a flexible and affordable fitness solution specially designed to set you up to work out your way. Swing by the Active&Fit Now booth today to learn more and register to win a Garmin Fenix 6X Pro Solar Edition smartwatch.
All right, and we're going to look at a replay of the start right now of a boat race that is already in progress and probably coming up to about the halfway point. But let's take a look back at the start. This is the Women's Masters Club Championship 8, the Thalia Kelly Considine Cup. This is Final B, so these boats are coming out of the heats in place 5 through 8. And we've got 4 boats on the course. In lane 1, Lake Washington. Lane 2, East Bay. Lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club. And lane 4, also East Bay. So 2 East Bay flanked with San Diego Rowing Club and that beautiful red boat, flanked by 2 East Bay crews, and then Lake Washington against the shoreline. We have a nice shot here of local rowing club San Diego. Easy to see down the center of the race course there in that beautiful bright red boat. But well out in front, it is going to be Lake Washington. They really took off right out of the gates. And you can see them against the shoreline. They've got blue blades and a white boat and a lot of distance between themselves and the rest of the field. Wow, you can really get a sense of the distance there between the Lake Washington crew and the rest of the field. 2 East Bay boats there on either side of the San Diego boat. So those guys are all working really well side by side next to each other, chasing down that Lake Washington boat. But at this point, I'm not really sure anyone's going to be able to catch those ladies of Lake Washington. And Lake Washington, well out in front. They are a masters only or adult only rowing club. So they offer a variety of programs from introductory to competitive rowing. They also host the Head of the Lake, which is a huge head race in the fall, has over 500 entries, and of course is a very, very competitive event that takes place in the fall with athletes that travel all over the country to come and test themselves at that event. So Lake Washington here doing a great job as they show their speed coming up against the shoreline. Lake Washington, solid lead here. Behind them, it was very close, still lots of overlap between East Bay, and San Diego. So 2 East Bay crews and the San Diego Rowing Club.
Lake Washington passing those white tents now. Plenty of that open water behind them as we pan back to our other crews, East Bay SDRC and our other East Bay boat in that order. East Bay SDRC, East Bay for 2, 3, and 4. Lake Washington well off the front of this race, passing by now, coming into their finish. They are well within their final 100 meters here. As they push to the finish line, here comes Lake Washington. There's Lake Washington crossing the line. And about 250 meters back are our other 3 boats. There is East Bay A, followed by San Diego Rowing Club, and then we will see East Bay B making their way across the lines to wrap up our Women's Masters Club Champ 8, the Thalia Kelly Considine Cup B Final.
And again, as that was an age-adjusted event, it's important to look at the official results because they will have to adjust for ages to get the adjusted, what's called an adjusted time. Raw time might not necessarily reflect placement at the end of the race.
I'm stuck at work all day. I don't want to be stuck at the wrong gym.
We get it. With Active&Fit now, you can choose from thousands of gyms with no long-term contracts or cancellation fees. Plus, tons of on-demand workout videos and a well-being coach included in your membership. Click the link and get Active&Fit now.
And we are seeing a replay now of our women's Youth 8B final. These were the 3-4 positions from their heats. So you have a pretty stacked B final here. Lots of boats that are going to be competitive. 8 boats across. So we have another full race happening, bringing some excitement here towards the end of the day. In lane 1, Wesley. Lane 2, SDRC. Lane 3, Texas Rowing Center. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, Indianapolis. Lane 6, TBC Racing. Lane 7, Austin. Lane 8, St. Ignatius. And those are our 8 boats across the line. We are seeing that replay as they got out of the gates. They will settle in. We will catch up with them live and get those live standings.
Very unique experience here to have 8 boats across. Not a lot of opportunity to do this elsewhere in the country. Even when you get up to the Youth National Championships, very often it's just 6 boats, and 8 adds another element of excitement to it. So for sure, there's a lot of intensity out there as these crews come down the race course. And in this heat, or in this final, we are seeing a good cross section of areas represented in junior rowing. We've got San Diego, Pacific, and St. Ignatius are both from the Bay Area and actually row on the same body of water. Pacific and St. Ignatius rowing on Lake Merced in South San Francisco. We've got Indianapolis TBC Racing, which is from the Washington, D.C. area. And then we have 2 Texas crews, Austin and Texas Rowing Center. And then, of course, our international entry, Wesley. Wesley looking like they're really taking advantage of being out here for another opportunity to go down the race course, as they are one of our lead boats. Right now, it looks like SDRC actually has a little bit of a lead on Wesley, but those 2 crews really just kind of side by side. Hard to tell depending on whose blades are in the water. I'm going to give that advantage to San Diego Rowing Club for the lead, now by a couple of seats over Wesley as well as Pacific. So Pacific in that 3rd place position. And then also right in the mix is going to be Texas Rowing Center.
Adrian, you make a great point there with that international crew, Wesley, not just showing up, but really showing out here. They came and they raced in many races and performed well all across the board throughout the weekend. Impressive to bring the number of athletes that they had to be able to fill the boats that they did and be in as many boat classes as they were. And they were competitive all the way across the weekend. So big ups to Wesley for being that consistent international crew, bringing the athletes that they brought and competing well across the weekend.
Yeah, and that's got to be really difficult too with all that travel, the time change, everything, And I don't know where they are at in their schooling for where they're at in Australia. This could be a break time for them or a spring break, but certainly difficult to bring 100% performance level when you're looking at all those hurdles to get to this point. So out in front, though, it does look like San Diego Rowing Club. So get on down to the sand. Let's cheer on these local ladies here as they come through their last few strokes, about 300 or so meters for them. San Diego Rowing Club with that lead. They look to be ahead of Texas Rowing Center in second place, followed by Pacific. Wesley fading just a little bit. They're maybe in fourth or fifth place. We've got to pan out to see the rest of the field, but Wesley against the shoreline. Let's definitely give those guys a lot of support for being here at the Crew Classic.
This is a great turn by San Diego Rowing Club in this B final here.
Yeah, just walking away here with that lead.
Yeah, setting that tone as they come into the finish here. What a great showing by San Diego Rowing Club here, holding on to that lead. Next up behind San Diego Rowing Club, we have Texas Rowing Center. Water opening up between those two boats following Texas Rowing Center. Looking like we may have Wesley in that third spot. We'll tell as they come across this finish line. There's San Diego Rowing Club taking that one spot. And Texas Rowing Center.
Really close here between.
Too close to call between Wesley and
Pacific.
Then
Wow.
TBC Racing followed by Indianapolis.
And St. Ignatius out in lane 8. And then your final crew is going to be Indianapolis.
Wow, I blew that. Again, as you are tracking live results, make sure that you head over to SanDiegoCrewClassic.org to see the results page. From there, you're able to gather the most recent results as times are posted to see how your favorite crews and teams did across the weekend.
Does your fitness routine have swing, or are you still looking for that perfect workout? The Active&Fit Now program is a flexible and affordable fitness program designed to let you work out your way. Visit the Active&Fit Now booth to learn more and register to win a free Garmin GPS smartwatch.
Concept 2's Erg Data app lets you set up workouts, including the Concept 2 workout of the day, right from the app. You can customize your display, connect your Apple Watch, and more. Download Erg Data today.
Here goes race 134, our Men's Youth 8 San Diego Rowing Club Cup B final. These are spots 5 through 8 from the heats. You're catching the replay right now of the start of this race. There are 5 boats in this race, and starting in lane 1, Wesley, lane 2, Pacific, lane 3, Marina AC, Lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 5, Capital. Those are our 5 boats in this race. Again, we're catching this replay from the start. We will be caught up live in a moment. When we do, we will see how those boats have sorted themselves out.
And outside of Wesley, our international competition there in lane 1, Pacific, Marina, Long Beach, and Capital will all see each other again over the course of this season at various regattas, but with their eyes on the Southwest Regional Championships at the beginning of May. That is a Youth Nationals qualifier. And so they will focus on finding some speed for that event and hopefully qualify boats to move on to the Youth National Championships.
And we are now live with this race. Once we get a better perspective on where these boats are, we will be able to start giving it a call. And it looks like we have our live position currently, and it looks like it is just straight across the board on their lane assignments. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Wesley, Pacific, Marina AC, Long Beach Juniors, and Capital holding in those positions with a very nicely tight packed race. This is a good one to be able to see. No clear water between any of these boats as they come in to the finish. They're starting to make contact with that spectator beach where you will be able to see this racing come by. I highly recommend heading to the beach for this one because you are going to be catching lots of boats coming by. All 5 lanes filled with some competitive boats here as they vie for this Men's Youth 8 San Diego Rowing Club Cup B Final. Really nice pan shot from the drone there as you're able to get a good perspective on what's happening with stroke rates here. Looks like Marina AC has been taking up their rate as well as Pacific. Starting to bring those rates up, hoping to be able to make moves here early. Because if anybody's hoping to make any difference in the current standings on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, according to their lanes, they're going to have to go for it. Something's going to have to change if they want to see any change in position, which is going to have to mean a hard push, perhaps earlier than they expected. But they do know they're coming up on the crowds here on the beach, which can always lend a little extra horsepower, a little extra oomph behind that stroke if you know there's somebody watching from the shore. So if you are on that shore, make sure you start making noise as those boats start coming by. It's time to ring those cowbells, shout your team name, and let them know that you are there.
And yesterday, as we watched the heats come down, we knew that these B-level finals were going to be almost as competitive as that grand level final. Maybe times not quite the same, but looking at the times that came out of the heat, there should be a lot of competition here between these 5 boats. Looking like Wesley getting challenged just a little bit there by lane 2, Pacific holding their own over Marina Aquatic Center. Marina looking to pull free and clear of Long Beach Juniors, and Long Beach Juniors hoping to stay ahead of Capital. As we get down to the race course, you can see the crews or the supporters running along the shoreline there in support as we watch Wesley and Pacific. Wesley trying to hold off Pacific. Great late charge here by Pacific, but I think that Wesley's going to hold on to it. Couple of seats over Pacific for that win. Marina Aquatic Center in 3rd. Here comes Long Beach, and then Capital Crew in 5th.
That was a really great late push by Pacific there to try and challenge Wesley for that one spot in that race. That looked like a well-fought race at the end there, bringing the last little bit of what they've got for the weekend to that race. Well done by all crews there. That wraps up race 134, the Men's Youth 8 San Diego Rowing Club B Final. Next, we move to race 135, the Women's Youth B8, the Zlak Rowing Club Cup B Final. We have 8 lanes across, some of my favorite racing, some of the hardest to commentate, and yet some of the best to watch because you have so much racing coming down the course. We have 8 lanes full here for our Women's Youth B8 Zlack Rowing Club Cup, the B final. Let's take a look at who is in this race. Lane 1, Pacific. Lane 2, Holy Names. Lane 3, SDRC. Lane 4, TBC Racing. Lane 5, River City. Lane 6, Capital. Lane 7, Marina AC. Lane 8, NorCal Crew. Those are our 8 boats across the line. This race is live, so we are catching the racing from the beginning. We're going to be able to follow this race all the way down the course.
Looks to me as if Marina Aquatic Center and TBC Racing have come out with the best starts, although I don't have that great of a perspective here as there's a lot of overlap, a lot of action here with 8 boats. Got to do the math on that. That's a lot of rowers right there in our screen. But Marina and TBC looking to have the quickest starts, although I'm going to also take a look further across at Holy Names. But yeah, TBC does look like your early leader right now. TBC with that lead, Holy Names in the second place position. Looks to be also in third place. We're going to go over to the inside. That's lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club. They look to be almost even with lane 1, Pacific. And then in fifth, it's going to be pretty close here between River City and Marina. Seventh place is going to go to lane 6, Capital Crew, and then back to them by about a boat length. It'll be NorCal in lane 8.
These women are going to make for some compelling racing here. This one is worth checking in on. We're not seeing too much of a spread happen yet, as these boats are sticking fairly close together through their race. A little bit of a pull off the back there on the outside lane from NorCal Crew, starting to move away off the back. Then we have Capital starting to pull back with them. Up next, we have Marina AC and River City bookending that Capital Crew. Then we'll look over to the front. It looks as if Holy Names may be sitting in that lead position right now, with TRC Racing slightly back from Holy Names. Then we have what looks to be a pretty close tie between Pacific and SDRC right now, with Pacific making a move, as I say that, starting to take a bit of a seat ahead of SDRC. We'll see if they continue that, and if SDRC responds to bring themselves back into the fight.
And yeah, that Holy Names crew rowing out of lane 2, they are a Seattle area crew, a private school for girls, and they have fielded almost since its inception a very, very competitive crew, and continually showing up at the Youth National Championships and bringing home medals. So right now doing a nice job here holding off the rest of the field. There's a lot of action out there, but Holy Names doing a good job pulling themselves up now to 1 full boat length over both TBC Racing now and Pacific. Looks like TBC has moved themselves solidly into that second place spot, about 5 seats or so above Pacific, and well as San Diego Rowing Club. So I'm going to give that third place position to San Diego. TBC slipping back just slightly to 4th, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that spread between San Diego and Pacific. In 5th, it's going to go over to River City. That's lane 5. They've got that yellow boat there in the center of the course. Just next to them, it'll be Capital Crew, and then finally Marina and NorCal Crew to round out this race.
There we go. Those crews starting to come up on that 1,300 meter mark right as they leave that island. Hit that open patch of water where they do have to deal with some of the cross tides and winds, which start to impact those boats if they're not paying attention. Conditions still pretty good for the day, though. It has been a beautiful day on the water here at the San Diego Crew Classic. Sitting in that lead position still, Holy Names trying to push themselves away a little bit further. In second, TRC Racing
followed by Pacific, and then SDRC. A really nice tight grouping, though, between TBC Racing, SDRC, and Pacific. There could be some shifts that happen as they hit that final 500 meters. Any crews may be able to make a walk from that position because they are still so tight together.
Yeah, and just kind of taking a look at a little more information about Holy Names. They do actually share a boathouse with Lake Washington Rowing Club. So that's an exciting partnership for them as they're able to share space and resources there on Lake Washington. So they're in the North Lake Union area. But right now, Holy Names opening up their lead, a little bit more open water for them, about a half a boat length of open water as we continue to watch Pacific surge ahead into that second place spot, ahead of San Diego and TBC Racing.
From the finish line, we can now see these crews off in the distance. They're inside their final 500 meters. Once they hit that black flag, that's that 250-meter mark, and it is time for them to go. Holy Names still setting themselves apart up front. Looks like the same distribution right now, although it looks as if Pacific perhaps has moved up on TBC rowing with San Diego Rowing Club still sitting in that same position. As I say that, it looks like TBC Racing actually crossed ahead of that last line we saw ahead of Pacific. So it looks like it's 1 Holy Names, 2 TBC Racing, 3 Pacific, and 4 SDRC. We'll see if that changes by the time they make their way down to the finish line in just a moment.
Yeah, there was definitely a little bit of movement there between those crews, kind of gone back and forth between Pacific, San Diego, and TBC. TBC stands for Thompson Boat Center, a highly competitive program there coming out of the Washington, D.C. area. They host programs for both masters and elite level athletes as well as juniors. So huge program there. And great to see them out here racing in San Diego. But Holy Names coming into the finish still with open water lead. Coming into the final strokes for them in this women's youth B8.
And it looks like San Diego Rowing Club has made a move here to push themselves ahead, perhaps, of both TBC Racing and Pacific.
Yeah, great turnaround there for San Diego to finish off this race.
They sat there in that 4th place position the whole race and managed to nudge themselves up 2 spots, staying between TBC Racing and Pacific, who looked like they finished at almost the exact same time. Next, we have River City Crossing, followed by Capital, then Marina AC, and then NorCal Crew crossing the line.
From ergometers to exercise classes, Active&Fit Now provides a flexible and affordable fitness program that sets up members like you for perfect workouts. Sprint to the Active&Fit Now booth to learn more and register to win a Garmin Fenix 6X Pro Solar Edition smartwatch. Want a flexible fitness solution that's affordable? Discover the Active&Fit Now program today. For $32 a month, you can get access to a robust fitness program without long-term contracts. Visit the Active&Fit Now booth to learn more and enter their drawing for a free Garmin GPS smartwatch.
All right. And guess what? This is the last race of the San Diego Crew Classic, the 51st. It has been an amazing one, and we are excited to wrap up this regatta with another great race on the course. This is race number 136, the men's Youth B8 Jean Jessup Hervey Cup. These teams were places 5 through 8 in the heats yesterday. In lane 1, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Saugatuck. Lane 3, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center. And Lane 5, NorCal Crew.
All right, we're picking up live with our crews here. Sitting out in the lead, Saugatuck in lane 2. Taking a strong lead for this B final ahead of Newport AC. Looking as if Marina AC in that 4th lane is holding on to that number 2 position. Behind them, Long Beach Juniors. And then we have Newport AC and NorCal Crew, those outside lanes sitting furthest back. Saugatuck there taking that strong lead, holding on as they come up to the beach. This is your last race of the day, so make sure you make your way down to the beach to bring our final cruise home. Saugatuck holding the lead position of this race, followed by Marina AC, then Long Beach Juniors. On the outsides, NorCal Crew and Newport AC holding those back positions currently. There's Saugatuck digging in, ready to make their way to the finish.
Let's send those guys back home to Connecticut with some strong cheering from the beach. This is our last race of the regatta. Let's make it a good one. Saugatuck certainly putting on a show here as they come to the finish in their final about 150 meters or so. Winding it up, good sprint, just executing, really starting their spring off nicely with a job well done here at the Crew Classic. So Saugatuck bringing home the win here in this men's Youth B8.
There's Saugatuck holding on to that lead position. Then to Marina AC and number 2. Long Beach Juniors trying to offer a challenge, but I don't think there's enough in the tanks at this moment. Looks like it's going to be Marina AC, followed by Long Beach Juniors.
So there's NorCal actually in that second place position, followed by Marina. And then here comes Newport. And then finally, Long Beach Juniors.
And as our final crew crosses the line, that is our last race of the weekend. This brings our 2024 San Diego Crew Classic to a close. Thank you to all who have attended, to our sponsors. A big thank you for helping us to put this event on, for our volunteers being the manpower behind what makes this event happen, behind all of you spectators, parents, visitors who have come and chosen to spend your time here at the San Diego Crew Classic. We thank you. And importantly, to all of the athletes for putting your performances on the line, for coming to race with us here in San Diego. And with that, thank you to all of you. This concludes the 2024 San Diego Crew Classic.